Natasha Romanoff arrived at Nick Fury's office without calling ahead. Fury didn't open the door immediately. He checked the peephole first, confirmed it was really her, and only then let her in. That was Fury in a nutshell. Cautious wasn't a habit, it was his survival skill. It was also why he'd climbed to the top. If he'd been careless, he'd have died a nobody long ago, not become the man Alexander Pierce kept an eye on. Fury studied Natasha the moment she stepped inside. Natasha was one of the best agents on the planet, but even the best leak something when their mind isn't settled. It wasn't in her face, it was in the way she carried the room. Something wrong? Fury asked, neutral as always. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha gave him a small smile, calm enough to pass at a distance. Nick. Do you know where the scepter went? The one from the helicarrier. Her voice stayed casual, but her eyes never left his. Not sharp, not aggressive, just watching. Waiting for the smallest crack. Fury didn't answer right away. What do you want with it? He asked instead. I just want to study it, Natasha said smoothly. Barton doesn't look right. He's not fully back. You know I'm close with him. Fury nodded like he accepted the explanation. Whether he believed it or not, he didn't show. The scepter is being researched, he said. Where? Natasha asked. Same casual tone. Can you give me access? Sure, Fury replied. Then, almost lazily, he added, you're my best agent. Natasha's smile didn't change. And you're the king of agents. Fury watched her for another beat. Anything else? Natasha shook her head. She wasn't going to press harder. Fury acting normal didn't mean he was safe to trust. She turned and left. The conversation looked useless. But Natasha still walked away with a conclusion. Nick Fury didn't know where the scepter really was. The moment the door shut, Fury's expression hardened. He opened a secure file on his computer and typed in the keywords. Mind scepter. A folder popped up. Storage point. Aegis 9 base. There were photos. Coordinates. Official-looking logs. Too official. Hydra was careful. They weren't idiots. If their cover had obvious holes, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have caught them years ago. The truth was worse. They'd grown inside the organization until they could wear its skin. Fury stared at the photos and felt cold creep into his chest. I don't remember Base 9 having this corner. He zoomed in again. Angles. Shadows. Layout. Wrong. So where's this? The realization hit like ice water. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't fully under his control. Not even close. Sokovia. A tiny, ignored patch of Europe people only remembered when headlines needed tragedy. Which made it perfect. S.H.I.E.L.D. kept sending personnel there under peacekeeping banners. Quiet deployments. Quiet budgets. Quiet construction. And HYDRA turned it into a home. Deep inside a fortified facility, the scepter lay sealed in a vacuum chamber. Scientists circled it like worshippers around an altar, trying to force power out of something they didn't understand. A balding man with glasses watched them for a while, then spoke with quiet irritation. I think we're looking at this the wrong way. The room stalled. Eyes turned toward him. Baron Zemo. An elder figure inside HYDRA. The kind people didn't question twice. Rumors said he'd existed since the Red Skull's era, that he'd survived too long to be normal. True or not, the fear around him was real. He stepped closer to the chamber. Look at the Tesseract, Zemo said, voice rising. We've studied it since before World War II. Decades. And what do we have? He slammed his palm against a nearby table. Small energy weapons. Toys. His eyes burned with conviction. That doesn't save the world. The scientists shifted uncomfortably. Zemo's voice turned sharp, almost preacher-like. We're here to save the people drowning in chaos. That's the purpose. That's the oath. Around him, Hydra personnel nodded, not because they were forced, but because they believed it. Hydra didn't survive by being evil. It survived by being fanatical, by dressing tyranny in the language of rescue. Zemo pointed at the scepter. So yes, we started wrong. He breathed out, then said the line that froze the room. To study the Mind Scepter properly, we need human trials. The scientists reacted immediately. No, one blurted out. That's inhuman. Zemo's response was cold. There's nothing wrong. We change our method. He pulled a pistol from his coat like it was nothing. Then he looked around the room. Who agrees? Who disagrees? No one spoke. The HYDRA soldiers behind them shifted their stance, hands closer to weapons. An older scientist finally forced words out. Then, who do we use? Zemo smiled, like the answer was obvious. Orphans. He spread his arms slightly. Remember the war a few years ago? Sokovia is full of orphans. And who watches them? He continued, voice almost gentle. People pretend to care, then forget. They go back to their lives. Nobody comes looking. The scientists didn't like it. But they nodded anyway. And the work began. In the shelter, one child after another disappeared behind locked doors. Wanda and Pietro huddled together in the corner of their cell, backs against cold concrete. They'd survived the war by clinging to each other. Now they watched the number of kids around them shrink every day. Wanda's voice shook. Where are they taking everyone? Pietro tried to look steady. He failed, but he tried anyway. I don't know, he whispered. But we'll be okay. Both of them stared through iron bars into the hallway beyond, eyes full of the same impossible thing. Freedom. When would it come? Elsewhere, Bai Xi sat alone with a problem he didn't dare share. The anti-life equation. The system had described it like a simple command, but reality wasn't that clean. In the old cosmic myths, the life equation shaped creation itself. The anti-life equation was its shadow, a force that didn't just control minds, but corroded meaning. It was domination written as truth. When Bai Xi tested it, anyone who heard the equation lost autonomy. Their will collapsed and reformed around his command like they'd never had a self to begin with. It felt uncomfortably similar to the Mind Stone, but more brutal, more absolute. He didn't use it on innocence. He chose people he didn't mind disappearing. Every night on empty streets, there were always a few brave predators looking for an easy target. Bai Xi took them instead. They dropped to their knees like worshippers, calling him master, begging forgiveness with blank eyes. Then, at his instruction, they slammed themselves into walls until they couldn't stand. And that was when a voice spoke behind him. How did you do that? Bai Xi turned. A young woman stood there, silver hair catching the streetlight. The energy around her body felt wrong for Earth, like she carried a foreign sky inside her. Bai Xi smiled lightly. It's simple, he said. You listen to an equation. Her expression changed instantly. She took a half step back. Then I don't want to listen. Smart. Bai Xi studied her for a moment and then asked, why are you looking for me? She didn't hesitate. Because I like you. That bluntness actually caught him off guard. He blinked. What? Her eyes shone with something close to worship. I've lived in the dark world long enough, she said quickly, excitement building. I've only seen one person dare to resist Dormammu. Everyone else kneels. You're a hero, she added, almost breathless. In my heart, you're the one who stands above everyone. So I came to your world. I want to be with you. Bai Xi's pride flickered before his caution slammed it down. He'd already recognized her. That lingering dimensional residue. That familiar stench of infinity and hunger. Dark dimension. And the way she held herself, not just a traveler. A witch. He asked, carefully, what's your name? Claire, she said. Claire. Claire, Bai Xi repeated. What's your relationship to Dormammu? She answered like it was normal. He's my uncle. Bai Xi went silent. Dormammu's family tree was a disaster. Dormammu abandoned humanity for power. His sister Omar wanted to replace him. And now his niece was chasing the man who fought him like it was a romance story. Bai Xi rubbed his temple. I think you should go back, he said. I already have someone I love. Claire nodded, completely unfazed. It's fine. I can wait. You have no chance, Bai Xi said immediately. Then, with the kind of cold decisiveness that ended problems before they grew teeth, he teleported away. Behind him, Claire's voice cut through the night. I won't give up. Next morning, Bai Xi woke to Lorna's glare. What's going on? She demanded. Bai Xi blinked. What's what? Lorna pointed toward the entrance like she wanted to set it on fire. There's a woman outside. She's been standing there since morning. staring at the door like a statue. Bai Xi's stomach sank. He walked into the yard and saw the long silver hair. Of course! Claire waved the moment she saw him, bright and shamelessly happy. Lorna stared at Bai Xi like she was choosing between murder and disappointment. Bai Xi raised both hands immediately. This has nothing to do with me. Susan, nearby, looked from Claire to Bai Xi and back, then asked with blunt disbelief, "How do you even get into situations like this?" Bai Xi tried to sound righteous. He failed halfway. What's so good about it? Please, stop bringing chaos to my house. Lorna and Susan both hit him without mercy. Then Lorna leaned in, eyes sharp. So how are you solving it? Because she looks like she'll camp there forever. Bai Xi exhaled. He'd planned to ignore her until she got bored. But now she was in front of his home, and Lorna was already sharpening her temper. So he chose the easiest path. I'll go talk to her properly. Lorna rolled her eyes like she didn't believe a single word, but she stepped aside. Bai Xi walked out. Claire ran to him immediately, eyes shining. Bai Xi kept his voice calm. "Want to talk?" Claire nodded so fast it was almost funny. "Yeah. Here's a clean, smooth rewrite with better flow and natural dialogue while keeping the story intact." Bai Xi invited Carrie to sit on Bumblebee. Bumblebee instantly realized he had once again been turned into a third wheel. He felt bitter inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. At least they were both Autobots. That helped a little. "It's alive," Carrie said quietly. As a witch from the dark dimension, even with her power weakened on Earth, she could still sense it. "Yeah," Bai Xi replied. "So, where do you want to go?" "I don't know." Carrie looked up at the bright sky, clearly lost. "What are you even supposed to do in broad daylight?" "Coffee," Bai Xi said. "Let's find a place." He gave Bumblebee the destination command. While the car drove, Bai Xi glanced at Carrie and felt a bit helpless. "We can't be together." "Why?" Carrie asked, staring straight at him. Bai Xi paused, then said calmly, "Because you're not strong enough." It was only half a lie, but he needed a reason. With someone like her, Dormammu's niece, you could not afford to say nothing. "I understand," Carrie nodded. In the dark dimension, strength was everything. Even Dormammu had sacrificed his own body for power. Carrie was not as extreme, but she still wanted to grow stronger, just like her mother Umar. "Then I'll become stronger," she said, clenching her fist. Bai Xi looked slightly surprised. That was easier than he expected. "Will you go back to the dark dimension?" Carrie asked. "Yes." Even Bai Xi did not fully know why he would, but he nodded anyway. Provoking Dormammu was practically routine for him at this point. "Then I'll wait for you there." Her eyes lit up, like she had just found a reason to keep going. "So, want a drink?" Carrie asked. At this time, Bai Xi raised an eyebrow. "I know a bar that never closes and doesn't care about time," she said with a mysterious smile. She guided Bumblebee into a narrow alley. 3 sides were solid walls. No doors, no signs. "Where's the bar?" Bai Xi asked. "Right here." Carrie pressed her hand against the wall. A glowing portal appeared instantly. They stepped through. "This is the doorless bar," Carrie said. "Only mages who can sense it can enter." Inside, magic filled the air. Carrie picked up 2 empty glasses. The moment she held them, wine poured itself in. "Unlimited refills," she said, raising her glass. "Cheers." They sat down. The bar was quiet, but everyone inside was a mage. Bai Xi suddenly realized just how many sorcerers actually lived on Earth. Carrie talked a lot about the dark dimension, about Dormammu, about how miserable it was there. She drank faster than she should have. Before long, she slumped forward. Bai Xi caught her. "Let's go," she murmured, half pretending to be drunk. When they stepped outside, it was already night. They had lost track of time. Carrie grabbed his hand. "I'll give myself to you, my sweetheart." Bai Xi smiled faintly and wrapped an arm around her waist as they walked toward Bumblebee. Suddenly, Bumblebee's headlights flickered. Before they could react, he transformed, turning into a massive shield just in front of them. A red-hot figure rushed toward them. Boom! The man detonated in a violent explosion. Bumblebee blocked the blast completely. Carrie's hair fluttered from the shockwave, but she was unharmed. "Enemies?" she asked. Looks like it, Bai Xi said. Guess your big moment will have to wait. I'll wait for you in the dark dimension, she replied, smiling with full confidence. Bai Xi was someone who could fight Dormammu. Anyone who tried to trouble him was just stupid. Still, she was annoyed. She had finally found him on Earth, and now this ruined everything. You go first, Bai Xi said. This is nothing. Reluctantly, Carrie left. Bai Xi looked at the scorched ground. Extremis. So that was it. Bumblebee rolled forward. Master, be careful. More people were coming, all glowing with unstable heat. Bai Xi stepped out of the car. Don't run. He activated the anti-life equation. Every attacker froze. Their wills were gone. A moment later, their bodies overheated and melted from the inside. Extremis was powerful but unstable. It was meant to heal. In the wrong people, it turned them into bombs. Half the street vanished in fire. Bai Xi and Bumblebee stood untouched at the center. Interesting. His phone rang. Your good brother's house just got blown up, Lorna said. Tony Stark. Bai Xi smiled. Balance restored. I'll come back later, he replied. Then he vanished. Maya Hansen. He remembered her. The woman who had once begged him to fund Extremis years ago. He had refused. Tony had not. Now she was in the ruins, pulled out by Pepper. Bai Xi grabbed her by the throat. We met once. Why target me? It wasn't me, Maya gasped. It was Killian. He's gone insane. Bai Xi believed her. If she were in charge, she would not be lying here half dead. My date got ruined, Bai Xi said coldly. I'm just a half-old woman, she replied bitterly. Not my type then. Not now either. Her eyes darkened. Then I can't help you. Oh, you still can. The anti-life equation took her will in an instant. Maya turned and walked back to Killian. Perfect Extremis was coming. And this time, Bai Xi would be the one deciding who got it.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Nourishing. What? In a closed steel and glass room, there were screams of pain. The HYD array scientists, who were watching it all on camera, shuddered when they heard the shouts. What a pain this is. But Baron Zemo was indifferent. He just looked at the orphan on the screen, turned into a pile of dust under the energy of the spiritual scepter, and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Continue. Baron Zemo said coldly. We must have the experiment succeed in the shortest possible time. 55. But our orphans have lost a great deal. 35. A Hydra scientist said. After all, Sokovia is a small place with a small population. Especially with younger children. With constantly experimenting, there are fewer and fewer orphans left over from previous wars. Go outside and grab it when you're done. Baron Zemo said indifferently. They must act quickly. Otherwise, SHILD will notice. Baron Zemo thought to himself. He actually took a big risk. This kind of thing that appeared in the New York War under the eyes of the public is not so easy to get. Even inside HYDRA, it gave him a lot of pressure. That's why Baron Zemo is so crazy. Once found out by the real SHILD people, that's the trouble. Now is not the time to launch the Insights program. Hydra also has to use the guise of SHILD to be able to swagger. But he didn't know that Nick Fury, a very suspicious guy, had found the problem. Natasha Romanoff, can I fully trust you? 5. Nick Fury stared at Natasha Romanoff in front of him. Natasha Romanoff asked rhetorically, I should say this to you. Nick Fury decided to show down. There may be something wrong with SHILD. Not everything I know. I already knew that. Natasha Romanoff said. Still, the two are suspicious of each other. Natasha Romanoff suspected someone was outside. Nick Fury suspects that she is the other party's person. Do you know who it is? After a moment of silence, Nick Fury asked. Hydra. Natasha Romanoff said coldly. This is impossible. Nick Fury suddenly thought a lot. If that's true, there's only one case when SHILD recruits Hydra scientists. SHILD was frozen by Tali. Then now. I'm afraid there are not many SHILD agents. Nick Fury said it word for word. The moment this idea was formed, they were already in a cold sweat. Natasha Romanoff was ready, so she looked around. There are no countless Hydra soldiers charging towards her, and she is not in any danger. It seems that you are not from HYDRA, so strange. Why is the director of SHILD not from HYDRA? 99. Natasha Romanoff asked with a half-smile. Nick Fury froze suddenly. Hydra has been sucking blood from SHILD for decades, and still can't climb to the position of director? Let him be an outsider? Braised Eggs instantly thought of Alexander Pierce. Still think about it, there are a few people you can trust. 39. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. Maria Hill, Phil Coulson, Spider-Gwen, Captain the United States. Throughout SHILD, there were very few people he could trust. He's the king of the fart agents. Time flies and Nick Fury et al. Have yet to fight back against HYDRA. But this suspicion will always be detected by HYDRA. Time is running out. But for Bai Xi and the others, it was still very easy. Bai Xi received a text from Maya Hansen. Knowing that Tony has reached the last step, he's going to rescue Pepper. So, Bai Xi asked Lorna and Susan, do you want to see fireworks? I have prepared the best fireworks in the world for you. Definitely. 99. Lorna and Susan suddenly lit up. They did not expect Bai Xi to be such a romantic person. Afterwards, Bai Xi directly embraced their waists. Where to look? They asked. In the sky. Bai Xi immediately smiled and said, today is to carry the romance to the end. Teleport. The three instantly disappeared into the villa. Bumblebee finally doesn't have to be a light bulb this time. When the three of Bai Xi appeared again, Lorna and Susan's long hair was blown back by the strong wind. Hair fluttered onto Bai Xi's face, making him feel itchy. That's it? I thought there was going to be an airship or something. Lorna shouted loudly in Bai Xi's ear. The three at the moment seemed to stop in the air, but obviously they couldn't last. Because it is too high. There are clouds next to it. It's more romantic than an airship. Bai Xi said. He let Susan take control of her body and then took out the mantra noose. The mantra lasso immediately radiated golden light and immediately extended indefinitely, as if forming a sling in the sky. The three of them sat on it like this, and they felt the power of the mantra. The lasso of mantra is very powerful and can do many things. What about fireworks? You're not lying to us, are you? This is the power of mantra. Normally, Susan wouldn't say that at all. Bai Xi also said, come soon. Tony, hurry up. Fortunately, Tony didn't make the three wait long. Bai Xi immediately pointed to the distance and said, look, the fireworks I prepared for you. Although it is a huge amount of money spent by good brother Tony. But Bai Xi said shamelessly. And that's what he thinks, even the mantra can't do anything about him. Boom. They are far apart. Therefore, it is impossible to see that the steel battlesuits rushed into the air and then exposed themselves to the fireworks. But it has to be said that expensive has its own reason. The steel battlesuit is worthy of being built at a great price by Tony. The cost of each battlesuit is estimated to be hundreds of millions of knives. The firework produced by such a battlesuit is also the most beautiful. So beautiful. Lorna hugged Bai Xi and kissed. This is the most romantic thing in the world. It's a pity there is no special shape. The lasso is really annoying. Bai Xi coughed twice and said, I forgot about this. I will definitely next time. Tony is still not romantic enough. It's a shame he's still a veteran playboy. Bai Xi immediately began to complain in his heart. But enough, I thought Bai was an idiot. Susan said at the moment. Bai Xi, the mantra lasso hurts so much. At this time, Bai Xi took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the fireworks. They are now like gods, sitting on the clouds and watching the fireworks below. It is extremely wonderful. Beep. Natasha Romanoff received the message and opened it to see a video. The explosion of fireworks is extremely brilliant, very beautiful. There is also the slightly regrettable information of Bai Xi. It's a pity I can't watch the most beautiful fireworks in the world with you. A smile appeared at the corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth. At the same time, Yelena also received. Bai Xi has been communicating with Tony over the years. Naturally also learned the skills of Playboy. on the matter of picking up girls. He thought that if Stark could compete with Tony 1 or 2 times, no one else could. Bai Xi naturally learned too. He said that it was definitely not something that came with him, but that he learned from Tony. After watching the fireworks, Susan said she was a little cold, so she leaned her body into Bai Xi's arms. Bai Xi took them home instantly. For some reason, Tony, who was hugging little Pepper tightly, felt that he had been voted in vain. Although it's just a weird feeling. Then, the heat on Xiao Chili suddenly woke him up. Pepper still has extremis on him. But this is really a piece of cake for Tony. No wonder he didn't like extremis. He can easily solve it by himself, plus Dr. Banner at most. And Killian, Maya Hansen, and these people can't figure it out for more than 10 or 20 years. For someone as arrogant as Tony, it was a strange thing to see. It didn't take long. The extremis on Chili Pepper was filled by Tony. Maya Hansen also joined in on the grounds of helping with the research and mastered the full extremis. Tony threatened her, "Can't let this out anymore. Don't worry, I'm just here to benefit all sentient beings." Maya Hansen protects. Extremis was originally conceived to be used to repair injured parts of the body. That's right, it's true. However, what Tony didn't know was that Maya Hansen gave extremis to Bai Xi in a blink of an eye. Bai Xi only released her control at this time. Maya Hansen recovered in an instant. "How did you do it?" 5. She looked at Bai Xi in fear. This feeling of being completely manipulated is absolutely unpleasant. There is absolutely no freedom. "Will you do something for me?" Bai Xi asked. "I still need someone to produce extremis." "I can't refuse," Maya Hansen said. Or she didn't dare to refuse at all. And then, she naturally became a member of Black Widow. Ch. Mjolnir was spun by Thor and smashed several enemies at random. Then it flew back into his hands. Under his leadership, the rebellion here was quickly suppressed. Although Thor at the moment is not yet fit to be a qualified king, but it is enough to be a general in charge. His bravery is not inferior to Hela, the goddess of death. It's just that the strength can't reach the level of Hela. Grave accent, the rebellion in the 9 realms was finally quelled. Thor was too tired to speak. The goddess of war Sif sneered. Not a good thing for Loki yet. 55. Thor was speechless, unable to say more. After Loki was captured, everything came to light. The reason why the 9 realms rebelled turned out to be a conspiracy used by Loki, led by King Lauf, the ice giant. But what makes Thor feel uneasy is that Odin, the god king, is not ready to attack Lauf, the giant king of ice. On the contrary, he still allowed him to live freely within the 9 realms. Certainly, Loki, who used this conspiracy, was also imprisoned in Asgard's prison by Odin. Odin didn't do much with Loki either, but the disappointment was real. Especially Frigga. Frigga has always regarded Loki as her own son, but what he did disappoints Frigga the most. "It's over, don't talk about it." 2. Thor said to Sif. Thinking of this, his heart instantly became hot. Jane, here he is. The Earth girlfriend he had just made, before he had time to make out, was running around in the 9 realms. Bifrost turned on instantly, picking them away. Sif glanced at Thor coldly, then turned around and went home. In Norse mythology, Sif is Thor's fiancé. This was decided by the god King Odin. Unfortunately, Thor actually fell in love with an Earth woman. This made Odin extremely angry, because he believed that the gods could not love mortals. Human life is too short. After all, it's just a passerby in Thor's life. Thor immediately asked Heimdall. "Heimdall, send me to Earth." Unexpectedly, Heimdall shook his head. "Your girlfriend is gone." 35. Heimdall spoke in a deep voice. Question mark. Thor, looks like you're kidding me. In the 9 realms, can there still be invisible situations? Can you see the whole situation in the 9 realms? Thor asked. Heimdall nodded, then Lise shook his head quickly. He looked at the 9 realms and said, "I can see the situation in the 9 realms, but I can't see your girlfriend. I could still see her before, but disappeared." Heimdall said suspiciously. This annoyed him. It was the giants of Jotunheim who came to Asgard inexplicably before, and he didn't know how. Now it's happening again. Thor's girlfriend has disappeared under his nose for no apparent reason. Are his eyes blind? What's the situation? Thor Tolton was extremely anxious. But it didn't take long for Heimdall to say, "She showed up." "Then send me there," Thor immediately said anxiously. Bifrost opened instantly under Heimdall's control and sent Thor to Earth. Jane and her friends both study astronomy. I have been studying with my tutor, Dr. Eric. That's why we can discover Thor's descent and discover the anomalies here. Then, she entered a space inexplicably. Type particles are attached to her body. This is where the God King bore exiled type particles. It will only appear when the 9 realms' celestial bodies converge. Definitely, the God King of Asgard can know about this place. So Odin collected infinite gems at that time, which was a very simple matter. He didn't have to do much to get half of the infinite gems in his hands. However, because of the special nature of Soul Gem, Odin finally chose to give up. Hela, the goddess of death, couldn't understand it and had a conflict with Odin. So many kinds of. Now another infinite gems is coming to life. But Thor, this silly, doesn't know what infinite gems are. This is actually something even Loki knows. He immediately took Jane Foster to Asgard. Thor brought Jane Foster to Asgard, the second Earthling to come to Asgard. The first is obviously Bai Xi. Then, the god King Odin pretended not to know and explained to Thor what type particles are. Also, Thor will be deceived by his acting skills. And at the same time, when type particles appeared in the 9 realms, Walter Alhiem, the kingdom of the Dark Elves. The few Dark Elf warriors who had been hiding in the dark were instantly awakened by type particles. Since the lost war with Asgard thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves lost their power to resist. A few powers have survived to this day. As for the other Dark Elves, it was extremely miserable. Although not exterminated, it has always been under the high-pressure rule of Asgard. The Dark Elves have too many enemies. Alfheim's Light Elf, born to be incompatible with Dark Elves. The leader of the Dark Elves. Malekith sighed heavily. His voice was extremely hoarse, and he hadn't opened his mouth for thousands of years. Type particles are here. This is our last chance. 39. Malekith said. We must turn the 9 realms into a kingdom of dark elves, a world of darkness. Reality Gem, the power to change reality. When the Dark Elves got it, they were naturally unable to exert their full power. It's hard to even use it. Therefore, it can only be turned into type particles by a special method for the Dark Elves to use it. Now, they just want to take back type particles. Drip. 99. Yelena honked the horn outside the door and was let in. How do you feel? Bai Xi looked at Yelena, who came here specially, and asked. It feels good. 9. Yelena said while clenching her fists. Her fists instantly turned red, as if they could melt everything. Why do you experiment with yourself first? Bai Xi asked immediately. Because they trusted me, Yelena said. Bai Xi also nodded helplessly. For now, Extremis is still fine. At least there won't be that kind of side effect, and instability just explodes. Tony Stark is indeed a genius. Natasha Romanoff contacted me. They are ready to deal with Hydra. Yelena told Bai Xi. I'm afraid Hydra will do it first. Bai Xi said casually. The people at Hydra are not stupid. They must be aware of the anomaly. It's okay for 500 to get ready first. 55. Yelena said with a smile. The goal of the Black Widow at this stage is to solve the Hydra organization first. What Hydra does is much more hateful than the Red House. But they also think they are righteous. Call me if you need it. Bai Xi touched Yelena's head. Yelena didn't open Bai Xi's hand. Because she likes it so much. It made her feel like she was going back to her childhood, as if she would never grow up. Yelena left here without waiting. She dared not stop in the Lighthouse country too much. Because the SHILD organization is not the only organization in the Lighthouse Nation. If it is discovered by other organizations, it will also be troublesome for her. After all, no matter what, no matter whether she agrees or not, she is already the leader. Time was counted by Bai Xi, and suddenly it seemed to slow down. Until this day comes. 2013. Some night. Ding. Bai Xi suddenly heard a ding sound and immediately became excited. Finally got another great package. Every 5 years is a gift package. This is the 4th one. Congratulations to the host who has achieved 20 years of hidden strength and received a super gift bag reward. Please make persistent efforts and continue to hide your strength. Bai Xi stretched out his hand, and a big gift bag appeared in front of him. It revealed a hint of red light in the purple air, and then the red light seemed to be more and more intense and slowly flickered. Open. Bai Xi immediately reached out and chose to open it. It happened that Lorna and Susan were not around, so there would be no embarrassment. The host opens the super gift package. Congratulations to the host. Open the super spree to get rewards. Superman template, Man of Steel. 30 years of solar energy. Superman template, Man of Steel. System Improvement Edition. No weaknesses, no longer affected by the red sun and kryptonite. In just an instant, Bai Xi raised his head and shouted. Lorna and Susan immediately came to his side. Both hands were on his body. What happened? They felt that the energy in Bai Xi's body quickly became extremely powerful. And there seems to be no end. After a while, Bai Xi took a breath. What happened? The two asked again. Those concerned eyes made Bai Xi very happy. If. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the two were easily pulled into his arms. It's nothing like being reborn, Bai Xi said. Then, he directly carried the two of them and flew into the sky. It was as if the earth had no gravitational pull on him, and there was no need for Susan to use all her strength to fly. You're stronger again, Lorna said in astonishment. I've always been strong. Bai Xi didn't answer directly, just laughed. Lorna hammered him immediately. 35. Bai Xi pretended to be in pain and left Lorna directly. Lorna fell from the sky and for a moment forgot that he could fly too. Just screamed in horror. And was hugged by Bai Xi. Do not be afraid, Bai Xi laughed. In the following time, Bai Xi began to adapt to his newly acquired ability. Although it is only steel body, its strength is already extremely powerful. That is to say, Silver Superman, Golden Superman, and Thinking Superman are stronger than they are now. If you look closely, there seem to be quite a few. With such a powerful strength, Bai Xi couldn't fully control it for a while, so he needed to adapt slowly. For example, in terms of speed, he found that he could easily surpass the speed of light at full speed. Bai Xi felt that his current speed was the same as the Flash. The ability to break the time barrier against the sky is still lacking. Definitely, if it's Silver Superman, it's even more perverted, and it can easily break the time barrier and reach any timeline. As for power, Bai Xi didn't dare to use it at will. He feels like he's dragging the earth like the Hulk. Shouldn't that be a problem? Other abilities, Bai Xi naturally also obtained. Frost Breath, Super Roar Breath, various series of super ability. Not to mention the ability of Heat Sight. Bai Xi's thermal line of sight was instantly strengthened to the temperature of the core of the sun. The body is strong, needless to say. In short, Bai Xi felt that he was very good, as if he had been reborn. But on top of this, there are still Silver Superman, Golden Superman, and Thinking Superman. Bai Xi feels a long way to go. He wants to get the full strength of the Silver Super, the strength of the Golden Super, and he wants to become a Thinking Super. However, with his current strength, can he crush Odin, who has burst into full strength? Can you beat Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet easily? Bai Xi looked at the panel with a little anticipation. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod, Body of Steel, Superman, with a series of ability. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Equation. Ability, Batman's Fighting Ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Sight, Time Travel, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Rays, Dimension Teleportation, Incredible Person. Meanwhile, Sokovia, Wanda and Pietro were taken outside the lab. Hydra scientists speak to Baron Zemo. They're one of the few orphans, and it's going to be hard if they don't make it. Baron Zemo was expressionless. You don't have to worry about not having enough people. Hearing Baron Zemo's words, the scientists of Hydra all looked at each other. Baron Zemo is a lunatic. But the powerful strength and power made them unable to resist at all. They felt sinful, but could not disobey. Pietro, what is this? Wanda, who has grown up, asked Pietro in fear. Although Pietro was also very scared, he still comforted Wanda. It's okay, let me go first. Pietro was then dragged in by the ruthless Hydra soldiers. He didn't even resist. Because after the war, it was the people of Hydra who rescued them and provided them with food, and they have lived to this day. For Wanda and Pietro, the enemy will always be Tony Stark. Others are nothing. Wanda looked at the closed iron door, not knowing what wild beasts were waiting for her inside. But at the moment, Pietro was already in. 35. Soon, Pietro's voice was faintly heard inside. It worked, we made it. 35. The Hydra scientists exclaimed in relief. I don't know how many trials I have gone through and finally succeeded. Pietro was the first person who did not die under the power of the mind gem. Quick, and his sister. Baron Zemo immediately reminded. The scientists at Hydra were instantly motivated again. Wanda didn't see Pietro. She was forced into the laboratory by Hydra soldiers. She looked up and looked around. It's like a tin room, surrounded by all around. It was as if someone was watching her from behind. She could only follow the request and slowly walked towards a glass table in the middle. There is a scepter on the stage. Wanda looked at the scepter carefully, to be precise, the yellow gem on the scepter, as if it had some kind of attraction to itself. She kept saying closer, closer, to her heart. Unconsciously, Wanda continued to move forward. The gems are extremely bright and beautiful, exuding a soul-sweeping light, which makes her feel extremely peaceful. The yellow gem did not change and slowly released its energy. Until the moment Wanda approaches. Bang! 35. The power of the mind gem suddenly blossomed. The yellow energy is like an explosion after being suppressed to the extreme. In an instant, the approaching Wanda was enveloped. What happened? The people at Hydra were instantly stunned. Only Baron Zemo shouted like crazy. The ability is extraordinary. Her ability is extraordinary. The previous Pietro also inspired ability, but not as much as Wanda. Actually, it does. The power of the mind gem drilled into Wanda's body crazily. Originally, she should have been eliminated from heaven and earth in an instant, just like the previous people. However, mind gem's energy did not erase her. Instead, it stimulated the energy that was already in her body. Origin magic power. Wanda's ability is not actually given by mind gem. In fact, this force has always been in her body when she was still in her mother's womb. The ability of the ancient evil god Thawne affected Wanda and Pietro, who were still pregnant. Wanda has origin magic power, but it just hasn't been energized. This requires external force. Mind gem is external force. What? Wanda felt extremely uncomfortable, as if some kind of shackles in her body had been opened. And at this time, mind gem faintly affected her mind, allowing her to see certain pictures that would only appear in the future. Wanda closed her eyes, and she saw herself falling powerlessly to the ground. An inexplicable racial enemy with purple skin and purple sweet potato essence looked at her. And say, I don't know you. Beside her, countless people she didn't know fell to the ground. She has never seen any of these people. No, there is only one. Tony Stark. The person she hated to death, at the moment also collapsed as weakly as she was. Where's Pietro? Wanda only had this thought in mind. At this moment, the purple potato essence in front of him raised his hand. On her hand was a glove she had never seen before, and a few gems were shining brightly. It seemed that the gem she had just seen was placed on it. At this time, a figure fell from the sky. Wanda silently looked at this man, very familiar. As if I saw it when I was a kid. Boom. Wanda opened her eyes, and the energy of the yellow mind gem surrounded her body. Then, the energy of mind gem slowly faded away. The magic energy on her hands all turned into red origin magic power. This is her innate ability. In this moment, mind gem inspired her. But even so, she's not quite the Scarlet Witch. Kong. Countless Hydra soldiers surrounded her. and they all looked at her very scared, but the weapons in their hands were still aimed. "Don't be afraid, we are here for your own good." Baron Zemo walked out and said slowly. Wanda slowly put down his hand. The scarlet magical energy slowly disappeared. She didn't choose to resist. She just stared blankly at everything. Seeing Pietro, he came to his side in an instant. Everything she saw before, what was that? What happened? Pietro asked the dazed Wanda. Nothing. Wanda just shook her head. Then, both of them were taken back. The people at Hydra are afraid to provoke them now. Because they have super ability. You know what? Now I run fast. Pietro said to Wanda, but she still didn't seem to hear it. Baron Zemo would not care about that. We succeeded. Once Superman lived in the core of the sun for 15,000 years. When he appeared again, his whole body turned golden. Unfortunately, Bai Xi does not have the ability to endure loneliness. Bai Xi flew into the universe, far away from the earth, and felt the power in his body. The sun shines on him, like an endless battery, charging him anytime, anywhere. I can finally fly freely. Bai Xi cried out silently. But this is the universe, there is no air to transmit his voice. Who knows his pain? As a powerful being, but he doesn't have the ability to fly. Just like Thanos and Darkseid, who can only rely on the throne of flight dash. Simply outrageous. Fortunately, now that he has a body of steel, Bai Xi can fly freely and fly to the end of the universe. No one cares about him. At this moment, he seemed to hear something, but he didn't want to listen deliberately. Bai Xi vaguely seemed to hear the word brother-in-law. After a moment of concentration, he heard Thor and Odin talking. Father, only brother-in-law Bai Xi can save my mother. Thor cried while holding Frigga's body in pain. However, God King Odin said solemnly, although in pain, no, this is your mother's destination. I don't believe this, Thor shouted. Jane Foster also looked sad. After all, the goddess Frigga died to protect her. And it's a bit too straightforward to die. Frigga was obviously one of the powerful magicians in the 9 realms, but was killed by Malekith casually. In fact, this is Frigg's own begging to die. She knows her destiny. When fate came, she went to die calmly. I'm going to find him. Don't go. Odin suddenly shouted angrily. One eye stared at Thor powerfully, and his beard was blown up. This is the home, Thor. 99. Like Ragnarok. This is what has been destined to happen since the birth of the Asgard gods. This is destiny. I think Thor is a little bit better than you. Just then, Bai Xi said behind Odin. In just an instant, he flew from the universe to the Golden Hall in Asgard. This time he flew over instead of teleporting. Seeing Bai Xi, who suddenly descended and floated in the air, Odin was also extremely surprised. He could feel that today's Bai Xi was completely different from when he met before. Just like the sound of breaking through the air just now, the sound of flight that can only be emitted beyond the speed of light. Bai Xi couldn't do it before. But how is this possible? Odin looked at Bai Xi like an enemy. At least Thor doesn't believe in some bullshit prophecy. Bai Xi said, You don't have to be so wary of me, God King. Bai Xi fell down and walked closer. I didn't come here to fight with you, but because of the Queen. He looked at Frigga's body and slowly took it from Thor. Thor was dumbfounded. I am her son. But when he thought that Bai Xi was his brother-in-law, he was instantly relieved. Bai Xi looked at Frigga's tightly closed eyes, and it seemed that there was not much pain. She knew her death was coming. But I don't know who ordered this. Bai Xi closed his eyes and remembered coming into contact with Tesseract. Frigg asked him to come to Asgard to talk. It was as if he believed that Bai Xi was his son-in-law. I remember that Frigga was very dignified, and when she drank Odin, she didn't dare to do anything. I remember that Frigga was very kind to him and gave him more time to play in Asgard. Result: until Asgard comes again. Frigga had become a corpse. I came to Asgard just to prove that so-called prophecies are bullshit. 99. Bai Xi spoke to Odin. What are you going to do? Odin immediately put on the destroyer armor. Odin looked at Bai Xi. He felt that he had to use all Odin's power at the moment to be able to fight Bai Xi. Unfortunately, Bai Xi didn't want to fight him. I saw Bai Xi snapped his fingers directly. Rewind time. Odin and Thor quickly disappeared from Bai Xi's eyes. Bai Xi seems to be in the boundless universe, which is all darkness and nothingness. Soon, he saw a closed-loop colorful river of time. All the things that have happened and haven't happened in the long river of time broke into his mind. He also saw a castle of nothingness at the so-called end of time. A figure looked at him tremblingly. Bai Xi didn't care about this and directly reversed the time to the previous timeline. Still Asgard. Boom. Heimdall picked up the divine sword in his hand and slashed forward. However, the Dark Elves have come to Asgard. The sudden invasion of the Dark Elves broke Asgard's peace in an instant. Asgard's native power is actually very weak. As it has been thousands of years, Asgard has not experienced a major war. Especially Asgard local. Powerful armies were dispatched to all parts of the 9 realms. Therefore, Asgard can be easily broken through the defense line. It is true that the people living in Asgard are too lax. But after reacting, the Dark Elves were slaughtered. But this time, Loki made a very stupid mistake. He pointed the drow in a direction, and he wanted to lead the drow to Thor's room. Unexpectedly, Frigga was found. Frigga stood in front of Jane and looked at Malekith calmly. Malekith took the dagger and stabbed directly towards Frigg. But, King. 99. A sound of metal crashing seemed to resound throughout Asgard. Bai Xi looked at Malekith like this. Malekith's dagger hit him, and it turned into 2 halves. 2 pieces of scrap iron. I'll take care of you later. Bai Xi said casually, then raised his foot. Malekith was directly kicked out by him, but the tie particles on Jane's body flew out. Bai Xi just glanced at it. Infinite gems to him now is no different from a stone. Bai Xi looked calm, but looked at Frigga with some surprise. Aren't you afraid of dying? Hear what Bai Xi has to say. Frigga smiled. She seems to always be so graceful. Is there anything to fear about death? She asked Bai Xi back. For the strong, death is really nothing. Because the body dies, the soul does not necessarily die. Like the Sorcerer Supreme of all ages. How can it die so easily? When you are not afraid of death, you are not afraid. Frigg smiled at Bai Xi. Then a dagger appeared in Frigg's hand and was about to stab him. However, Bai Xi still grabbed her hand. Would you like to believe me once? Bai Xi said. Frigg opened his mouth. I'll show you with your own eyes that the so-called prophecy can be broken. Bai Xi said firmly. Frigga let go, and the dagger fell to the ground. Crisp sound. She said with a smile, sometimes, it's okay to change. No one has to follow the rules all the time. Nobody is. A smile appeared on the corner of Bai Xi's mouth, and he chose to cancel the time reversal. Time quickly returned to normal, but some things were changed. In the Golden Hall, Thor saw Bai Xi disappear instantly and immediately hugged Frigga's body again and almost cried. But it didn't take long. Under Odin's complicated expression, the wound on Frigga's body disappeared. Then, Frigga slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a puzzled Odin. God King, I suddenly don't want to die, Frigg said to Odin. Odin turned his head and for a moment seemed to have aged quite a bit. He has no heart to change anything. Mother, you're alive. Thor hugged Frigga in surprise and burst into tears. In an instant, Bai Xi's figure was called an infinite height in his heart. Frigga just patted Thor's hand calmly. It's time for you to do your thing, boy. Thor immediately stood up from the ground and looked at Loki, who had just hurried over. Loki's mouth widened to look at him. Come on, brother. 35. Loki looked at Odin and nodded in fear. I might know how they got in. After the two left, Frigga came to Odin's side. The big deal, let's see what the future will be like. Odin looked at Frigga beside him. Nod slowly. After a while, Odin asked, how did he do it? Odin can be sure that Bai Xi does not have the time gem on him. Without the time gem and the death ability, Bai Xi easily controls the time. Bai Xi stronger than Odin imagined. How strong are you? Odin was extremely puzzled, and every time he saw Bai Xi, he seemed to give him a surprise. 0. Ask for flowers. He's everywhere. After Frigga finished speaking, the two disappeared in the Golden Hall with Odin. Death Dimension. The figure of Bai Xi appeared in front of the disheveled Hela. Hela's head lifted like a spring, and her eyes were fixed on Bai Xi. You know how to come back. She was like a wife who had waited for years for her husband to come home, and her tone was full of resentment. Bai Xi coughed twice and saw that Hela was about to start. He immediately took a step back. That's why he didn't want to see Hela. Hela is just like a lunatic. He will only do it when he meets him. Frigga is dead. 95. He opened his mouth to speak. Hela was silent for a moment. For Frigga, Hela is still very respectful. Frigg taught her magic, taught her how to use weapons. That's why Loki and Hela's moves are similar, both are in the same pose with their weapons out. Therefore, even a lunatic like Hela cherishes Frigga very much. And then, Hela asked. I saved her. Bai Xi said. I can too. Hela replied. It's not that Hela is lying. The authority of the goddess of death is to rule over death. It is rumored that after the death of the Asgard people, they have to walk a rough road for 9 days and 9 nights in the cold and dark places of the extreme north before they can reach the dead country of Hela. For the Asgard people, death seems to be another kind of rebirth. Hela naturally also has the ability to resurrect the dead. However, it is easily unusable. You know Ragnarok? She promised to live because she wanted to see Asgard avoid Ragnarok. Bai Xi opened his mouth and continued. I want to. Hela said. But Ragnarok happened because of you. It's all Odin's fault. 6699. The two suddenly quarreled. Obviously, Hela didn't let Odin off so easily. But she also didn't want Asgard to be destroyed. Because she only gets stronger in Asgard. Hela is a woman who pursues strength. An angry Hela stabbed Bai Xi with a sword. Bai Xi didn't even dodge this time, letting the night sky sword stab him. Only, to Hela's surprise, the night sky sword did not even leave a mark on Bai Xi. Just made a crisp sound. Hela looked up at Bai Xi and immediately understood something. You and I could have killed Odin long ago. Hela shook her head in disbelief. If your purpose in life is to kill Odin, then let's go now. Bai Xi said to Hela, who was somewhat broken. 18. Hela, who used to nod without hesitation, was silent. Thor and Loki caught up with the Dark Elves' battleship. What Bai Xi changed was only the ending of Frigga. Then the time reversal is cancelled. It's not that he doesn't want to continue, but that the energy in his body begins to flow away rapidly after the time is reversed. Although Frigga's death didn't take long, changing Frigga was too costly for him. He is equivalent to modifying a small event. Rewinding time, naturally, it consumes his energy crazily. If Bai Xi just reverses time and doesn't do anything, I'm afraid he can do whatever he wants in time. Hidden the gift package for 20 years and gave him 30 years of solar energy in one breath. These energy are stored in his body, and after consumption, the recovery speed is faster than direct absorption. And any of his abilities can be motivated by the energy of the sun. At the moment, Thor and Loki caught up with the Dark Elves' battleship. But they're not facing Malekith at all, but the cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. Cursed warrior, he was originally the second in command of the Dark Elves. After using the Dark Elf trait, he is 4 times stronger than Thor. However, the current Thor is not the Henin Thor anymore. Thor, who was originally going to be hammered for a while, fought back and forth with the cursed warrior directly. After all, he was educated by Hela, the goddess of death. Compared to him at the same time, he is already much stronger. In particular, Thor also completed Divine Awakening. These gods can actually awakening with divine power. Like Wonder Woman Diana. It was when she was facing Ares, the god of war, that she suddenly had divine power awakening, and under the skyrocketing strength, she successfully defeated Ares. Before her divine power awakening, she could only be hung up and beaten by Ares. Thor is the same, he was hanged by Hela, and the result was awakening's supernatural power. In the dimension of death, Bai Xi and Hela were silent. Hela took a long time to speak. You know what I've been doing for thousands of years? Hela suddenly asked Bai Xi softly. This voice did not sound like a domineering goddess of death at all. Instead, she is like a little girl next door, a little wife. Bai Xi didn't speak, just looked into her eyes. I only have one idea. Hela said, that's taking back what belongs to me. Obviously, what she wanted was taken by Odin. All this is also caused by Odin. Hela, the goddess of death, wanted nothing more than the throne of Asgard. And this should belong to her. Together with Odin, she fought the 9 realms and charged forward. She helps Odin collect infinite gems, ready to conquer the universe. She does so much. But after this, Odin just used her character as a reason to force her to rebel, and sent the Valkyrie Legion to hunt her down. Eventually, Hela was imprisoned in this dimension for thousands of years. The price was that the Valkyrie army was almost wiped out. Odin, take everything that should belong to her. And she wanted to give all of this to the stupid little brother she had met before. Hela naturally couldn't accept it. It is unacceptable to replace anyone. I want to be God, the king. Hela looked at Bai Xi with eyes like smoky makeup, word for word, gritted her teeth and said firmly, "This is her wish for thousands of years." Bai Xi left the dimension. He felt Hela's determination and suddenly wanted to help her. For Odin and Frigga, who is the king of gods, is there really a May 17th difference? Bai Xi thought about it carefully. From the death of Odin, to the appearance of Hela, and then inexplicably Thor and Loki turned against Hela. Actually, Hela did nothing. But it was rejected by the Asgard people. Now, Bai Xi wants to change all that. Nothing is bound to happen. Even if it's an Asgard thing. When Bai Xi returned to Earth, he saw Odin and Frigga dressed like Earthlings. The two were like ordinary old people, standing on the streets of London. It was not easy for Bai Xi to find them. Seeing Bai Xi, Odin said, "Everything in the world has its laws. Everything is inevitable and cannot be changed." 9. Frigg looked at Bai Xi helplessly, saying that she couldn't persuade Odin either. As soon as Odin finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the sky. Many pedestrians looked up. It's broad daylight now. Even if the sun never sets, the weather in the Empire is always fickle, and it even starts to rain in the afternoon. But it won't be so bad, and it will change in an instant. As soon as they looked up, everyone saw an all-black spaceship appearing in the sky and was about to smash down toward the ground. Years. This time, even the onlookers dared not take pictures and ran to the side one after another. Odin looked at the scene indifferently and said, "This is bound to happen, just like Ragnarok." Bai Xi sneered when he heard the words. What is bound to happen cannot be changed and prevented. Even Frigga was rescued by him. What can't be changed? Bai Xi felt that the current Odin had a bit of a magician in him. After speaking, Bai Xi's figure flashed. Bang, bang, bang. The dark elf spaceship smashed straight down toward the ground. But at this moment, a figure appeared below. Boom! Bai Xi raised his hands and instantly propped up the spaceship that was about to hit the ground. It originally came to the Earth through the wormhole at an extremely fast speed, and the speed was uncontrollable. But now, Bai Xi has forcefully controlled it. Bai Xi shouted to Odin, like now it would have hit the ground, but what? 35. Bai Xi looked down at Odin. Nothing is bound to happen. Wow! 55. Savior. 55. Seeing that the high-speed spacecraft was under control, people took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Bai Xi again. Moreover, he was recognized all at once. No way, the New York battle directly made him a global internet celebrity. Bai Xi felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he didn't wear red inside or outside. Then, he lifted the dark elf spaceship slowly up. He looked so relaxed, as if he was just holding an empty box, not a spaceship. Bai Xi feels his power now and can drag the Earth. The few dark elves stared at him blankly, not knowing what to do. Bai Xi flicked his hands, and the spacecraft was thrown directly into the river by him. Malekith flew out of the spaceship and immediately flew into the air. He seemed to ignore Bai Xi. He knew that even if there were TIE particles, he probably wouldn't be Bai Xi's opponent. He just wants to accomplish his great work now. And to Malekith's embarrassment. Whether it was Bai Xi or the god King Odin and others, they ignored him. Bai Xi flew to Odin slowly. Asgard didn't want Thor to be the king of gods. The prophesied Ragnarok did not have to destroy Asgard. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Odin and Frigga both fell into deep thought. In particular, Frigga nodded admiringly to Bai Xi. Then to Odin. How do you know that Hela can't be a good god king? For Frigga, it was just flesh on the palms and backs of the hands. Hela and Thor are her children. Naturally, she couldn't bear to see her children kill each other. But Odin was firm. Her character is too cruel. She is not suitable to be a god king. She can only be a general. Unless she can change herself. Odin said with some hesitation after all. Hela's cruelty was ultimately caused by him. Odin still wanted to make up for it. Then see what she'll be like at Asgard. Bai Xi said with a smile. If she was cruel, I would have driven her away first. If Hela is still the same. As soon as you get to Asgard, you're going to be on a killing spree. Almost killed all the guards. That definitely won't work. Under Frigg's expectant gaze, Odin nodded slowly. Hela, can he really be a good god king? I'm afraid she doesn't even believe in herself. She just felt that this was what she deserved. At the moment, Thor has taken down the cursed warrior and made his way to Earth. As for Loki, he's dead again. Malekith floated in midair. Red and black TIE particles surrounded him. Although TIE particles cannot play the full power of the reality gem, they can allow the Dark Elves to control it. The reason why the Dark Elves waited for thousands of years to appear is because this day is the day when the 9 world celestial bodies converge. Convergence of celestial bodies occurs only once in thousands of years. At this moment, the 9 realms will be linked together. The Dark Elves want to use TIE particles to completely turn the entire 9 worlds into darkness, a dark world that is only suitable for Dark Elves to survive. When the celestial bodies converged thousands of years ago, they just wanted to do it. Then it was stopped by the then God King Bull, and the TIE particles were confiscated. However, when the new celestial bodies converged, TIE particles still appeared. And those who want to stop them are still the Asgard people. Even other races will stop the Dark Elves. There are more than Asgard people in the 9 realms. Thor controlled his divine power and smashed towards Malekith. But it's a little weak. Both Bai Xi and Odin watched the scene. Bai Xi suddenly asked Odin, is Malekith necessarily defeated by Thor? This question stopped Odin. He knows that Bai Xi is someone who likes to break the rules. It is said that the Aesir gods are a race that likes to fight and fight against the fate of Ragnarok, but in you, I only see the compromise of fate. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Odin suddenly felt very ashamed. When the Aesirs appeared, Ragnarok was destined to happen. Generations of people of the Aesir Protoss have fought against this fate, but they still cannot stop it. So Odin came to terms with Ragnarok's fate. He doesn't seem to be a good god king either. So, Bai Xi saw Odin make a move. Odin wanted to understand and suddenly floated into the air. He did not know when the Spear of Eternity appeared in his hands. Odin looked at Malekith and said, when my father defeated you, I should have killed you, not my son. Hearing Odin's bell-like sound, Malekith was instantly startled. He saw Odin full of murderous intent. Malekith felt Odin in full bloom, Odin in anger. He felt that the divine power in Odin was much stronger than the God King Bor he faced back then. Do not. He looked at Odin and shouted, and frantically pushed TIE particles. Under the influence of TIE particles, at the moment half of the sky is turning dark. Countless people panicked. Except for the Dark Elves, all races like sunshine. No one likes to live in the dark. The ability of TIE particles alter reality was driven crazy, and the dark world began to expand rapidly. However, Odin ignored him. Odin just looked at Malekith as if he were looking at a corpse. At that time, the benevolent heart of the God King Bor spared Malekith's life. But now Odin won't do it. He has realized. Complete cruelty and complete mercy are wrong. A combination of grace and power is the kingly way. Kuin, Gu, Nil. 55. Odin frantically stimulated the power of Odin in his body. In an instant, he seemed to have become a colorful man. Thor flew aside, looking at his father in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Odin burst into such a powerful force. In his memory, Odin has always been a kind old man. But now, Odin is showing his edge. The Spear of Eternity instantly turned into a meteor and lightning. In just an instant, he came to Malekith. Malekith naturally did not sit still. He surrounded TIE particles in front, forming a shield. TIE particles are surging wildly and want to use the modification power to modify the Spear of Eternity. But it doesn't help. The moment the Eternal Spear touches the TIE particle's shield, it directly pierces it. If it is a complete reality gem, under the urging of the strong, it may be able to resist a little. But Malekith, I don't know how many Thors are worse than Odin. Puff. Everyone just heard a crisp breakdown. Malekith, who is well protected by TIE particles, instantly pierced by the Spear of Eternity. The dark sky began to restore the sun at the fastest speed. Malekith still fell short. Meteor, make a wish. At this time, Bai Xi saw that many people began to make wishes towards the Spear of Eternity. The Spear of Eternity flew back to Odin in an instant. With just one spear, the leader of the Dark Elves was eliminated. This may seem surprising, but it's actually quite normal. No one knows how powerful Odin really is. But it's certainly not something Malekith can resist with a weakened reality gem. With Malekith's death, the rest of the Dark Elves must have had a harder time. Twice attempted to change the 9 realms, and the serious crime was enough for the Dark Elves to die hundreds of times. The Dark World will become Asgard's territory. The Odin family left directly. Odin and Frigga disappeared by teleportation, as if they were going on vacation in their final days. Everything about Asgard, Odin didn't want to care anymore. Thor immediately went to find his Earth girlfriend. For him, nothing is more important than Jane Foster. Then, for point 5, Bai Xi looked at the TIE particles in his hands. Okay. TIE particles surrounded his hands, constantly flowing. Odin believes that the 2 infinite gems cannot be placed too close, otherwise disaster will occur. But, so what? The so-called disaster is nothing more than a careerist like Thanos. What's the difference between this and you have one or a few? Every man is innocent of his guilt. As long as you have it, you are destined to be targeted. So, Bai Xi burst TIE particles in an instant. All the TIE particles gathered in his palm, and then Bai Xi squeezed his palm slowly. TIE particles thumped in his palm. But gradually, TIE particles came together. When Bai Xi spread his hands again, TIE particles have turned into a piece of red infinite gems. The energy of the reality gem rushed into Bai Xi's body instantly, maniacally wanting to destroy and change everything. But Bai Xi's body was extremely strong, easily resisting its impact. Afterwards, Bai Xi held the reality gem and teleported into the Dark Elf spaceship. The Sun Never Sets Empire responded quickly and had already sent a lot of people over to take this spaceship as their own. But its strength obviously does not allow it. Bai Xi instantly motivated the reality gem. The Dark Elf spaceship instantly turned into a small paper boat in the palm of his hand. Then Bai Xi disappeared instantly. Came to Yelena's side with the spaceship. This is my present to you. 99. Bai Xi said to Yelena, opening his palm is a delicate paper boat. But in the next second, it immediately turned into a huge spaceship. This is your gift. Congratulations on seeing the light of day again. 9. On the endless grassland, next to the cliff and the sea, Bai Xi said to Hela, who was looking around at a loss. After being imprisoned by Odin for thousands of years, she, the goddess of death, finally came out of that ghost place. But don't know why. The anger that had been stored for thousands of years suddenly disappeared at this moment. Although she still wanted to kill. But looking at Bai Xi, she suddenly became gentle. Hela reached out and took the necklace from Bai Xi's hand. The necklace is a red gem. Hela sneered suddenly. This was originally Asgard's. 35. She naturally recognized it as the reality gem. Asgard buried the reality gem just for a rainy day. So back then, Hela and Odin were really only the most difficult to get soul gem. You need not be afraid. 35. Hela said to Thor behind Bai Xi. Thor hides behind Bai Xi, a little scared of Hela. When he saw Hela now, he remembered the time when Hela had killed him countless times. So, how could he not be afraid? Just a few minutes ago, he was complaining about why he let Hela out. Definitely, I dare not say this now. He was afraid that his Mjolnir would be crushed by Hela again. Wonderful breath. 35. Hela hung the reality gem around her neck and said while taking a deep breath, "Come on, God King Hela." Bai Xi took her hand and said, He just felt that Hela was very pitiful, so he wanted to help her. Asgard will be your people from now on, you have to love them, not endless slaughter. Bai Xi looked into Hela's eyes and said. Seeing the look in his eyes, Hela hesitated for a moment before nodding. If she nodded decisively, Bai Xi would not believe her. Because Hela had been suppressed for so long, how could she give up so quickly? How to get their support is up to you. Bai Xi took her hand and looked at Thor beside him. Thor squeezed his hands tightly together, sweating already. At the moment finally relieved, Hela has no intention of playing 08. He raised his head, ready to call Roar Heimdall. Wait. 9. However, at this time, Hela stopped him. Tolton looked at her nervously, then looked at Bai Xi again. Bai Xi signaled to him not to be afraid. This Thor, like a child, is actually afraid of his sister. But also normal. Anyone killed thousands of times by Hela would be terrified. He might have to back away 3 feet when he heard her name. Afterwards, Hela raised her hands and wiped her temples. It's like casting a cleansing spell on yourself. Hela's worn and old clothes instantly came out of the factory, and her messy hairstyle became rejoicing. Definitely, mostly the crown. The crown of the goddess of death appeared on top of her head. Hela seemed to suddenly become more confident. She glanced briefly at Thor. Thor immediately looked up like a pony and shouted, Heimdall. 35. However, Bifrost did not show up. Hela sneered suddenly. It looks like he doesn't want to see old friends. Hearing Hela's words, Thor immediately shouted again, Heimdall. This time, Heimdall finally opened Bifrost. After all, he's just the patron saint of Asgard, which is nice to say. The bad saying is that he is just a gatekeeper. And Asgard, but the private territory of the Hela family. God King in charge of everything here. So even if Heimdall is reluctant, he can only open Bifrost. Lead Hela to Asgard. Call out. Bifrost started instantly, and the 3 disappeared in this dreamy place. It's a very scenic location, and it's not crowded. After Bifrost closed, Odin and Frigga appeared. Odin sat on the grass with Frigg's support. We're really getting old. Odin glanced at Frigga. Frigga also smiled and nodded. The new era is all about young people, and Hela is still young. For the long lifespan of the Asgard, Hela is indeed young. Odin just chuckled. I just don't know if Hela is the king of gods, who will be the queen of gods. Frigga couldn't stand it anymore. Bai Xi is unlucky but himself. On Bifrost. Hela, neatly dressed and wearing a crown, closed her eyes and tilted her head back slightly. His hands were open, as if he were feeling something. Everyone can feel that Hela's strength is constantly getting stronger. Or rather, restoring her strength. Hela is only in Asgard. Her strength will be stronger and stronger, or the Aesir gods are basically the same. If far away from Asgard, her strength will decrease over time. This is also the reason why her strength is rapidly recovering. After more than 3,000 years, they finally returned to Asgard. Hela opened her eyes and looked at Heimdall in front of her. Have you forgotten me? She asked coldly. Heimdall said, Goddess of Death, how dare I forget? Heimdall is actually a person from the same era as Hela. In Asgard, he is the older brother of the goddess Sif. Naturally has also experienced the era of Hela. He is the most aware of Hela's strength. It seems that not everyone in Asgard has forgotten me, Hela said. But Heimdall responded, this is not your time. Then you don't need to stand here, watchdog. 35. Hela didn't get angry and pushed Heimdall away. Heimdall's expression changed for a while, and finally he threw the long sword directly on the ground, then took off his armor and left Bifrost, who had been guarding. Hela just watched him leave coldly and stopped her killing intent. She promised that Bai Xi would not kill anyone. Thor looked at the scene and did not dare to say more. He has completely lost interest in the throne. Thor had little interest in becoming king of Asgard, just to compete with Loki. So now that Hela has come forward and wants to be the god king of Asgard, Thor is still relieved. It's just, Hela made him a little too scared. Afterwards, Hela walked out of Bifrost directly. Bai Xi and Thor followed her, watching all this with great interest. The difference is that this time Hela came to Asgard and was not surrounded by a group of Asgard warriors. Because no one knows who is coming, and she is not the enemy this time. Hela stood in the crowd, watching this scene and standing silent for a long time. Sure enough, not many people knew her anymore. In other words, thousands of years have passed, and it is difficult for even those who know her to remember. Hela looked into the distance and sneered suddenly. When the three approached, they saw Odin lying on the big sofa, watching a new play. Father? Thor wondered. Only he didn't know that Odin and Frigga had gone to Earth. So he thought it was really Odin. However, Bai Xi and Hela had already walked straight up. Odin was startled by the sound of footsteps and saw that Bai Xi and Hela had already walked in front of him. He almost blurted out brother-in-law. But fortunately it held back. A group of Asgard people also looked at Bai Xi and Hela in astonishment. Neither of them knew either of them. I only know Thor, who is following behind. Father, this is... Thor came up and left Hela behind him just as he was about to speak. Seeing this scene, Odin's eyes widened. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This woman who threw Thor away at will, isn't that the one? Nothing to panic. He told himself in his heart. After all, he has not seen Hela's true strength, and he has not been killed by Hela as many times as Thor. He thought to himself, just as he was about to say something, he found that he was directly lifted up. Odin was directly lifted into the air by Hela. Let go of the God King. The surrounding Asgard people shouted. And due to the loud roar shouting, countless Asgard people gathered around. Soldiers were dispatched in an instant. After all, it was not long after the incident with the Dark Elves. The Asgards didn't let their guard down right away. Hela just looked at it coldly, and then said to the Odin in his hand, "You are trying to fool me with this little trick? What are you saying?" He pretended to be stupid. However, facing him was just a slap from Hela. He was directly slapped on the ground, and then revealed his original shape. The god of tricks, Loki. Wow. 35. There was an uproar from the surrounding Asgard people. Hela really doesn't talk much. Bai Xi felt worthless for Loki. And Loki buried his head directly on the ground, as if he was slapped to death. Dead indeed, but social death. The god of dignified tricks, shameless. When Thor saw the scene, he immediately ran over and said, "Loki, why are you so bold?" Loki pretended not to hear. He found that Odin was gone, and wanted to pretend to be Odin for a few days. But didn't expect. It didn't take long for it to be seen through. Moreover, it is his sister who has never been masked. The princess of Asgard, the goddess of death. It's so powerful. Loki tilted his head slightly and glanced at Thor with one eye. As if complaining. Why didn't you tell me she was so strong? Poor Loki. Then, Loki found a foot on top of him. It is Hela, the goddess of death. Loki immediately turned his head back and continued to face the ground and played dead. The people of Asgard. Hela shouted loudly with one foot on Loki. The place Loki chose was originally in the square. Lots of people. Therefore, many Asgard people gathered in an instant. At the moment, they all looked up at Hela and whispered, "Who is this woman?" She is also an Aesir Protoss and even stepped on the second prince under her feet. My god, Thor didn't say a word. Who is she? Hela heard all this and shouted loudly. Who am I? I am Hela, goddess of death. Do none of you remember me? Hela's voice instantly covered everything. However, the Asgard people just looked at her with bewildered eyes. Who is the goddess of death? Have not heard. Only a few who hid far away suddenly showed a look of fear. Hela launched a rebellion in Asgard that year, and the Aesir Protoss were killed and injured countless times. Hela was also disappointed to see this scene. But fortunately, no fools used weapons against her and regarded her as an enemy. After all, the eldest Prince Thor is honestly standing behind Hela. 517. Definitely, as long as Thor gives an order, they will surely resist. Hela found this too. So I looked at Thor coldly. Thor was a little scared by this look. Hela looked at the gods of the Aesir and shouted again. Your father and mother have followed me to fight. We have killed countless enemies. We have fought in the 9 realms. We let Asgard rule the 9 realms until now. Now I, the goddess of death, become Asgard's new god king. Hela stretched out his hand, and Mjolnir broke away from Thor's control and flew directly to Hela's hand. Tolton's eyes widened. Hammer, it turns out that love will disappear, right? Boom. Hela lifted Mjolnir, the hammer that had been made for her, and instantly set off a thundercloud in the sky. The thundercloud slammed directly on her, and Hela radiated black lightning all over her body. An extra power began to emerge from her body. The power of Odin. The power of Odin is the power of the Odinson family, which belongs to the Protoss and can be passed down. At the moment, Hela has the power of Odin, which means that she has been recognized by Asgard and has become the new God King. The unknown Asgard people all fell to their knees. What Hela says can't be true. But the power of Odin doesn't lie. Hela is really the king of gods recognized by Asgard. Hela put away the hammer and looked at all this with majesty. God King! God King! Roar from the Asgard shouted, making her heart extremely excited. This made her subconsciously want to fight against the entire universe, but still held back his thoughts. That's not crazy, it's idiots. Hela threw the hammer to Thor and finally let Loki go. Thor took the hammer. For some reason, he suddenly disliked the hammer. Obviously, only he can use it, and he said baby to him. As a result, Hela waved his hand, and it flew past. What is the face of the god of hammers? Fortunately, Thor still loves the hammer a little more, or keeps the hammer by his side. Then he helped Loki straight up from the ground. Loki's face turned ashen, his eyes closed. He didn't even dare to open a crack. Now in this situation, there must be countless Asgard people watching this scene. Thor really wants him to die completely, clearly. Loki at the moment just want to throw away Thor's hand and yell at Thor. Don't beat me. Unfortunately, he could only listen to the roar shouts of the Asgard people. Accept everything that happens. The new king stands. God King Hela, return to his place. How does it feel to be a god king? Bai Xi looked at Hela sitting high on the throne and asked. Not bad. Hela said with closed eyes. It's just that there is still a lack of a god queen. 66.99. Hela looked at Bai Xi and smiled. Then she waved. The murals in the Golden Hall instantly changed into another look. The originally splendid murals turned into a dim scene in an instant. Odin and Hela appear with their weapons held high. They conquered the 9 realms and countless slaves were transported to Asgard. This splendid palace was built by countless slaves over an unknown number of years. Scenes and scenes of the events of the year appeared in front of us, and there was no longer any prosperous cover-up. Loki, who had lowered his head and didn't want to look up, watched this scene. I finally knew what kind of terrifying existence I was facing. It turns out that this sister is so terrifying. Loki felt his face hurt again. This is what he wanted to do back then, but was stopped. But now Odin won't stop Hela. Thor looked at all this in disbelief. He had always thought that Odin, who was very kind and benevolent, turned out to be a cruel king back then. But Odin taught him to be kind. Asgard needs a guardian of Bifrost. 95. Thor came back to his senses and said to Hela on the throne. He wanted Heimdall back. Because Heimdall is special. He can see anything happening in the 9 realms. But Hela obviously did not forgive the guy who dared to offend him. Let his sister, the goddess of war, Sif, take his place. Hela made a direct decision. She is the king of gods, and naturally no one dares to resist. Hela didn't kill in Asgard, but that didn't mean she could talk. If anyone dared to provoke her, they would still face a storm of anger. Hela's character is not so easy to change. It is a little too difficult to make a war madman suddenly become a benevolent king of gods. Only Odin could make such a transformation. The periphery of the 9 realms. The 9 realms are actually a world tree, and the 9 realms are all located on the world tree. Asgard and Warnerheim are at the top of the world tree. Beneath it is Jotunheim, the realm of the elves of light and the giants. Then came the realm of dark elves and the dead. At the bottom is Muspelheim, the kingdom of the flame giant, where the sea of flames is everywhere. In this, there are 2 special places. One is located in the center of the world tree, so the Asgard people call it Midgard. This is Midgard, where the earth is. It is located in the very center of the world tree, with Warnerheim above it. There is another one, which is at the outermost periphery of the World Tree and cannot even be connected to the branches of the World Tree. Even if the Asgard people got here, it would take a while without using Bifrost. This is Nidavellir. This is the domain of the dwarf, which looks like a steel planet. The dwarfs live here, and apart from that, it's like an Asgard's outpost to the universe. But since the dwarfs do not rebel, they're very peaceful and are the best friends of the Asgard. So there won't be many Asgard soldiers here. At the moment, not far from Nidavellir, countless battleships suddenly appeared. They surrounded Nidavellir, leaving the dwarfs with nowhere to run. What's going on? This is the Nine Realms, Asgard's territory. Who would dare to make trouble? The dwarfs were instantly stunned. This is Asgard's territory. The Aesir gods are not easy to mess with in the universe, and the strength of the god King Odin is even more resounding in the universe. Anyone else dare to come and die? Dwarf Wang Aitsue moved his huge body and looked at everything outside. The flags on the battleship marked their identities. Dark Order. Dwarf Wang Aitsue said. Although they are dwarfs, they are tall. Because they are dwarfs corresponding to the Titans. And the Master of the Dark Order is the only Titan. Although, Thanos is also an outlier among the Titans. Heimdall. At this time, Roar, the few Asgard soldiers, shouted Heimdall's name. They expected Bifrost to open, and countless Asgard soldiers to come to their aid. Hey! No one responded. Heimdall is no longer guarding Bifrost. The current guardian is called the Goddess of War Sif. And she didn't have Heimdall's ability, so she couldn't see any movement in the Nine Realms. In addition, this place was blocked by the Dark Sect with special methods, and it is even more impossible to be discovered by the outside world. So, the Asgard soldiers fell apart. You dare to provoke Asgard? They shouted at the enemy Roar, but no one listened. Thanos and his men have done more than this carnage. The Dark Sect rushed up unreasonably and massacred them. How can a few Asgard warriors face the countless members of the Dark Order? Despite their resistance, the dwarfs helped. But still Two Fists can't beat four hands. Soon he was slashed and killed by people who were countless times his own Dark Order. They didn't even have time to complain about where Heimdall was. Corvus Glaive slashes an Asgard warrior in half. Others also rushed up. Nidavellir, the land of dwarf, was instantly occupied. Although the dwarfs are powerful, their numbers are too few. He could only tremble and be surrounded by countless enemies. Bang, bang. A purple-skinned figure stepped down from the largest battleship. Thanos, Thanos. He looked at the dwarf star and found the dwarf king. What do you want? Dwarf Wang Ai Chui Chang asked calmly. Thanos bowed his head in the face of King Dwarf and said coldly, Infinity Gauntlet. Infinity Gauntlet, fake. Asgard Golden Hall, Odin's treasury, Hela said disdainfully. In front of her and Bai Xi is a huge Infinity Gauntlet. I don't know who is wearing it. Where did the Infinity Gauntlet built by Odin go? Odin really came back more and more alive and even put the fake one here as a treasure. Hela continued to taunt Odin himself. Hela took the reality gem off her neck and threw it up. The reality gem slid straight off the fake Infinity Gauntlet. Women are irresistible to gems. Especially infinite gems. I have to say, Hela admits that Bai Xi is still very romantic. Even if she is the goddess of death, and now she is the king of gods, she cannot refuse Bai Xi's romance. They skimmed the Infinity Gauntlet. Odin also collected infinite gems back then? Bai Xi asked Hela next to him. At the moment Hela has taken off the crown, and her long smooth hair has been thrown down, and her temperament has changed in an instant. But still very Winnie-san. Hela's smooth long hair hit him, and she turned her head to speak. After I fought the Nine Realms with Odin, I was going to continue to expand into the universe. But the universe is not the Nine Realms after all. It is not so easy to lay down, so we're going to collect infinite gems. The reality gem is at your fingertips, Hela said while holding the reality gem. The power of infinite gems has no effect on her. It can be seen that her strength is much more than Thor and Loki. This is the advantage of the Asgard people living for thousands of years. We got the space gem long ago and used it to build Bifrost. Power gems, time gems, mind gems, all with little effort. Hela said with great ease. At the time, Asgard was in a period of rapid expansion. She and Odin are incredibly powerful. They are all at their peak. The speed of collecting infinite gems is naturally not comparable to Thanos. Even Thanos can collect infinite gems quickly. Hela picks up the tesseract on the stand, then crush it directly. The space gem was held in her hands, and the power of the space gem began to impact her. It was impossible for her to bear the power of 2 infinite gems at the same time. But now, the power of Odin and Hela rushed out and helped her successfully withstand the power of 2 infinite gems. But any more, and it's the Infinity Gauntlet. Even Odin must have the Infinity Gauntlet to be able to wear 6 infinite gems at once. Otherwise, it will be instantly turned into powder by the power of 6 infinite gems. Hela continued to speak, and her tone became different. The last infinite gem's soul gem. He got the soul gem spot, but when he came back from a trip, he didn't bring it back. 35. Instead, he said to me that he gave up his long-standing ideals and prepared to be in the 9 realms. Hela said more and more calmly. I want to know why. She stood in front of casket of ancient winters and said lightly. Bai Xi seemed to see the god King Odin standing alone on the cliff of Soul Gem. The people at Asgardian Soul Gem told him that he needs to give up the one he loves in order to get it. Odin stood for days and nights and finally chose to give up his ideals. Bai Xi returned to his senses and said, because if you want to get Soul Gem, you need to exchange it with the person you love the most. 5. Hela immediately squeezed the space gem when he heard Bai Xi's words. Fortunately, the space gem was strong enough to not be directly crushed by her. Otherwise, Thanos is going to cry. Hela immediately understood why Odin gave up. He was reluctant to give up the person he loved most. Who was his favorite person at the time? Hela closed her eyes, and after a while, she glanced at Bai Xi with deep meaning. Bai Xi and her looked at each other and felt a sudden burst of heart. Hela, a lunatic, wouldn't want to get Soul Gem, would he? Now it seems that the person she loves the most is herself? Bai Xi suddenly felt that he should leave this place of right and wrong earlier. He didn't even know what Hela was thinking. Fortunately, Hela didn't do much. She just glanced at Casket of Ancient Winters and walked up to the Eternal Fire. Casket of Ancient Winters is the treasure of the Ice Giant. Has the ability to instantly freeze a world. It's a little more powerful than Bai Xi's Frozen Thousand Miles. As for the Eternal Fire, it is the owner of the legendary Muspelheim, treasure of Flame Giant Surti. When Surti is near the Eternal Fire, his abilities are greatly enhanced. And if the Eternal Fire doesn't die, Surti won't die. The legendary Ragnarok is the Flame Giant Surti who used the Twilight Sword to integrate the Eternal Fire and cut off Asgard with one sword. At the moment, both the Eternal Fire and Surti are housed within Odin's treasury. That year Odin killed Surti and charged the Eternal Fire. But he still believed that Ragnarok would come. Hela looked at the Eternal Fire, which never went out, and let it float. Resurrection the dead. The Eternal Fire has the function of resurrecting the souls of the dead, especially in the hands of Hela, who already holds the Legion of the Dead. Therefore, it is said that the death of the Asgard people is only a new life. Their souls will be controlled by Hela, the goddess of death. Hee. With the sound of the dead souls, Hela's death army reappeared in this world. For her, the death army can be controlled at will, which is obviously much better than the Asgard army. Hela looked at Li Dezhou, his own army, then stepped aside and pulled out Surti's Twilight Sword. Twilight Sword, also known as the Sword of Destruction, the Sword of Doom, the Sword of Flame. This is an artifact, and especially for Asgard people, it can become full of weaknesses. Bai Xi thought to Hela speechlessly. Flame Giant Surti is going to be bald by you. But this Odin is also dead. You say he wants to fight Ragnarok. It happens that the Flame Giant Surti's things are put together, and they are placed directly next to the Surti. Surti resurrected, the Eternal Fire and the Twilight Sword are within easy reach. Is this Odin trying to avoid Ragnarok's attitude? He clearly wanted Asgard to be destroyed by Surti. When Hela appeared in Asgard with her army, the people of Asgard have truly ushered in the reign of a new god king. And Bai Xi ran away decisively. Who knows when this madman Hela will really want to collect all the infinite gems and sacrifice him. I wouldn't have spoiled it if I knew it earlier. Who told him that he couldn't bear it at that time and wanted to say it? Although, Hela can't help him now. After all, he already has a body of steel, and even a Twilight Sword is difficult to break through his defenses. Even if the Twilight Sword is enchanted, Hela is a powerful magician. Feather. Bai Xi went directly to Bifrost, and then flew to Earth. Since being able to fly freely, Bai Xi likes the feeling of flying very much. The goddess of war, Sif, was guarding Bifrost with a serious face. But she couldn't see what happened in the 9 realms like Heimdall at all. So, her expression shows her mood. Unhappy, very unhappy. But God King Hela wouldn't care about her. Bai Xi shook his head and quickly flew back to Earth from Asgard. Leaving Asgard with Bai Xi and Thor, he asked Sif to open Bifrost and sent him to Earth. He really didn't dare to see Hela again. Seeing Hela is always filled with unspeakable fear. He didn't know the current Hela has been extremely restrained. According to Hela's vision, after she comes out, she will start a killing spree. Kill Odin first, then kill Asgard. Never thought that it would be so easy to become the king of Asgard. And all of this is what Bai Xi helped her to do. Soon, only Loki was left in Asgard. Loki can't even run. Although Hela didn't care about him, he didn't dare to run away. And he's not like Thor. Thor can still hide on Earth to meet his girlfriend. Where can he run to? It's hard to go wandering in the universe again. The princes of Asgard often go to the universe to be homeless. What a shame. So, Loki can only helplessly stay. And he didn't dare to play any tricks in front of Hela. Bai Xi returned home. He just said to go to the sun before, but the person disappeared. When he came back, nothing happened. Lorna and Susan were waiting for him. However, the two did not blame him. Instead, he cooked a delicious meal for him. Bai Xi was deeply moved. Having a wife like this, what can a husband ask for? Crack. Bai Xi picked up a chopstick and almost broke his teeth. These dishes look normal in appearance, but when you eat them, you know what torture is. Bai Xi looked up at Lorna and Susan. Lorna looked at him with a smile and asked, "What? Isn't it delicious?" "Delicious," Bai Xi said with tears in his eyes. Then he saw Lorna pick up a large piece of poached chicken and place it in his bowl. Lorna and Susan didn't know how much seasoning they put in order to fix him. How could it be so easy to let him go? Bai Xi can't help but accept this heart. Going out to bask in the sun? Is this going outside the solar system? Susan said, and also gave Bai Xi a chopstick of sweet and sour pork ribs. According to her ability to learn Chinese, the speed of learning Chinese food is faster than Lorna. But at the moment, the pork ribs were huge amounts of horror in Bai Xi's eyes. Comparable to Mephisto. Have not left the 9 realms yet. 35. Bai Xi just said. Isn't it just a trip to Asgard? Cut, you are still very majestic as the savior of the world. 99. Lorna curled her lips and said, I don't want to go home and take a look. That's what they blamed. It was just that Bai Xi was trying to find Odin and Frigga at that time. Now he doesn't know where the 2 old men have gone. But as Frigga said, Asgard is really coming home. Even that house he didn't dare to go to. Just as Bai Xi was about to explain, the phone rang immediately. Natasha Romanoff was hunted. Yelena's voice rang out. Natasha Romanoff is being hunted by HYDRA. When she searched Hydra's information, she was targeted by HYDRA. Therefore, Hydra made a plan decisively. Hydra naturally knew that she was a powerful agent, and she had an excellent performance in the Battle of New York. So, they awakened Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier Project. This was a plan that Hydra had surreptitiously adopted at the time. After seeing the strength of the United States Captain Steve, Hydra is naturally interested in super soldiers. The Winter Soldier came naturally. And they brainwashed Winter Soldier in Russian so they could control it. And what they woke up was the friend of Steve, the captain of the United States, Bucky. Bucky, who was controlled by HYDRA, went after Natasha Romanoff immediately. This naturally caused a series of chain reactions. Nick Fury, captain of the United States, was also targeted by HYDRA. The Insight plan is ahead. However, Yelena and the others also got involved. Boom. Natasha Romanoff dodged Winter Soldier Bucky's attack and rolled over behind a car. Drip drip. Her phone rang and she picked it up immediately. Yelena, do you want to kill me? Natasha Romanoff gritted his teeth immediately. No, I'm saving you. 35. Yelena said. Natasha Romanoff saw Winter Soldier Bucky locked onto her instantly and walked towards her. Boom. A bullet flew towards Bucky instantly. However, to Natasha Romanoff's surprise, the masked eccentric was able to block the bullets at will. Because one of his arms is metal. Fake. Seeing the scene, Natasha Romanoff immediately changed again and shouted, "Can you aim a little and hit him on the head?" Yelena laughed. That wasn't my shot. 9. Soon, a car drifted in front of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff reacted immediately, opened the door and got in. Yelena turned out to be driving. The car started instantly, and even if Bucky injected the super soldier potion, he couldn't catch up. Hydra is the first to do it. Natasha Romanoff gasped. I know, other people have been attacked as well. Yelena responded while driving. Natasha Romanoff gave her a surprised look. Black Widow's forces are now so powerful? Bai Xi said, let us figure it out ourselves. 39. Yelena said. Natasha Romanoff nodded calmly. Solving an organization like HYDRA doesn't require him. Otherwise, wouldn't it look like they were useless? Meanwhile, Bai Xi used dimensional teleportation. Nothing, just try this ability again after the strength has improved. Definitely, his reason was to see Yelena and Natasha Romanoff. Lorna and Susan didn't say much. Just tell him, don't pass the door without entering. What are the dimensions? In the fields of physics and philosophy, dimension refers to the number of independent space-time coordinates. Time and space. Dimensional teleportation from incredible people can, in theory, reach anywhere. Definitely, as long as the strength is strong enough. For example, the Incredible Man himself once went to the next door and pulled Da Chao over to work for him. This is a bug that ability is not inferior to protege. But obviously, Bai Xi still failed to break the barrier this time. And the moment he came here, the volcano in the distance erupted. When a volcano erupts, there is a small town at the foot of the mountain, and the flames of the volcanic eruption can instantly drown this place. Bai Xi looked at the natural disaster and saw a figure wearing a cloak. At the moment when the volcano erupted, the person who could not tell the difference between male and female directly opened a time teleportation and left from here. Bai Xi seemed to realize something. He directly followed the past with dimensional teleportation. The reason why the Time Variation Bureau was able to travel through time and space to capture the so-called time criminals was because of technology. But Bai Xi's strength. This is also why the Time Variation Bureau does not dare to trouble the Great Master. A group of ordinary people want to fight with the big guys with technology. How is it possible? This is because the big guys like Odin and Ancient One don't want to take care of this time variation situation. Bai Xi instantly followed the other party to another point in time. Apocalyptic catastrophe is still to happen here. Tornado. Then, after the other party noticed Bai Xi, he waved the dagger in his hand and attacked him without hesitation. Bai Xi did not dodge or evade. With Man of Steel, he finally understands why Superman Clark has zero dodge. Do you need to dodge a normal attack? Like now. Kong. The opponent's dagger stabbed Bai Xi, only making a crisp sound. Bai Xi still looked directly at her. Under the cloak, this is a woman. He has short hair and a bit of heroism between his eyebrows and eyes. The other party was surprised for a second, and then attacked again. She grabbed Bai Xi and tried to knock him to the ground. 18. Boom. She was directly thrown to the ground by Bai Xi. She cried out in pain. Then he reached out and grabbed Bai Xi's hand. Eve, since physical attacks don't work, let's use magic attacks. Her hands were glowing with green light, and she immediately got into Bai Xi's body. She wants to possess Bai Xi. 18. Bai Xi remained unmoved. She opened her eyes silently. Who are you? Bai Xi. Bai Xi pulled her up from the ground. But she retreated a lot in an instant. I know you, Hilville. Bai Xi opened his mouth and said Hilwei's name. She is one of Loki's variants in the endless parallel world. Female Loki. However, she hated the name Loki. Hilwei immediately lifted her hat back, revealing her true face. You know me so what? Hilwei bared her teeth and said to Bai Xi, I don't want anyone to disrupt my plan. Your plan? Is it the same as playing at home? Bai Xi said speechlessly. Who do you say is playing Jia? You don't understand their power at all. 99. Hilwei was very excited by Bai Xi's words. Bai Xi asked back, does being strong mean capturing a little girl? Hilwei was speechless. She was no longer ready to speak. She turned around and walked away, entering the shopping mall in front of her. As if to vent, she picked up a can and put it in her mouth. Don't follow me, she said to Bai Xi. I'm just curious, Bai Xi said to her. But Hilwei had ignored him, as if he didn't exist. Bai Xi followed her for a while and found that she had indeed been preparing her own plans. Hilwei has worked hard for so long, from a little girl to now, just to meet the so-called Timeless Guardian. I just don't know. What would you think if you found it all meaningless? Bai Xi said, if you want to see the real Timeless Guardian, only I can help you. Even if Hilwei went to Odin and Ancient One, she probably wouldn't pay attention to her. It is more likely that she was found by the people of the Time Variation Bureau as soon as she appeared. Time Variation Bureau, it will bully them like this. To put it bluntly, there is a reason. Not strong enough. Hilwei really stopped. But when she turned around, Bai Xi had disappeared. Her expression changed, and she didn't know whether to believe what Bai Xi said. When I think of Bai Xi's strength, I only showed it for a while. She knew that Bai Xi was very strong. She had nothing to do with Bai Xi. Weapons can't break Bai Xi's skin, and self-taught possession ability is even more useless. Bai Xi's spiritual power is stronger than she imagined. I just don't know, where did he come from? Hilwei didn't even know where Bai Xi's coordinates were. As for Bai Xi, he just said it casually. If Hilville can really find him again, it's okay for him to help. After all, he was just experimenting with dimensional teleportation this time. Dimensional teleportation beyond time and space is indeed powerful. But Bai Xi's current strength is not enough for him to break more walls. Neither Lorna nor Susan expected Bai Xi to come back so quickly this time. Thought he would take a while. Isn't the good show just beginning? Lorna asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi immediately revealed a question mark. Look, the news is reporting. Lorna points to the TV. It turned out that SHILD did not know when the 3 sky carriers had been sent to the sky. They put too much pressure on Natasha Romanoff. Nick Fury has long been prepared to escape directly. Plus there's the help of the Black Widows. In order to avoid failure, Hydra launched the Sky Carrier directly. This time the Sky Carrier is even more advanced than the previous ones during the Battle of New York. Hydra scientists kept innovating it and finally had a qualitative change. And it is 3 consecutive Sky Carriers that can strike people around the world that Hydra thinks are dangerous. On the Sky Carrier, the United States Captain Steve is fighting with Bucky. When Bai Xi saw the news, he immediately asked, "I haven't been out for a long time. What do you say?" Bai Xi looked at the time. It turns out that in another timeline, time has become so fast. Dimensional teleportation. It is better to use this ability sparingly. Child is finished. Bai Xi stopped thinking too much and said while watching TV. "It's long overdue," Lorna said disdainfully. She hates this organization so much. It's like hating the dude Tony Stark. Child loves to manage everything and a lot. This is where it gets annoying. Now he is finally gone. Nick Fury looked at Alexander Pierce in front of him. "Why me?" 39. He asked. "Because you have potential," Alexander said. He just took a fancy to Nick Fury's ability and promoted someone who was not Hydra to director. Nick Fury is really good, leading the Snake Shield to become bigger and stronger. I just didn't expect that he would turn back on Hydra. Nick Fury nodded heavily, then removed the blindfold. His other eye was actually not blind. It's just that he doesn't like to trust anyone. He likes to hide himself. So Alexander Pierce was played by him too. "It's too late," Alexander Pierce said. "It's never too late." Natasha Romanoff kicked him and said, "The Sky Carrier is already in the sky. What can you do to stop it?" Alexander Pierce asked. Then facing him is a gun. Natasha Romanoff looked at him and sneered. Hydra has indeed sent the Sky Carrier to the sky, but that doesn't mean they don't have the ability to stop it. Especially the Black Widows. The people of Hydra, the button was pressed. Because they took the lead and directly advanced the Insight plan, the result has come to this point. It seemed that even the United States Captain Steve had no choice. Bucky, who became Winter Soldier's friend, held him back. Let him not be able to stop all this right away. But right now, hey, 55. In front of the Sky Carrier suddenly appeared. A black hole appeared. In the next instant, a spaceship flew out of it. This is the spaceship that Bai Xi threw to Yelena. Although this is the technology of the Dark Elves thousands of years ago. However, on the present Earth, it is still high-tech. How long has Earth's technology lagged behind the universe? Boom boom boom. Hydra wants to wipe out all who threaten them on Earth in one go. The reason is that it may threaten the peace of the Earth. As a result, the Sky Carrier did not know how many weapons to send in one breath. But at this moment, everything was taken by the Dark Elf spaceship. Intercept, Yelena ordered. Although the Dark Elf spaceships are full of words they don't understand. But some basic things are easy to understand. Spaceships are like a huge amount of T-word. The whole body is dark, and the center of the T is a fiery red hole. The energy it emits intercepts all weapons in the air. For a time, the sky seemed to be lit with fireworks. It's just a pity it wasn't night. Everyone in Hydra, who was about to celebrate, was suddenly stunned. Failed. Crush them. Yelena sneered again. The spacecraft burst into red light again. Like a laser, it began to sweep the 3 Sky Carriers. The United States Captain Steve saw the scene and immediately jumped down with Bucky in his arms. "Bucky, it's me." 35. Steve also took a punch from Bucky in the air and could only let go of Bucky feebly. The two fell in free fall and separated in the air. The Sky Carrier is like being disassembled. Child spent a lot of money to build it, but it only takes an instant to destroy it. Shield is completely over. And Hydra is also fully exposed. Bai Xi didn't care much about the Child thing. Just after that, Maria Hill seemed to disappear completely. But Bai Xi also knew that she was not dead. Anyone who has been in contact with him, Bai Xi can be found. Then it was Tony who told him. "Remember that hot woman?" Tony called and asked. even if it is already in love with the little pepper, but still like the mouth flower. Who? Bai Xi asked. Maria, the deputy director of SHILD, she said because you're coming to work in the group. Tony said in a deliberately ambiguous tone, as if to conclude that Bai Xi has an affair with her. Bai Xi immediately took pity on Tony for a second. They are obviously here to use the resources of the Stark Group. Dignified deputy director of SHILD, even if you lose your job, it is impossible to become an office worker. Therefore, Bai Xi immediately denied Sanlian. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Bai Xi's words, Tony immediately hee. This made Bai Xi want to hammer this bitch to death. Hey, you don't know, I recently found a guy who looks a lot like Spider-Gwen, and he calls himself Spider-Man. Tony continued, not chatting with Bai Xi for a long time. Bai Xi didn't think he was noisy either. After all, they're good brothers. Peter Parker? Wang Defa, I can't hide anything from you. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xi also heard Tony's reluctance. Bai Xi secretly guessed, afraid that Tony, the playboy, is really going to turn his back on the prodigal son. Seems like it won't be long before Tony gets engaged to Pepper, but also normal. Tony is now in his 40s and mature. This made Bai Xi sigh. Time just passed by slowly. For mortals, life is only a few hundred years. Ding. 39. Another year passed, and a voice suddenly sounded in Bai Xi's mind. Congratulations to the host who has achieved 21 years of hidden strength and received a reward, the Gate of Hell. Gate of Hell, the legendary gateway to the infinite hell, from which demons and devils can be summoned to make a contract, but strangers are not allowed to enter. Door of Hell. It looks like an item, but it's actually an ability. Bai Xi looked at his panel. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod, Iron Body, Superman. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Equation. Ability, Batman's Fighting Ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Vision, Back in Time, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Intense Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Ray, Dimensional Teleportation, Incredible People. Door of Hell. Opening the gates of hell is easy, as long as he has enough energy. Even energy can be used to make contracts. Bai Xi opened the gate of hell at will. He found an open space, and the energy in his body poured out. A stone gate appeared looming, and soon, the flames of nothingness began to burn on it. The flame has no heat, and it doesn't feel anything to the touch. Definitely for Bai Xi. If it was an ordinary person, he would be burned directly by hellfire. A rune appeared looming on the stone gate. Weird, soul-stirring. Crack. Bai Xi pushed him away directly. Then an energy whip appeared in his hand, and he pulled it out. Call. A hell warhorse was pulled directly out of the gate of hell by Bai Xi. The breath from its nose is full of flames, and its 4 feet also step on the flames, like a hot wheel. Step on the ground to leave a flame mark. It originally looked at Bai Xi arrogantly, but it became docile in an instant. The aura on Bai Xi's body was too strong, making it cowardly in an instant. However, Bai Xi looked down on it. Just kicked it back. He's not Ghost Rider, who rides a hell horse. Even a modern Ghost Rider drives a motorcycle, isn't it? People Ghost Rider are advancing with the times. Bai Xi can't reverse history. After all, his identity is here. Can he go out without a succubus or something? Going out with a succubus is considered a Lucifer-level treatment, right? Bai Xi thought so, and pulled a demon out of the gate of hell again. Mog Star, which is not known how far away from the 9 realms. This is desert land. After the Celestials used the power gem to destroy civilization, they were secretly divided by a mysterious organization. But then it failed. As a result, the power gem was put into the universe spirit ball and dropped into this remote place. It was not found by the gods of Asgard until many years later. Odin sent Valkyrie to search the universe and finally found it. Sadly, Odin then gave up collecting infinite gems. Then he put the power gem into the universe spirit ball and put it back in its original place. Then until now. However, the universe is so big that there will never be a shortage of careerists. Just like the big forest has all kinds of birds. Infinite gems are coveted by countless people, and many people want to find it in exchange for a better life in order to make a living. Just like now, a fool-like person listening to music wandered and searched for Mogstar. After leaving Earth more than 30 years ago, Peter Quill never returned. He became a star hunter, Star-Lord. He walked slowly into a ruin. There are signs of destruction here. The cosmic spirit ball was placed on the stage in such a way. Obviously, someone has come here. And if he was a little more careful, he would have found that the cosmic spirit ball had already been taken away. Because all prohibitions, traps and the like have been completely destroyed. It's just that the Asgard people put the cosmic spirit ball back again. The Asgard people are also really irresponsible. They worked so hard to get it back then, but now they can get it easily. Doesn't this make it easier for Thanos to collect? It's a pity that the music coming from the headphones made him ignore it. Star-Lord Quill picked up the cosmic spirit ball and opened it with a carefree choice. King. The purple power gem lay quietly in the cosmic spirit ball, and the Asgard people returned to their original owners. A purple light shone on Peter Quill's face, as if foreshadowing the future. But for Peter Quill, there are only a few words. Developed. The Avengers rallied again. Their target this time is Hydra. In addition to them, there are more people. Black Widows also participated in the operation. It made the United States Captain Steve feel like he was back in World War II. Familiar flavors are back. He charged into battle with the Howling Commandos, destroying Hydra base after Hydra base. Ask for flowers. And the world is like a cycle. Decades have passed, and he wants to do it again. I just hope that this time, Hydra can be completely destroyed. The elimination of Hydra this time is naturally much faster than it was decades ago. Once the Hydra tissue is exposed to the sun, what awaits it is burning. No one will allow it to continue. As one Hydra base was destroyed one after another, the Avengers became more aware of Hydra's past. Hydra has done a lot of hurtful things. And Hydra has developed something over the years. All were taken by the Black Widows. When they enter a base, they must copy all the information. Take all the good things you can take away. Although the Black Widows now add up to only a few hundred people. But the organization is already strong, especially after the demise of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff also persuaded several female agents belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. to join Black Widow. It can be confirmed that these people are not Hydra people, such as Barbara Mockingbird and Sharon Page, the niece of Carter Page. Unconsciously, the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra turned out to be cheaper Black Widow. Yelena lived up to expectations, leading the Black Widows to become stronger and stronger. There are also several major bases, one of which is actually in Sokovia. 5. Tony put his hands in his pockets and said while looking at the information in front of him. He didn't know yet that there were countless people in Sokovia who hated him. The weapons of that year were in the name of the Stark Group, but they killed a lot of people. Hydra, in the name of a peacekeeping force, turned Sokovia into their base, Tisk. Tony shook his head. The usual trick. 35. Yelena said while collecting her things. Why don't you ask Bai Xi to help? He will blow up a base with just one breath. Tony saw Yelena's youth and beauty and couldn't help but talk. However, Yelena just glared at him. Tony was disappointed and could only shake his head. Why do the people who follow Bai Xi don't seem to grow old? He suddenly thought of a question. Is this new technology? It made Tony's hands itch a little. If he was a woman, he would post it to Bai Xi. This made Tony think of a nonsensical question and answer he saw earlier. If you became a woman, would you be happy for your good brother? Bai Xi naturally didn't know what his good brother was thinking. After all, he is a normal person. Tony didn't look serious. Holding the energy whip in his hand, he continued to drag the demons out. The gate of hell connects countless hells. It's a pity that the ones dragged out are either low-level demons, or they don't meet his wishes. He goes out with one dimension, Mephisto, and naturally he has to carry the demon that makes him look good. Such as Succubus. Only the Succubus. Bai Xi tirelessly dragged another demon out. Before he dragged out the demon of the Scarlet Universe, the subordinate of Sidorak. Fortunately, Sadarak didn't pay attention. This was a more terrifying existence than Dormammu. Bai Xi pulled this time without any resistance. The previous demons, whether they were high-level demons or low-level demons, were all frantically resisting him. But this one is different. Bai Xi looked at this succubus that was dragged out. He really dragged the succubus. The succubus in front of him had black hair, and the clothes on his body were all black and purple. Definitely, the skin is still fair, just a little purplish. Is this the succubus? Bai Xi had never seen a succubus before, so he took a closer look. He could feel that this succubus still had a lot of energy fluctuations. Prove her strength is also very strong. That's it right now, it seems to be sleeping. She closed her eyes tightly, and if it wasn't for the roar suction and vital signs, Bai Xi would have thought that what he had picked up was a corpse. Well, he is no different from a corpse now when he is in danger. Bai Xi didn't even think about it. He directly used energy to sign a contract with her through the gate of hell. Her sleeping soul couldn't resist at all. After all, he had worked so hard to drag the succubus, no matter what happened to her. Moreover, this contract is not the same as the anti-life equation. The anti-life equation is to completely control the other party and make the other party lose their free will. But the contract is different. After contracting the succubus, she still has free will and still maintains herself. It's just that she can't resist Bai Xi, can't hurt Bai Xi, and can't go against Bai Xi's orders. But at least it's not as domineering as the anti-life equation. 100 million. What? Siakila felt as if his soul had been torn apart. The severe pain woke her from her slumber. She fell asleep this time for at least 1,000 years. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw a human looking at her in front of her. Although there was a faint smell of Dimension Mephisto and God from him, it made Siakila feel very ashamed. And information popped up automatically in my mind. Owner. Siakila exploded instantly. How terrible is the strength of the succubus that has been sleeping for thousands of years. Endless purple energy rushed towards Bai Xi, but the moment he approached him, Siakila felt pain in his entire body. Then the body seemed to be hurt. She has signed a contract with Bai Xi. How could he hurt his master? Bai Xi squatted down and looked at the succubus, who fell on the ground and didn't want to get up. Stop struggling, I'm a good person. Bai Xi said calmly. Siakila suddenly looked at him sadly. Take advantage of the dangers of others and sign a contract with me, and still say that you are a good person? Definitely, you are a demon, and I am a human. 35. Bai Xi said righteously. I can only do this because you don't come out and cause harm to the world. Siakila once again felt how shameless this master was. Obviously, she has been sleeping. And slept for thousands of years. What did she do to harm the world? You, shameless. As a succubus, she suddenly felt that her vocabulary was limited, so she could only say this. Thanks for the compliment, little succubus. Bai Xi patted her face. This made Siakila want to open his hand, but he was unable to generate this consciousness at all. Is this the inviolability of the contract? May 17th. By the way, what's your name? Bai Xi asked. You are not ashamed of being a servant of the Dimension Mephisto. He reached out and squeezed the little succubus' chin. Siakila didn't want to speak, but under the power of the contract, she couldn't ignore Bai Xi. Siakelu. Toady. Bai Xi was about to speak when he heard Lorna's voice. You go to hell first. 35. Bai Xi opened the gate of hell and threw Siakila back. Then, he looked at the grass in front of him that was utterly destroyed. Immediately, time reversal was used in a small area. The grass was instantly refreshed. These flowers and plants are Lorna and Susan's treasures. They spend their time pruning basically every day. If the previous state was seen, Bai Xi would have to eat another big meal. How did I hear you talking to someone? Lorna came out and asked. I'm talking to the demons of hell. Bai Xi told the truth. But what makes him sad is that the more truth is told in this world, the fewer people believe it. Lorna pouted as if he didn't want to say it. But Bai Xi was clearly talking to the demons of hell. Although the other party is a succubus. Sokovia, this small place, is almost invisible on the map. The Avengers kept going all the way and finally tracked down the last Hydra base. However, this Hydra base is not the same as before. Since HYDRA chose to use this place as the main base, the level of technology is different. The ancient castle on the surface is no different from usual. But Tony, in his steel battle suit, slammed it, but nothing happened. Naturally, they knew they were in the right place. Even though the Hydra base has inexplicable technology, it is still no match for the Avengers and the Black Widow. Just if Yelena brought Black Widow, they could solve them. Soldiers of Hydra have absolutely no resistance to ability. Tony was the first to enter this last Hydra base. Boom! Tony stood still immediately, and as soon as he got out of the battle suit, he saw a broken Chitauri dragon battleship. Hydra's ability is very big, and even this thing is obtained. Definitely, what surprised him even more. Here he sees the psychic scepter again. Sure enough, they were taken away. Natasha Romanoff came over and looked at the mind scepter said. Tony picked it up straight away. He'd been working on this with Dr. Banner. Unfortunately, the leader of this base has not been caught. What is his name as Baron Zemo? 5. At this time, Yelena walked in and said, "It's okay, he can't run." Natasha Romanoff spoke comfortingly. The Avengers all gathered, including Spider-Gwen, also took off the hood. Is this the last Hydra base? It doesn't seem to be any different. 5. She looked at the Chitauri dragon and said. But in the dark, they didn't pay attention to Wanda and Pietro, who were watching them silently. Wanda was wearing a small red vest, her eyes fixed on Tony Stark in the center. She spread her hands, and the scarlet magic energy unfolded in her hands. Pietro even rushed up without saying a word. After he had the speed, he wanted to teach Iron Man a lesson. They couldn't forget the words of the Stark group that they were looking at that day. Boom! Tony felt like he had been hit by something. Then, he felt sleepy. He closed his eyes decisively. At this moment, even Thor couldn't avoid this fate. Wanda's origin magic power made them vaguely see the future. Tony saw that the Chitauri dragon battleship in front of him seemed to be resurrected and attacked them aggressively. He even saw a broken battlefield, and he weakly fell to the ground. Is this the scary future? Tony already had extreme anxiety. After the Great War in New York, he built steel battle suits day and night, just to beware of this day's occurrence. Now his fears have deepened. Natasha Romanoff, Yelena, and others all vaguely saw the future. But just when they panicked, the symbiotic charm on their bodies suddenly became hot. Wake them up instantly. Natasha Romanoff saw Thor yelling no. Thor sees Asgard's splendid palace being shattered, and what Hela, the God King, is fighting against. But because he was too weak, he couldn't be of any help in this kind of battle. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena immediately rushed over to see Wanda's figure doing something wrong. However, only halfway through, he was knocked down by an inexplicable silver-white shadow. Stop! Yelena shouted loudly, weapon in hand ready to shoot at Wanda. But what she didn't expect was that Wanda actually stopped. This, good boy? Wanda put away the origin magic power and looked at the weapon in Yelena's hands a little flustered. This is also normal. They didn't experience any big scenes either. They grew up carefree, knowing that a war destroyed their family. Then it was captive by HYDRA, and then human experiments were carried out. Wanda also just wants revenge on Tony Stark. Naturally at the moment, seeing Yelena's murderous look, she panicked. The same is true for Pietro. He simply pulled Wanda directly and used ability to escape. This made Natasha Romanoff and Yelena froze for a moment. The two looked at each other, feeling a little speechless. What's going on? Yelena was speechless. Fortunately, Tony has come out of the illusion. Tony gasped, looking at the psychic scepter in his hand. It is the super ability person created by Hydra with its energy. Tony Stark, with his IQ, figured out what was going on almost instantly. In an instant, he had an idea for the mind scepter. Yelena frowned when she saw him. At this time, Spider-Gwen drifted in slowly. She opened her mouth and said, "Follow me, they're going too fast." A speed super ability person, a hallucinogen? 35. Tony muttered. But obviously, his mind was completely out of this. Pietro and Wanda left the Hydra base, but they were instantly at a loss. Sokovia was at war when they were young. Then stay at the Hydra base. I have never been out in my life. It is equivalent to being kept in captivity to this day. And they are not very old, only about 10 or 20 years old. Don't look at Wanda, looks very big, but not very old. It's just ability. Where are we going? Pietro at the moment is extremely nervous. Go back and ask Wanda. Wanda also looked around, not knowing what to do. But at this moment, she saw a broken newspaper in the corner. The pictures of Bai Xi and Lorna immediately came into her eyes. It's him. Wanda suddenly remembered everything. She and Pietro met Bai Xi and Lorna as children. Definitely, it doesn't matter. Most importantly, at that time, Wanda was stimulated by the energy of Mind Gem to activate the origin magic power in his body. Wanda back then saw a terrifying future. In that future, almost all of them failed miserably. Only Bai Xi was not affected. Before, she just felt that Bai Xi made her a little impression. But now that I see this photo, I immediately remember it. Who? Pietro looked at the photo suspiciously. He didn't have a deep memory of the two of them. But as soon as Wanda said it, he immediately recalled it. Definitely, it was mainly Lorna's green hair that reminded him. At the time, Lorna's green hair was killing Matt. Why haven't they changed anything? Pietro was more attentive than Wanda and read the date in the paper. Do not know. Wanda's mind flashed that picture, but she didn't tell Pietro the truth. That only made Pietro worry even more. Just know that Bai Xi and Lorna are strong. Let's go find them. Wanda instantly decided to find Bai Xi and tell him what was going to happen. Definitely, she also wanted to convince Bai Xi to join them against Tony Stark. Tony is their enemy after all. We don't have anything, how do we get there? Pietro suddenly wondered. All we have is ability, idiot. Wanda suddenly said angrily. 3 9s. 3 2s. King fried. I'm out of cards. 35. Bai Xi said to Lorna and Susan. Lorna looked at each other. I didn't beat him again. The three of them recently learned to fight landlords out of boredom. Mainly because Bai Xi didn't want to learn Texas Hold'em, so he forced Lorna and Susan to learn. Fortunately, Susan learned quickly, after all, it can't. Only Lorna is slower. Stupid. Fortunately, Bai Xi was used to Lorna's clumsy appearance. Sure enough, in the end, Lorna spread her hands again, ending this battle. It's still a little bit worse for her to play this IQ game with Bai Xi. At this moment, Bai Xi felt the back of his hand get hot. I raised my hand and saw that it was the dimension imprint that was hot. At the moment, the dimension of death has long been empty. Not even a soul. Bai Xi can guarantee this. So why does it get hot? I have something to leave. Bai Xi said to the two with a serious expression. Lorna and Susan were used to it, so they nodded one after another. In front of the two of them, Bai Xi directly used the dimension imprint, left the earth, and went to the dimension of death. The dimension of death, at the moment there is nothing here. Even Hela, the goddess of death who hasn't left for thousands of years, is gone. What else could there be? Bai Xi came here, looked at the empty dimension, and just raised his head indifferently. The thing that makes the dimensional mark hot is in the sky. The gathering of Dimension Mephisto? Bai Xi looked at the invitation and immediately became interested. Turns out it was not known who was inviting Mephisto of all dimensions to the party. You know, between dimensions Mephisto will basically be enemies. Because everyone 4.5 is like Dormammu, who always wants to devour other dimensions of Mephisto and make themselves stronger. The disparity among dimensions Mephisto is also very large. Whether the strength is strong or not depends on the file size of the dimension. Even Bai Xi, if he can devour other people's dimensions, then he will not have the slightest hesitation. This is the dimension Mephisto. So, there can be no friends. Then this kind of party, isn't it beat to death? Bai Xi decided to take a look and see the world. Anyway, he has the most powerful dimension teleportation, and no one can stop him. The strength of an incredible person is much stronger than Mephisto in these dimensions. Definitely, before that, Bai Xi has to find Siakila. Bring a succubus over to act as a deck. The main thing is that Siakila is not an ordinary succubus. If Bai Xi remembers correctly, Siakila was even the queen of hell later on. Although there is a bit of hell in the Marvel universe, it's a testament to her strength, not worse than the average dimensional Mephisto. Therefore, Bai Xi found Siakila's location directly through the contract, and the teleportation in one dimension passed. Don't know how many hells. There is endless hellfire here. But in Bai Xi's view, this hell is not as scary as its own death dimension. When Bai Xi came over, he saw Siakila studying various spells. You want to break free from the contract? Seeing Siakila's actions, Bai Xi asked immediately. Siakila was taken aback. She wanted to deny it, but under the contract, she could only tell the truth. That's right, you contracted me while I was sleeping, and I'm not reconciled. Siakila simply said, unless you can make me surrender to you willingly, then I will never break free from the contract for the rest of my life. Hearing her unconvinced words, Bai Xi nodded. Then, under Siakila's hopeful eyes, Bai Xi smiled and said, do you think I would believe the words of a devil? Still a succubus. 35. Humph. Siakila suddenly snorted coldly. What are you doing to me? Are you trying to humiliate me? Siakila asked. As a master, isn't it normal for me to look at my succubus servants? Bai Xi asked, come on, someone is coming, I'll take you to the party. Bai Xi directly mentioned Siakila, and instantly dimensionally teleported away from here. After Bai Xi and Siakila left, a vampire-like existence flew over. His name is Dracula. No matter which world he is in, he will basically be the ancestor of vampires. In this hell of Siakila, the biggest opponent is also Dracula. Only by defeating Dracula, Siakila can become the Queen of Hell. Tony Stark wakes up from a nightmare. Wanda made the scene he saw resurface. He knew it couldn't go on like this. Although he is only a mortal, he still wants to protect the Earth. Tony, what's wrong? Pepper asked soothingly. Although not married yet or even engaged. But the two of them have been together a long time ago, and Chili Pepper is honored to be the first woman who doesn't have to leave. I have to protect the Earth. 35. Tony said firmly. You're having that nightmare again. Xiao Chili understood immediately, and then she comforted. You are not the only superhero in this world, isn't there, Bai? 35. He is so powerful that no enemy can defeat him. And the Avengers, you're a team. Hearing Pepper's words, Tony nodded immediately. Then he shook his head again. I didn't see Bai. He was referring to that future. Also, you can't always trust others to save you. It's always yourself who saves yourself. Tony said firmly. This may be the reason why he snapped his fingers decisively. Obviously let other people fight. It is impossible to die directly like him. After all, he's just a mortal. With the body of mortals, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods is just a tribute to them. It wouldn't necessarily be so bad if Captain Marvel, Thor, or even Doctor Strange did the snap. At the very least, they should be able to withstand the brunt of infinite gems. At most, like Dr. Banner the Hulk, scrap an arm. Still, Tony snapped his fingers. This is Iron Man. He immediately found Dr. Banner and expressed his worries. Dr. Banner looked at Tony, opened his mouth, and asked, so, what do you want to do? Artificial intelligence, evolving JRVS. Tony's eyes were on the mind gem on the mind scepter. We can build a Ultron. 35. Bai Xi and Siakila seem to have traveled through countless dimensions. Above each dimension, there is a handful of stone seats. The two were infinitely taller and finally came to the apex. The dimensional imprint allowed him and Siakila to successfully enter here. When Bai Xi arrived, there were already quite a few dimensions of Mephisto here. So their arrival did not attract much attention. Because the strength of their breath is not very strong. Not the type to attract all existence. And Bai Xi also sensed a familiar aura. On a stone seat not far away, a pair of flaming eyes looked over. It's you, Dormammu. Bai Xi also looked over and immediately saw Dormammu. Dormammu at the moment shrank his body to look like a flame, and dark energy condensed out of his body. Dormammu clearly had a lot of hostility towards him, but didn't do it. Just looked at him coldly. Bai Xi ignored Dormammu. If Dormammu doesn't do it, he won't do it stupidly. The presence is full of Dimension Mephisto, and it is very embarrassing to be profited by a fisherman. Bai Xi saw Omar beside Dormammu. Omar smiled at Bai Xi and then nodded. Then Bai Xi observed the other Dimension Mephisto. One after another breath he has never seen. Hello, which Dimension Mephisto are you from? You even carry the succubus queen from hell, so she must be very powerful. At this moment, Bai Xi heard the sound from the stone seat beside him. This voice is actually quite polite. Bai Xi was surprised and looked over. The other party appeared in the image of an old human man with a cane in his hand and a top hat on his head. If it weren't for the wrong scene now, he would think he was facing a gentleman whose sun never sets. I am the master of the dimension of death. Bai Xi smiled and asked, May I ask who you are? I am the king of hell. Mephisto. 35. Mephisto also gave a polite smile. Bai Xi immediately understood. It was the devil. Bai Xi also ridiculed Xiaoqila before, saying that she was a succubus and would not believe her. But in fact, the most terrifying and most demagogic is the devil. Demons and demons are completely two kinds of existence. The devil is not as scheming as the devil. The devil is best at seducing people and then signing various contracts with him. It looks like a normal contract, but in fact the devil has moved his hands and feet. Before you know it, you were hurt by him. This is the devil. And among all the devils, Mephisto is the best among them. He is better at seducing people than the fallen angel Lucifer, Hades, the king of hell. Therefore, Bai Xi instantly became vigilant. Dimension Mephisto, there are no good people. Or that apart from him, there is really no good person. You should be here for the first time. 99. Mephisto didn't seem to notice and probably didn't care. Because he is also wary of every dimension here, Mephisto. Good. Bai Xi didn't hide it either, because it was useless to hide. At the moment, Xiaoqila was already too nervous. Her current situation is, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Everyone here is a big shot, and their strength is unfathomable, and it seems that few of them can beat her. Xiaoqila was nervous and scared, which was quite normal. Therefore, she could only stick to Bai Xi's side tightly. Bai Xi was sitting on the stone seat, and she stood on the side and didn't dare to move. She wanted to sit on Bai Xi. But fortunately, she is not a Dimension Mephisto, and basically no one cares about her. I just glanced at it and found that it was a succubus, so I didn't care. The people who come here are the masters of all dimensions, and they come every 100 years. Mephisto talks eloquently. And the purpose is very simple. Everyone wants to be the strongest Dimension Mephisto, who is in charge of countless dimensions, but no one obeys. Hearing Mephisto's words, Bai Xi immediately understood. I'm afraid not everyone is for this purpose. Bai Xi smiled and looked at Mephisto. Mephisto shook his head suddenly. I'm just here to make friends. Don't you want to be the strongest Dimension Mephisto? 35. Bai Xi shook his head and said, I don't want to. Believe in you. The two of them groaned at the same time. Wanda and Pietro finally came to the lighthouse country. They don't have passports. They don't even have identity information. They don't have anything. Thanks to Hydra's efforts, they have long been dead. But fortunately, Wanda's ability is powerful. Only Pietro's words would have been arrested long ago. But Wanda relied on origin magic power to control his mind all the way, and finally came to the lighthouse country after untold hardships. And stumbled along the way to find Bai Xi and Lorna's home. Lorna often goes out, and she doesn't hide it, so she was discovered long ago. But they didn't make enemies, and they weren't bombarded directly like Tony. And ordinary people can't see them at all. Are you really joking about the security forces in the wealthy area? In the lighthouse country, the gap between the rich and the poor is no less than the difference between heaven and hell. Even Wanda and Pietro, who almost didn't get near here, were taken away and not allowed to approach. Even those black people will be targeted as soon as they approach the wealthy area. Fortunately, relying on Wanda's origin magic power, I finally got close to here. For some reason, Lorna, who was in the house, suddenly felt something. She frowned and walked out. When she came out, she happened to see Wanda and Pietro walking over without anyone else. The people next to them can't seem to see them. Seeing the red light on Wanda's hand, Lorna immediately wrapped her arms around her, tilted her head, and sneered at the corner of her mouth. "It's really you." When Wanda and Pietro saw Lorna, they were surprised. Even though many years have passed, but the memory emerges, Lorna is no different from that time. However, Lorna had no surprises. "Okay, two little guys, who are you, 5?" Lorna asked immediately when she heard their words. "Don't you remember us?" Wanda suddenly asked in disappointment. "Joke." Lorna put her arms around her arms, and the corners of her mouth twitched in disdain. "Should I remember you?" 35. Lorna searched the memory carefully. "I'm Wanda." Scarlet Witch Wanda said. Lorna frowned again after hearing this. The name Wanda seems a bit familiar. Where have you heard it? Really can't remember. Lorna shook her head suddenly. She really didn't know the two people in front of her. After all, when she and Bai Xi went to Sokovia, Wanda and Pietro were just children. Moreover, she and Bai Xi only stayed for one day. And Wanda and Pietro have only one relationship. Compared with the original, the current Wanda and Pietro have changed too much. Let's not talk about the 18 changes of the women's university. Just from being a child to a young girl, the appearance of the two has long been different. In this case, Lorna naturally didn't remember them. Although the war broke out in Sokovia at that time, Lorna still prayed for the two of them. Wanda and Pietro looked at each other. Then Wanda came forward and said, "We need your help. You should go to the NYPD." Lorna responded immediately. Then, she saw Wanda walk up directly, and the red magic in her hand pointed directly to the center of her eyebrows. "Roll." Lorna's face suddenly sank, and green energy burst out from his hands, pushing both Wanda and Pietro out. "I just wanted to show you." Wanda stopped and explained. She really just wanted Lorna to recall the scene. Let Lorna remember who they are. 18. Wanda has no experience in communicating with people. How can anyone directly touch others with super ability? This was naturally taken as a provocation by Lorna. "I suggest you go to the hospital to see. I'm afraid there is something wrong with your brain." Lorna sneered after hearing this. As soon as she stretched out her hand, Wanda and Pietro's bodies were immediately controlled and flew back. In this way, Wanda will naturally not let Lorna manipulate. The origin magic power in both hands flickered and began to counteract Lorna's control. "You are really strong," Wanda sighed. Bai Xi and Lorna both met at the time. But they didn't know at that time that Bai Xi and Lorna were not ordinary people. Just thought they were ordinary tourists. Now that she felt Lorna's strength, she was extremely annoyed. If Bai Xi and Lorna were brought home at that time and stayed for 2 more days, I'm afraid her parents would not have died. In this confrontation, Pietro found himself immobile. The metal on his body was directly controlled by Lorna, causing him to lose his speed. Awkward. "What's up, Lorna?" At this time, Susan finally changed into the battle suit and came out of it. Looking at the pair of siblings in front of her, she was a little surprised to see that Wanda could compete with Lorna's ability. "I have no idea." Lorna frowned. "It just feels like she and I are a bit alike." 99. At the moment, Wanda felt that way too. As if she had something to do with Lorna. If Bai Xi is here, it will definitely be a big roar. Sisters in the comics cannibalize each other. 35. In the comics, Lorna and Wanda are both Magneto's daughters. Otherwise, how come these two are big scenes? Lorna's scene is big, and the scene behind Wanda is even more exaggerated. It's all genetic. Although there is no such connection in this world, the two people's abilities collide, but they have a sense of familiarity. Gradually, Susan found that both Lorna and Wanda were struggling. One struggles to control the other struggles to break free. Both sides stood still. Just red energy and green energy constantly colliding in the air. Before long, it seemed as if the entire sky had turned into these two colors. Under this circumstance, it naturally aroused the onlookers of countless people. The melon eaters directly picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. This made Lorna annoyed. She controlled the excess energy and watched all the mobile phones on the crowd fly away. "Dare to eat melons anytime. Lorna, I'll help you deal with that kid." Susan looked at Lorna and said. although Pietro is of no use at all. But it's still personal, resisting Lorna's energy. And it keeps Lorna from turning his back on Wanda. Hearing this, Lorna let go of Pietro's control immediately. Pietro found that his body was no longer immobile and immediately used his ability to quickly disappear in front of his eyes. He flew directly towards Susan, but he was in front of him in an instant. Quicksilver's ability is simple and even looks similar to the Flash. However, ability is not as strong as Speed Force after all. But he is also fast. At least Susan couldn't catch him at all. Although Pietro can't do more, he can travel through time and space like the Flash, break the time barrier, and he can kill Flash to sacrifice to the sky at critical moments. However, in the world of martial arts, only fast is not broken. He didn't want to do anything to Susan either. He just wanted to push Susan away and interrupt Lorna. Save your sister Wanda, who was born 12 minutes later than you. Only, when Pietro approached Susan for a moment, he found his speed suddenly slowed down. He looked at Susan in surprise and felt that his legs had become extremely heavy, and the force to take a step was countless times before. Susan just smiled at him, then pushed her hands out. The invisible sound wave directly lifts Quicksilver away. Although she couldn't see Pietro, she controlled the force field around her. As a result, when Pietro arrived at her side, he was directly controlled by the force field and slowed down. This time, Susan will naturally be able to hit Pietro. But when Pietro still wanted to find Susan, he found that Susan disappeared. He stood there thinking for a moment. Suddenly found someone appeared behind him. Susan came invisible behind him and grabbed his shoulder directly. Pietro wanted to get rid of Susan, but found that his whole body became extremely heavy again. Moreover, this time the force field appeared in his body. Have you studied physics? Susan asked. Pietro suddenly shook his head honestly and said, I haven't read a book. Then I advise you not to move around and be careful of explosions. Susan deliberately frightened him. Whether its force field will explode in Pietro is entirely up to her to control. But of course she wouldn't tell Pietro. Sure enough, Pietro was terrified. His great revenge has not yet been avenged, and naturally, he does not want to die young. And he wasn't sure if what Susan said was true. So he hesitated. This is the crushing of the scumbags by the tyrants. Susan easily restrained the fledgling Pietro. But on the other hand, Wanda, who was also a fledgling, was very tenacious. Although Wanda is still very unfamiliar with his ability. Can't fully control it. But this is origin magic power after all. Wanda kept swinging her hands in front of her like she was controlling a magic ball. Both hands control the magic ball to control his ability. Magic balls are difficult to maneuver, which requires Wanda to constantly change her gestures. Moreover, she can only control what is within her line of sight. So she could only stare at Lorna tightly, unable to even look away. With such intense concentration, Wanda temporarily matched Lorna. This made Lorna very angry. This girl is still very young at first glance, but she has such a strong power. Lorna suddenly increased his energy. Everything around her that could be controlled by her was controlled by her and smashed towards Wanda. Bumblebee hurriedly transformed into Autobot form, clinging to the building beside him. It feels a little too afraid to be around Lorna. Every time Lorna goes crazy, it's going to be frightened. It's clearly just a car guy. Looking at the various things flying towards her, Wanda suddenly screamed in pain. It turned out that Lorna was also manipulating the iron elements in her blood. Wanda only let go of the magic ball in pain. Origin magic power disappeared instantly. But, with Wanda's cry, scarlet magical energy erupted directly from her body. Those things that flew towards her were hit by the origin magic power, and they all exploded in the air. Lorna felt that her ability was invalid in Wanda. She was still controlling the elements in her body before, but now she can't sense it. Moreover, she felt Wanda's origin magic power charging towards her. Lorna immediately controlling magnetic field, disgusting everything to resist. But the air was quenched by origin magic power. Fortunately, Wanda at the moment was already half kneeling on the ground, and she still couldn't explode such a powerful origin magic power. Doing so will only drain herself severely. However, this is enough. Lorna looked at her vigilantly, her expression extremely solemn. Pietro ignored Susan's threat and ran directly to Wanda. Wanda raised her head, looked at Lorna and said, "We didn't mean to fight you." Lorna turned her head and looked at Susan. Afterwards, Wanda asked Pietro to take her out of here directly. Because of Wanda's strength, Lorna and Susan didn't dare to stop him. The compound was in ruins, and they could only quickly call someone to repair it. And the people who eat melons in the distance also suffered heavy losses. No way, as soon as Lorna gets angry, all their things are controlled by Lorna. Fortunately, Tony Stark created a post-war reconstruction company. This should be considered a post-war reconstruction, right? Lorna watched where Wanda and Pietro left. Wanda, it sounds familiar? Lorna closed her eyes and thought carefully. Suddenly, a picture flashed before her eyes. At that time, she and Bai Xi traveled around the world and lived a happy two-person world. Their last stop was the little place Sokovia. A very cute little girl, seems to be called Wanda? Lorna opened her eyes. If I remember correctly, after she returned to the lighthouse country, she also prayed that the two little guys were safe and sound. As a result, he really stood in front of her. It's just that the two have grown up and are not like children. So Lorna didn't recognize it. I remembered. Lorna said to Susan. Remember who they are? Susan wondered. But Lorna didn't say much. Otherwise, Susan would definitely be jealous. This time I did it wrong. Lorna sighed. Susan looked outside and shook her head. You should restrain your temper. Susan had long discovered that Lorna was a rather violent person. That is, when Bai Xi is around, he will suppress his emotions a little. One thing in the world overwhelms one thing. Bai Xi and Lorna are mutually reinforcing each other. JRVS. 35. Tony and Dr. Banner stood in the Stark Group building, frantically shouting the name of JRVS. Just before that, he and Dr. Banner created Ultron. He gave Ultron the goal of protecting Earth. Unexpectedly, Ultron began to evolve on its own. Ultron constantly evolves autonomously, and the results come to a surprising conclusion. That is, human beings are the destroyers of the Earth. In order to protect the Earth, Ultron wants to eliminate human beings. Thus, JRVIS became the first person to be destroyed by Ultron. JRVIS has been devoured by Ultron. Dr. Banner had to speak. Tony couldn't accept the answer. Although JRVS is only artificial intelligence, it has accompanied Tony for a long time. As a child, his father Howard's housekeeper was named JRVS. So Tony has been using the voice of JRVS to make artificial intelligence. Until now, he heard the voice of JRVS as if back to his childhood. But now his childhood seems to have disappeared. You can't destroy me. Dr. Banner constantly wants to destroy Ultron. However, Ultron escaped. Before that, Ultron was constantly absorbing all human knowledge, constantly evolving himself. Moreover, Ultron also prepared a metal body for himself. Although weak. However, Ultron has discovered vibranium. All this, Tony and they don't know yet. We seem to be in trouble again. Tony and Dr. Banner said. They only know that they're in trouble. To come up with such a big artificial intelligence, it must be destroyed. Fortunately, the Avengers are still there. Not long ago, Thor showed off his hammer. Although Mjolnir was crushed twice by Bai Xi and Hela. But he briefly forgot. Can't act in front of Bai Xi and Hela, can't act in front of this group of people? As a result, the United States Captain Steve gave Mjolnir a slight mention, startling Thor. Almost got slapped in the face again by pretending to be incompatible. If that's the case, Thor really doesn't want Mjolnir anymore. Love will disappear. Thor didn't know it, it was just Steve taking care of his face. Steve Rogers is like a saint with a high emotional intelligence. From his ease with Mjolnir later on, he can bring up Mjolnir at will. After all, Odin's magic at the time was that anyone qualified to lift it could lift Mjolnir. Seriously, Thor doesn't even have the qualifications. Tony and Dr. Banner immediately called the Avengers. For their ability to cause trouble, everyone in Avengers was speechless. Even if you're smart, you can't mess around like this. What Mephisto does best is coaxing people into signing contracts with him. Then, take away your soul and play with you. Bai Xi naturally wouldn't believe what Mephisto said. If possible, he would rather not believe a word. If Mephisto said 10 sentences may be false. Dealing with the devil is tiring. Bai Xi at the moment understood this sentence deeply, because he didn't know what Mephisto was for and what he said was true or false. Therefore, he simply regarded it as a fake. Mephisto didn't care either. Instead, he began to call Bai Xi brothers. Only then did Bai Xi realize that Xiaqila, a succubus, was quite normal among demons and demons. Although she is a succubus, she exudes her own charm all the time. Grave accent, he is Satanish and the Lord of Hell. 35. Dormammu, you should be very familiar with. He's Hades. Mephisto graciously and Bai Xi introduced the many dimensions of Mephisto. There are also various hell demons, death god. Bai Xi looked at it and was surprised. After a while, a stone table appeared in front of the stone seat. It really looked like a meeting. However, the meeting was interrupted before it even started. A demon covered in red flames moved directly towards Dormammu. Dormammu, you are worthy of sitting here. Mephisto, you'd better go and play with your good son, Black Heart Demon. 66.99. In an instant, the entire scene was in chaos. Almost all dimensions Mephisto has opponents. This is what Mephisto calls a friendly gathering, not at all to choose who is the strongest dimension Mephisto. Rather fight. Dimension Mephistos fight with each other. If you can swallow up other people's dimensions, you will naturally be the strongest dimension Mephisto. Dormammu has not done this less privately. So his dark dimension will become stronger and stronger. However, Bai Xi also discovered that the really powerful Mephisto did not come here at all. For example, Sidorak from the Crimson Universe and the ancient evil god. Boom! A huge Mephisto fist hit Bai Xi. Bai Xi still has zero dodge. However, he didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, the dimension Mephisto who attacked him withdrew his hand in pain. Seeing the scene, Mephisto immediately knew that Bai Xi's body was very strong. No wonder he didn't give up the human body. Many dimensions Mephisto, like Dormammu, gave up the body and chose to use energy to become the body. It is because the body is too weak. But Bai Xi completely different. When facing the dimension Mephisto who attacked him, Bai Xi directly counterattacked. Seeing the master make a move, Xiaqila Yi Li Dezhao, who signed the contract, can only do it with Bai Xi. Sneak attack on his dimension Mephisto, with lightning flashes all over his body from time to time. Can't see clearly. After realizing that Bai Xi was not easy to deal with, he teleported and disappeared. Quantum teleportation. But even so, Bai Xi still captured him. He grabbed Xiaqila and chased after him. Dimensional teleportation. The dimension Mephisto, who was present, was not able to perceive how Bai Xi disappeared. Mephisto immediately shouted, "Dormammu, how did you provoke such an enemy?" Dormammu, who was fighting, suddenly roared. "It was he who came to my dark dimension, not the one I was looking for." Dormammu was also puzzled. Any one dimension Mephisto goes to another dimension Mephisto's territory. It is generally regarded as provocation and death. Within its own dimension, dimension Mephisto's strength is almost invincible. The blessing of the entire dimension makes them extremely powerful. Like now, Bai Xi is caught up to that Mephisto dimension. Lightning is everywhere here. But hitting Bai Xi had no effect at all. Xiaqila just felt a little pain. The lightning in the sky suddenly converged into a huge amount of face. However, in the face of these, Bai Xi has only one formula for him. Anti-life formula. Feather. Even the dimensional Mephisto, hearing the anti-life equation, was heartbroken. But his spirit was strong, and he began to resist it tenaciously, without being manipulated by Bai Xi in an instant. But Bai Xi wasn't ready to manipulate the dimension Mephisto just like that. His eyes suddenly showed a strange energy. Omega rays. Dimensional energy. Mirror dimension. Each ability was used by Bai Xi, but he still didn't show his full combat power. Xiaqila saw Bai Xi's miracle. He hangs his opponent, who is also a dimension Mephisto. Although it will not be able to kill the opponent for a while, but it will suppress the whole process. In its own dimension, most of the dimension Mephistos have the ability of infinite resurrection. Otherwise, what is the home field advantage? Therefore, Siakila watched Bai Xi and the opponent fight for several days. Wanda and Pietro can only leave the lighthouse country sadly. Then, they were found by Ultron. Ultron can be free in the internet world, knowing the strength of Wanda and Pietro, and also know what they think. Therefore, Ultron, who had a body, went straight to him. "We can work together against the Iron Man group," Ultron said. Although there was a robot in front of them, Wanda and Pietro, who had no experience, agreed without much thought. They look like grown-ups now, but they've been imprisoned by Hydra for so long. The idea is still very small. However, the character is more tenacious than the average person. "What are we going to do?" Wanda asked. In their eyes, there is no such thing as good or bad Avengers. Now they just want to get revenge on Tony. Others are just incidental. Ultron turned his head and asked, "Do you remember the leopard in the black metal suit?" 35. Wanda suddenly remembered what it looked like in the future clip. So she nodded immediately. But she was curious, how did Ultron know? "I need to go to them for something." 39. Ultron looks seems a little abnormal. Because it was accidentally inspired by Mind Gem. Mind Gem is actually evil and violent. For example, the future that Mind Gem can see is brutal. So it is difficult for ordinary people to control Mind Gem. When you want to control the minds of others, you are already controlled by Mind Gem. Ultron, on the other hand, has become more ambitious. A little vibranium simply won't satisfy it. When it knew there were countless vibraniums in the realm of Black Panther, it had crazy ideas. If all the robotic bodies it controls are made of vibranium, who can stop it? Ultron still has concerns for many people in this world, such as the Savior and the woman beside him. Seems to be its nemesis. It's ready to be the first to address these issues after having a vibranium body. 517. You guys, can you help me find someone? Who? Wanda asked. Her name is Zhao Hailuan. She's a female doctor, and I need her skills. Ultron just doesn't smile. Otherwise, Wanda at the moment can feel its weird smile. But even so, it made Wanda feel very uncomfortable. She and Pietro looked at each other. After Ultron left, Pietro asked, "Are we doing this right? Working with a robot?" Wanda immediately shook her head, also a little confused. Then who can we rely on? Lorna and Bai Xi don't know us anymore and don't want to help us. Hearing Wanda's words, Pietro was also very helpless. We're on our own. When the Avengers couldn't find Ultron, Ultron came to Wakanda directly through the internet. Although Wakanda is isolated, even outsiders are unaware of Wakanda's existence. But as long as Wakanda exists, there will be omissions. Wakanda's technology isn't high enough to resist Ultron either. And Ultron hasn't alarmed anyone yet. Even Princess Suri, a woman very good at emerging technology, couldn't spot Ultron. After all, Ultron was made by the genius Tony. Even in the universe, Tony's IQ is one of the best. Ultron looked at the vibranium piled up at random in front of him and suddenly felt that his great career could be expected. Moreover, it directly blocked everyone and started using technology to create the vibranium body. It's just a pity that Ultron can't apply biotechnology to all bodies. Dr. Zhao Hailuan can only be used on the most important body. Vibranium and biotechnology can make Ultron infinitely close to human. A vibranium body, smuggled out of Wakanda. At the moment, Dr. Hailuan Zhao was also approached by Wanda and Pietro. Wanda easily controlled Dr. Hailuan Zhao and then began to help Ultron transport its body. Ultron, who uses biotechnology, wants to turn himself into a human being naturally not so simple. This requires its consciousness to fully control the vibranium body. Otherwise, no matter how much vibranium has, Ultron can only control it slightly. However, because of Zhao Hailuan If, they were already known by the Avengers when they started. Dr. Zhao Hailuan was absorbed into the Black Widow organization long ago. Although Yelena has no ambitions, but with the idea of redemption, Black Widow becomes stronger and stronger. The Avengers are naturally dispatched to snatch this vibranium body with Mind Gem. If Ultron really controls this body, even without Wakanda's pile of vibranium bodies, he can traverse the Earth. And at this time, Wanda has not discovered Ultron's conspiracy. She used her ability to perceive Ultron's mind, but found that she could not perceive anything. This is naturally blocked by Mind Gem. Ultron has been wary of Wanda's ability since he knew about her. The reason for such a big difference is that Wanda went to Lorna. Then the fight between the two made Ultron know more about the horror of Wanda. And because of the existence of Bai Xi, Lorna, and others, Ultron knows that he must have enough strength to destroy all mankind. Therefore, Ultron will give up that ship of vibranium and go directly to the source of vibranium. Wakanda. The future is already different. I never thought the future couldn't be changed, so I just watched silently. Ancient One sighed leisurely with his hands on his back. In other words, she has no courage to change the future. The more future she saw, the more afraid she became. It's time to play with it. No one can be sure that change will be right, the white-haired Odin said. On the contrary, Frigga beside him was full of black hair. The former God King of Asgard is visiting the Earth, and the Ancient as Sorcerer Supreme is naturally to be received. So there is this scene. Ancient One looked at the uncertain future and sighed. So he's got a lot of guts. 99. Both Odin and Frigga knew she was talking about Bai Xi. The stronger the strength, the more cautious and cautious. But Bai Xi is different. He was reckless. There is a saying in Midgard. Ancient One said, "A butterfly in South America flaps its wings and a tornado is created on another continent, which is the theory of the butterfly effect. In the long run, flapping the wings will cause more movement than a tornado." Odin and Frigga nodded immediately. But Frigga insisted, "We can try to believe it. The future of Ultron has long since changed. Even the Ancient One holding the Eye of Agamotto has no way of seeing what the future holds. Because there are countless futures waiting for her. Maybe she can't even watch it. This is the man who plays with time and will eventually be played with by time." Ancient One experienced the horror. And at the moment, the one who flapped his wings and the dimension Mephisto fought for an unknown amount of time finally won. Oh, this unknown dimension, Mephisto, was hit again by Omega rays. This time dimension Mephisto didn't have time to mobilize energy to resist. In just an instant, half of his body was wiped out by Omega rays. Then Bai Xi instantly rushed to the dimension Mephisto. Kong! The claw with tearing power touched Bai Xi, but it was still just the sound of metal colliding. And Bai Xi punched into his energy body. The high temperature like the sun exploded in the body of dimension Mephisto in an instant. Then, the dimension mark on Bai Xi's hand was triggered. A huge amount of black hole suddenly appeared in the sky of dimension. Then, the black hole began to gradually expand. Siakila watched the scene from a distance and became more and more afraid to resist Bai Xi. The small thoughts that were still there before disappeared in an instant. How can you resist this kind of existence? The dimension of death is like a scorpion, greedily and madly devouring this dimension. Bai Xi felt that the dimension of death was constantly expanding, and then more and more energy was fed back to him. Make him stronger and stronger. This is how the dimension Mephisto is lifted. No wonder Dormammu is so crazy to want more and more dark dimensions. I also want to swallow the entire 9 realms in one breath. Earth is just opening the door to the 9 realms. Moreover, the Earth is still the center of the 9 realms, and even the center of the universe. Once which dimension Mephisto can devour the entire universe. That instantly becomes the most powerful dimension Mephisto. Bai Xi settled down and began to devour the dimension with all his might. The feeling of such a rapid increase in strength is indeed easy to indulge in. Z. The mind gem on Ultron's head directly pierced through Tony's battlesuit. Iron Man fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. Ultron, who controls Vibranium's body, is invincible. Thor. The hammer hits him, and it's just a dang. Didn't you say vibranium is precious? Steve, Captain of the United States, asked Tony Stark with his shield up. He looked at the shocked shield in his hand. There was a moment of silence. Did Howard lie to him, or did Tony lie to him? There is only one shield for his hard work. Ultron got a vibranium body directly? If let him know that Ultron is more than this body, I am afraid it will be even more collapsed. How would I know? Tony has also entered into a life of doubt. At the moment, Thor saw Ultron flying towards him, also wielding a hammer to resist. However, Vibranium's body is not afraid of him at all. In an instant, Thor was knocked flying and smashed to the ground. Thor couldn't get up for a long time. What a shame to the god Asgard. Not even them, let alone anyone else. Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, couldn't even help. Only Spider-Gwen can hold Ultron a little. Because she has spider telepathy, Ultron has a hard time hitting her. However, even so, the Avengers were still defeated. Violent defeat. They had no choice but to run away quickly. We must need help, Tony. Dr. Banner, who was controlled by Ultron's mind gem just now to betray, said. 66.99. Among this group of people, you are the least determined. Dr. Banner is right. Tony spoke, looking at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff nodded immediately and said, I will find Yelena. Tony hesitated for a moment and finally said, Lorna, we need your help. In desperation, Tony, the scumbag that Lorna looked down on, could only ask Lorna for help. This was extremely uncomfortable for Tony. For so long in his life, he has never compromised with those who look down on him. But now, they have no choice. After a few days, Wanda finally found out about Ultron's mind. But it was too late. Ultron has taken full control of Vibranium's body, and with the blessing of Mind Gem, it has become more and more frantic. Wanda desperately had to run away with Dr. Zhao and Pietro. Mind Gem began to show its evil to the world. It is inherently depraved. Only Vision can suppress the darkness of Mind Gem and prevent it from controlling itself. But now, Ultron takes control of the body, which means Vision is completely gone. With this huge amount of change, Ancient One didn't even know if he should take action. The Avengers, after being hanged and beaten, could only ask someone for help. When I called, Bai Xi wasn't there, only Lorna could help. As for Bai Xi, Tony feels that Bai Xi is really unreliable. He felt that Bai Xi was unreliable before, so he wanted to protect the world by himself. Result: he is less reliable than Bai Xi. Created a big boss directly with Dr. Banner. And Bai Xi at least is not at the critical moment. So there is a reason for being good brothers. Lorna was silent for a moment, feeling Tony's sincerity. What happened? Lorna asked. The robot, it wants to control the world. Hearing Tony's words, Lorna burst into laughter. Then I'll be their nemesis. After Lorna finished speaking, Susan also changed into her uniform. Concave and convex body with a tight blue battlesuit. I think Bai Xi likes you the most, so you don't need to change it in the future. 99. Hearing Lorna's words, Susan smiled proudly. But she said sadly, it's just this one who doesn't know how to go to the toilet. That's what men should be curious about. 99. Lorna hugged and said, she is still jacket and jeans. Looks cool. Avengers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two of them. Even Thor knows that Lorna's ability is very restraining these robots. After all, Lorna has appeared in public so many times. Be smart and quickly analyze what Lorna's ability is. I just don't know how much Lorna's ability can achieve. Lorna nodded to Natasha Romanoff and Yelena and others. Susan also smiled and gestured with something. This is. Tony came up and wanted to introduce them to Wanda and Pietro. I saw Lorna take the initiative to say, I didn't think of it before. Seeing Lorna's appearance, Wanda didn't care anymore. We are so stupid. Wanda spoke up. Although Wanda still doesn't like Tony Stark, but in order to make up for her mistake in helping Ultron, she came here. I didn't expect that the little girl back then became so beautiful. Dash. Lorna smiled, gave her a hug. Wanda was a little shy when she said it. It was only then that Tony realized that they had known each other for a long time. How did you know each other? Tony asked Lorna suspiciously. Sokovia. Lorna just said a place name and let the unknown Tony figure it out for himself. What's the situation now? Lorna asked. Tony said, I thought you knew. We were going to Sokovia, and Ultron went there. A group of Avengers have long been ready, and at the moment also set off directly. Compared to the original, at the moment Avengers are numerous. Spider-Gwen, who will never return to his own world, is joined by Lorna and Susan. Definitely, the most people are the Black Widows. Yelena also brought more than 10 people. You don't need to bring so many people. Tony thought the Black Widows were of no use. After all, they are dealing with robots. In the end, Yelena just smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was dispatched, Yelena could not wait to call everyone together. The current Black Widows have all been injected with extremists. Sokovia. When the Avengers' flight machine arrived, Ultron was already waiting for them. At the moment, Ultron looks like a winner. Because in Wakanda, Princess Suri only discovered the problem at this time. It's just that when she found out, the robots that had been turned into vibranium bodies flew out. Overwhelming vibranium robots, if you want to destroy Wakanda, it is an easy task. Fortunately, they do not have this idea. Just don't know where to fly. We must issue a warning, 99. Princess Suri immediately found the old King Chaka. Chaka was hesitation for a while. Even Black Panther can't do anything about this situation. There are so many robotic bodies built by vibranium that even the gods can't restore them. Vibranium is one of the strongest metals in the universe, also known as sound-absorbing steel. It is originally second only to Wolverine's adamantium in hardness, but due to the absorption of kinetic energy, it is more defensive. Its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible because its molecules are relatively static, making it hardly conduct heat and kinetic energy, which allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. It is because of knowing the qualities of vibranium that King Chaka is so desperate. At the moment, Ultron is dragging its feet. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ultron flies in the air and Mind Gem empowers it infinitely. If I were you, I'd be scared and run now. Tony spoke up. Tony Stark, although you created me, I won't let you go. 359. Ultron said to Tony. Ultron is actually like Tony's child. It's just that as soon as it was born, it became rebellious. Then let's see who is running. Tony said angrily. He directly blasted it with a palm. But hitting Ultron's body, it just gave it a jolt. You can't even break my body, so why beat me? Ultron said very arrogantly. Mind Gem, with the addition of vibranium, feels like it's finally invincible. It already knew where infinite gems came from. Even came up with the idea of collecting infinite gems. Have to say, Ultron is bloated. You dare to come to me before I go to you. 35. Ultron said to the recognizable green-haired Lorna. You dare not look for me. Lorna tilted her head in disdain. You don't think that with your ability, you can really become my nemesis? Ultron laughed. It knew all about Lorna's and Tony's calls. In the field of intelligence, Ultron is invincible. It's everywhere. After Ultron finished speaking, he flew straight towards Lorna. Humph. When Lorna saw this, her hands glowed green. Ultron suddenly felt controlled. The body that was flying towards Lorna was unable to move directly in the air. Moreover, Lorna is still manipulating the metal disintegration of its body. Without the Mind Gem, Lorna is indeed its nemesis. Ultron looked at Lorna, and the Mind Gem on his forehead suddenly burst into power. Lorna was affected in an instant. Although he wasn't controlled by Ultron, he didn't know what he saw, and he suddenly shouted. It turned out that Ultron created a memory directly in Lorna's mind. Affects Lorna's mind. The person Lorna cares most about is Bai Xi. In Ultron's fantasy, Bai Xi was killed by a powerful enemy in front of her. Lorna, who saw the scene, collapsed directly. Lorna, who was out of control, naturally couldn't control Ultron. Thor and Tony, who had been flying towards Ultron, were directly sent flying. Dr. Banner did not transform directly. He was afraid that once he transformed himself, he would be controlled by Mind Gem again. Ultron flew straight towards Lorna. Seeing it is about to kill Lorna directly. But at this moment, Wanda's origin magic power also appeared. Magic Ball also manipulates Ultron's body like Lorna. And she was very decisive and directly threw Ultron out. Are you okay? Wanda immediately supported Lorna. Lorna shook her head, indicating that she had recovered. Her spirit is much more stable than before. The Magneto family. Ability is extremely powerful, but this mental power is as weak as it is weak. Lorna's mental power collapses every day, causing her ability to be very unstable. He is only slightly worse than Magneto, but he is caught by ordinary people every day. Not to mention Wanda. As soon as the mood collapsed, blacken, extinction of mutant. Even at an extreme point, he started to practice black magic. Mental strength has become their biggest weakness. Therefore, Ultron can easily defeat their inner defense line with Mind Gem. And next, the Avengers will also cooperate. Ultron continued to want to control Lorna. But when it flew over, Steve, the captain of the United States, stepped forward, holding a shield against the Mind Gem's power. What bothered Ultron was that Mind Gem couldn't do anything about this Virgin Steve. His mind is extremely strong and the most determined. So he was able to get Mjolnir's approval. Then Lorna, who was hiding behind him, manipulated Ultron's body in an instant. It's just that vibranium makes it impossible for Lorna to break it down directly. "Give me a moment and I'll shred it," Lorna said coldly. The scene I just saw was an illusion. But it also made Lorna extremely angry. Bai Xi is everything to her. Lorna thought so, the green light in her hands even more lush. Ultron's entire body seemed to be engulfed in green light. The power of the Mind Gem began to resist, easing Lorna's ability. Roar! Seeing this, Dr. Banner immediately slapped himself. An angry Hulk appeared. He wondered why Dr. Banner was always like this. "Can't we communicate?" Hulk is just a baby. Hulk rushed straight up and grabbed Ultron's body, as if trying to rip it in half. But alas, this is vibranium. Giving Hulk a power gem might do the trick. But now, Hulk could only hold Ultron's body in place. Others are helping in their own way. Gwen directly used the cobweb to hold Ultron's body, and the others pulled with her. "Victory is coming," Tony yelled, telling everyone to hang on. But at this moment, Ultron made a cold voice. "You think this is over? No, this is just the beginning." After Ultron finished speaking, the overwhelming robot flew over from outside. Seeing this scene, Spider-Gwen immediately asked, "Mr. Tony, is this your mecha?" "I don't have that much money." When Tony saw the scene, he immediately called out with numbness on his scalp. Even if he is the richest man in the world, he can't be reckless in building mechas. Dozens or hundreds are fine. How could it be like this, as if the entire sky was blocked? This is a robot controlled by Ultron. Tony passed Friday and instantly identified the enemy. Alert! These robots are all vibranium by scanning. Friday used her voice to make prompts. Ro. Tony subconsciously thought he had heard it wrong. Doesn't it mean that vibranium is rare? 0. Ask for flowers. But without giving him time to think, he could only tell everyone immediately. Of these, the United States Captain Steve was the most devastated. The vibranium he had seen back then was only enough to make a shield. Now, tell him that all the robots are made by vibranium? Isn't this slaughtering people? Boom. In the split second of the collision, Steve made sure Tony wasn't lying. Vibranium's collision didn't even make a sound. But the huge amounts of power directly sent him flying. Although these robots are not as high-tech as Ultron's original body, they are not ordinary because of the material. Even if these robots are small enough to drive. But they're all controlled by Ultron. Ultron is the god of intelligence. Without the United States Captain physically resisting Mind Gem's power, Lorna's ability was interrupted again in an instant. The moment Ultron hit her, the invisible Susan took Lorna and flew away. And he also used his invisibility ability to be invisible with Lorna. Seeing this scene, Ultron is not chasing. Because no one can handle it now. With so many robots flying over in an instant, the Avengers were instantly exhausted. It's fine if it's normal metal. But unfortunately, these are vibranium. Tony was beaten so hard that he couldn't find the North in an instant. What if my steel battlesuits were made of vibranium? 35. Tony thought so and was kicked out. The United States Captain Steve, Hawkeye Barton, etc. There is no way. A deep sense of powerlessness came over them. All robots are made with vibranium, isn't that bullying? Who can be so rich? Wakanda, we don't want to sponsor either. Ultron looked at the messy Sokovia and suddenly felt that the world's tomorrow would be very bright. This is just the beginning. After Ultron finished speaking, he immediately took control of its ultimate weapon. Boom. 35. The entire Sokovia seemed to have left the ground and began to lift off slowly. But now no one can stop it. The people at Avengers are overwhelmed. No, Sokovia is about to lift off. Maria Hill looked at the screen and said, although SHIELD disappeared on the surface, it actually went underground. She and Nick Fury are still working in secret. And it also took back the previously broken sky carrier. If Tony knew he was being used again, he would probably hate Nick Fury to death. This group of people from SHIELD, none of them are good things. Especially Maria Hill. He kept saying that it was because of Bai Xi that he joined the Stark group. The result is this? What is this robot trying to do? Is it trying to lift Sokovia into space? 35. Nick Fury said that with a smile. This is what a robot can think of, right? Number 35. Maria Hill said coldly immediately. It was about making Sokovia fly high enough and then fall down. The impact of that time could send the entire planet into the end of the world. 99. Nick Fury immediately thought about it when he heard the words. It's not 2012 anymore. 99. 21-2 is over. Maria Hill said. Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Now you can only trust the Avengers and your concubine. As soon as he said these words, Maria Hill blushed instantly. She and Bai Xi have a normal relationship. Then we have to do something. She coughed twice. All we have to do now is to save people. Nick Fury said. Fortunately, they used the resources of the Stark group to repair the sky carrier, barely making sure it could take off. Maria Hill lets others manipulate at the moment looks directly out the window. Such a moment. Where has Bai Xi gone? Bai Xi didn't know how long it took, but he finally absorbed this dimension. His death dimension has more than doubled from before. The larger the dimension, the stronger the energy of the dimension. His strength has increased significantly. However, the strength of Dimension Mephisto will be suppressed on Earth. That's why Dormammu wants to destroy the 3 holy places first. The 3 holy places built by the magician of Kamartaj are actually a formation. Any Dimension Mephisto or other strong people come to Earth will be weakened by the holy place. That's why Kelly, who is still a powerful witch, came to Earth and her strength was weakened by more than 500 million. You should go back to your place. Bai Xi, who felt the power for a while, said to Xia Keela. Xia Keela nodded obediently immediately. She has been completely conquered by Bai Xi's power. Therefore, he did not dare to disobey Bai Xi's orders at all, and returned to his own hell obediently. And Bai Xi, one-dimension teleportation disappeared directly. The entry of the other dimension Mephisto into Earth will naturally be blocked by the Sorcerer Supreme. But Bai Xi did not. As soon as he came back, Ancient One knew. Ancient One was also very troubled to find Bai Xi before. But now Bai Xi himself has appeared. When Bai Xi returned home, he didn't see Lorna and Susan, only Ancient One turned his back to him. You're back. Ancient One asked as if at his own home. Shouldn't I come back? Bai Xi suddenly asked out of the way. 6,699. Ancient One was caught off guard by his question. No, it's just that the world needs you to save now. Ancient One said, and directly used Time Gem to show Bai Xi what happened. When Bai Xi saw that Ultron was so powerful, suddenly surprised. It turned out to be vibranium. Bai Xi understood in seconds. Wakanda is the enemy. The Avengers are no longer Ultron's opponents, and the magicians have to deal with the multi-universe threat. 5. Ancient One put away the Time Gem and smiled at Bai Xi. However, Bai Xi just nodded and didn't act immediately. Why don't you go? 35. Ancient One asked curiously. The Savior is the last to appear. Bai Xi looked at her and said. Ancient One suddenly smiled knowingly. Both of them are good at pretending. For example, every time the Ancient One appeared, he had to pretend to be a May 17th person with his back to the crowd. If it weren't for her bald head being too dramatic, it may really scare a lot of people. 35. Lorna pulled her hands out, and a vibranium robot controlled by her was finally torn in half by her. But even so, the robot is still controlled by Ultron. This made Lorna curse secretly. This is still a robot without biotechnology. If it is replaced by Ultron's body, it is estimated that it will be difficult for her to break apart given time. Grumpy Hulk slammed to the ground clutching a vibranium droid. Even Loki couldn't take the damage, but the vibranium droid was fine. Not even a single part fell off. Still under Ultron's control, hitting Hulk. Tony saw a Black Widow being imprisoned by a robot and dragged straight into the sky. He immediately flew over to support. I said earlier that you don't need so many people, and it doesn't work at all. Tony complained about trying to save people. As a result, he saw this Black Widow's hands turn red. Even vibranium was roasted red, and could only let go of her powerlessly and threw her away. Black Widow rolled to the ground and his body returned to normal. Tony was stunned for a moment. This is so, not extremis? He instantly realized that he had been betrayed by that woman. The extremis he completed turned out to be the standard for Black Widows. Fortunately, it's the woman who gets it. Tony's brain circuit is really strange. Sir, Sokovia is 5 kilometers off the ground. That's when the alarm sounded on Friday. At the moment, Sokovia had already started to vibrate, and a lot of it had broken into rubble and fell down. This means that it is absolutely impossible for Sokovia to ascend into space, because it will be completely destroyed in midair. It's fine if it's destroyed, but if it falls and hits the ground, the impact will cause earthquakes on the continental plates, causing huge amounts of disaster. Definitely, it's the people of Sokovia who are the most critical right now. At the moment, Quicksilver Pietro and Scarlet Witch Wanda have been constantly saving people here. Sokovia is their hometown, and naturally, it is impossible to watch people in their hometown have an accident. What can I do now? Tony began to analyze the situation. He found that nothing could be done. Stop it from continuing to lift off? Even if this height falls, human beings have to suffer a devastating blow. But if it continues to lift off, then Sokovia will disappear from human history. The scumbag is really unreliable. At this time, Tony could only think of Bai Xi. On the ground, countless people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and watched Sokovia take off. The lift-off of such a large area naturally attracted the attention of people around the world. Definitely, it also caused panic in everyone. Why does this happen? And when someone announces what the consequences will be, everyone is even more afraid. Who can save them? Even those who are high above at the moment are too afraid. Or they're the most afraid of the group. But they at the moment can't do anything. But at this time, a sky carrier gradually approached the rising land of Sokovia. It looks a little broken. Apparently one of those destroyed by the Dark Elf warships. Why didn't I think of that? Yelena tilted her head and said. Natasha Romanoff said to her, "Aren't you always an afterthought, 35? That's faster than you two." As the two spoke, they moved towards a robot unconvinced. It's just that vibranium is too powerful, and it is difficult for them to be completely destroyed by 2-on-1. Only with the ability of Wanda and Lorna. Even Thor, a lightning strike has no effect. Instead, it's like charging a robot. Because Ultron can directly link them, it also isolates the lightning. Ultron, who guided Sokovia into the sky, stood beside the device and finally began to laugh. The human world will be completely destroyed. Ultron made all the robots make sounds. Next is the world of intelligence, the world of machines, and the great civilization. Ultron said, but suddenly there was no voice. After a while, Ultron said with difficulty, "Let me go." Everyone immediately looked towards the center of the installation. I saw the mighty Ultron being lifted up by Bai Xi, and also choking it, leaving Ultron speechless. Definitely, it's the machine that directly controls the open mouth. Bai Xi lifted Ultron slowly up. Machines are nowhere near dominating civilization, Bai Xi said, and threw Ultron directly to the ground, smashing heavy dust. You are finally here, 9. Tony immediately complained when he saw Bai Xi. Heroes always come last, Bai Xi said with a smile. Then he saw Wanda. TTT. No, Wanda has finally grown up. I still remember seeing her once when I was a child, and she was still wary of herself. Bai Xi felt that time was flying by. Wanda is also looking at him excitedly. Don't know why it seems a bit complicated. Bai Xi didn't know the future that Wanda saw, so he just nodded slightly. Then he looked at Lorna, at Susan, at Natasha Romanoff, at Yelena. Definitely, his eyes also saw the Maria Hill inside directly through the barrier of the aircraft carrier in the sky. This is supervision. Not only does it have a penetrating vision effect, but it can also pass through the universe and see what happens far, far away. Maria Hill couldn't see Bai Xi, but through the screen, she seemed to see Bai Xi smiling to herself. So she also smiled. Be careful. Wanda shouted suddenly. I saw Ultron flew up from the ground and directly grabbed Bai Xi and flew into the sky. Do not worry. Susan came over and said to Wanda. Don't worry, although we don't know how strong he is invincible. Susan said with emotion. At these words, even Spider-Gwen silently nodded. She still remembers when she first came to this world and slammed her head on a billboard. Then, go to Jean Bien's mansion and Lorna will kill the quartet. She thought Lorna was the best. It turned out that it was only now that Bai Xi was hiding his strength. Although he killed Jean Bing silently at the time. But it didn't show anything. You can't beat me. Ultron grabbed Bai Xi and said. Ultron is now invincible and confident. It does not know what existence it is facing. Boom. Ultron punched Bai Xi, only making a crisp sound. Your body. Ultron was stunned for a moment. Who is the robot? Why does Bai Xi's body play like metal? And it seems to be stronger than its vibranium material. Even the vibranium was slightly dented as it punched down. Just because of vibranium's peculiarity, it's been slow to fix. Memory metal isn't really special. You know Man of Steel? Bai Xi said, punching Ultron down. Then he flew up immediately, grabbing Ultron and hammering it. Unfortunately, Ultron's body is full of vibranium, not the shield thickness of the United States Captain Steve. Bai Xi can't beat him without infinite gems. And it has to be a power gem. Ultron like this is really strong. Vibranium body mind gem. It is actually the strengthening version of Vision Zero. The reason for the strengthening version is because Vision has been suppressing the evil power of Mind Gem. And Ultron does not suppress, but obeys Mind Gem. So, it fully demonstrates the power of Mind Gem. Powerful, evil, manic. You can't beat me like this. Ultron felt Bai Xi's fist and said. Then, serious punch. Bai Xi slammed it down with a punch, and Ultron's arm was directly paralyzed by him. But it was metal and it picked up again right away. Ultron slammed on the ground, and Bai Xi stomped it under his feet, looking down at Ultron. At the moment, everyone in the Avengers watched Bai Xi's great power and felt a little shivering. It's just that Ultron's robots beat them so helplessly. How strong is Bai Xi? Countless robots rushed towards Bai Xi, burying him and Ultron in an instant. No, or rather, these robots, they're all Ultron. Roll. A powerful energy suddenly erupted from Bai Xi's body. All the robots that rushed over were swept away by Bai Xi. Ultron was still trampled under his feet. A robot wanted to fly over again, and was caught by Bai Xi. Z. The temperature of the sun's core, even vibranium can't resist. In just a split second, the robot was melted down. Seeing this scene, Tony shouted, "All help." Even Ultron panicked. What the hell is this fiery red energy? How can it feel close to the sun? Countless rushing robots were blocked by the Avengers. Bai Xi punched again. When? All made the sound of metal collision. However, Bai Xi's fist was fine, but Ultron's vibranium body was dented. It turns out, the physique of the Kryptonian is really a god on Earth. The sound of the collision sent out sound waves, and countless dust was rolled up. And Bai Xi didn't waste time. Hot sight. His eyes reddened, and he launched a hot gaze directly at one of Ultron's arms. Ultron's arm was cut straight out. Ultron naturally felt no pain. But it knows it's not good. Bai Xi grabbed the severed arm. Dr. Hailuan Zhao's biotechnology is indeed powerful. This body is not all vibranium. There are also some biological fibers mixed with it. Let it run like an arm like a human body. That's why the original Vision, now the Ultron, looks so human. At this moment, Bai Xi saw the mind gem on Ultron's forehead blooming with yellow light. A powerful psychic energy began to rush into his mind. But Bai Xi didn't move. There is no anti-life formula so powerful yet. Bai Xi felt it, looked at Ultron and said. Ultron didn't understand what an anti-life equation was. It just sounded like a powerful thing. Definitely, what Bai Xi said is also a single 4.5 mind gem. If the 6 infinite gems are stacked on top of each other, the mind gem's ability will become stronger again. Bai Xi's mental strength, I don't know if he can resist it, but it shouldn't be a problem. As long as he has no mental weakness, it is impossible for him to be controlled by others. Thinking like this, Bai Xi ignored mind gem's power and directly dismembered Ultron's body. The most powerful body. It made Tony's flesh aches. If you keep all these vibraniums, how much can you sell them for? You can't kill me. Ultron looked at Bai Xi and said. And you can't stop this from happening. Boom. After Bai Xi finished speaking, he punched Ultron's neck with a serious punch. Ultron's vibranium body only has a neck left. But because it is artificial intelligence, it can still speak. Mankind will be destroyed. 39. As soon as it finished speaking, Bai Xi grabbed its head with his left hand and pinched Mind Gem with his right hand. Simple button. Mind Gem was caught in his hands, and the power of the gem could not affect him at all. A determined person who can fight against the evil of Mind Gem. Ultron's body is completely dead until now. And it's uncontrollable. Give me the gems back. However, Ultron instantly controlled the other robots and shouted at Bai Xi. Then he rushed towards Bai Xi like crazy. You can't kill me. 5. Ultron is really not easy to kill. Because it can run to the internet at any time and then escape to any networked location on the Earth through the internet. Bang. 35. Bai Xi punched through a vibranium robot, but there were too many. Countless robots jumped on him, trying to snatch the Mind Gem. Ultron, who has already felt the power of Mind Gem, is naturally reluctant to give it up. Then, Bai Xi completely turned on his thermal vision and scanned around. Spider-Gwen's hair stood up and immediately hugged Yelena and Natasha Romanoff next to him and threw him to the ground. A circle of hot eyes swept across and everything turned into 2 halves. Tony managed to dodge the past, and he was suddenly terrified in cold sweat. You're trying to kill your brother together. Tony yelled. Sorry, I used it wrong. 99. Bai Xi responded immediately. Hot side off. Omega rays. Nothing else, Bai Xi's eyes are full of rays. Moreover, it is different from heat sight. Although omega rays can also be very high temperature, it is stronger to erase. Even vibranium, don't even think about resisting the ability of omega rays. And it has its own tracking. Wherever the robot goes, it will be carried away by a burst of omega rays. After all, only the vibranium plus biotechnology plus Mind Gem strengthening body can resist Bai Xi's attack. The others are only vibranium. Definitely, now on Earth, only Bai Xi can destroy vibranium so easily. Ultron proved a truth with facts. That is, when the number of trash fish is large, it cannot compare to a strong one. Quantity never beats quality. No, the device's energy has been exhausted. At this time, Tony received bad news. I could use the power of the reactor to send it into the sky, but Sokovia is about to disappear from Earth. Hearing these heavy words, everyone was silent. Especially Pietro and Wanda. What? When Wanda heard the sad news, her emotions collapsed directly. As expected of a child of the Magneto family. However, after her collapse, the origin magic power directly shredded the robots in Vibranium's body. Lorna looked at Wanda, then at the green energy in her hands. Her ability doesn't seem to be like Wanda. Lorna felt a wave of frustration. At this time, Bai Xi said, no need, I'll put it down. 39. Afterwards, Tony saw Bai Xi flying directly under the land of Sokovia. You don't want to carry a continent on your back, do you? Tony suddenly wondered. It's not something a human can do at all. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the Sokovia continent, which was about to descend, stopped immediately. Afterwards, Bai Xi held up the entire continent with both hands and flew down slowly. Looking at his relaxed appearance, it seems that he is holding only a piece of paper, not a continent. Bai Xi's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was relaxed. People rescued on the sky carrier all frantically took pictures of him. Maria Hill even looked at him and laughed. And at the moment, Tony froze in the air. After a while he murmured, "So, you're not a human anymore?" Thor flew down with a hammer and took a look. Immediately desperate. Such a fierce brother-in-law and a grumpy sister. What should I do in the future? Asgard. I can't go back in this life. But he didn't know that something was wrong with Asgard at the moment. Flame giant Surti somehow escaped from Asgard. Although he didn't get the Eternal Fire and Twilight Sword, it was a hidden danger after all. Hela sat high on the throne, looking at Loki and the others below. She has long hair, and her sitting posture is somewhat casual, showing her charm. After meeting Bai Xi, she seems to be more and more feminine. Can anyone tell me, how on earth did Surti escape? Hela's voice grew deeper and deeper. If she hadn't brought the Twilight Sword with her, she would have taken the Eternal Fire. That might have happened to Ragnarok now. She, who was the goddess of death at the time, naturally knew Asgard's various languages. When she was fighting the Nine Realms, there is a prophecy that only Thor can defeat the serpent. As a result, by the time she emerges from her captive dimension, Odin does give birth to Thor. With the lessons learned, Hela naturally attaches great importance to prophecy. In the prophecy, the flame giant Surti came to Asgard through Bifrost, opened Ragnarok, Asgard was destroyed, the gods died. All this at the moment Hela, who is already the king of gods, naturally doesn't want it to happen. Loki. 35. Hela propped her chin up and looked at Loki charmingly. Loki immediately looked up at Hela. I hope you didn't do it otherwise, Hela said with narrowed eyes. The black eyeshadow seems to contain endless murderous aura. Loki shuddered for a moment. Hela sat up straight and squeezed her hands. The destroyer armor was taken by Odin, along with the Spear of Eternity. Old Odin, don't give her anything. Otherwise, no one would be able to break into the treasure house of the Golden Hall. At the moment, Loki was terrified and regretful. Fortunately, the Titans looked for him, but he did not agree. Otherwise, Hela from at the moment must have torn him. Who did it? Bai Xi coughed twice and said, I forgot about this. I will definitely next time. Tony is still not romantic enough. It's a shame he's still a veteran playboy. Bai Xi immediately began to complain in his heart. But enough, I thought Bai was an idiot. Susan said at the moment. Bai Xi. The mantra lasso hurts so much. At this time, Bai Xi took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the fireworks. They are now like gods, sitting on the clouds and watching the fireworks below. It is extremely wonderful. Beep. Natasha Romanoff received the message and opened it to see a video. The explosion of fireworks is extremely brilliant, very beautiful. There is also the slightly regrettable information of Bai Xi. It's a pity I can't watch the most beautiful fireworks in the world with you. A smile appeared at the corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth. At the same time, Yelena also received. Bai Xi has been communicating with Tony over the years. Naturally also learned the skills of Playboy. On the matter of picking up girls. He thought that if Stark could compete with Tony 1 or 2 times, no one else could. Bai Xi naturally learned too. He said that it was definitely not something that came with him, but that he learned from Tony. After watching the fireworks, Susan said she was a little cold, so she leaned her body into Bai Xi's arms. Bai Xi took them home instantly. For some reason, Tony, who was hugging little Pepper tightly, felt that he had been voted in vain. Although it's just a weird feeling. Then, the heat on Xiao Chili suddenly woke him up. Pepper still has Extremis on him. But this is really a piece of cake for Tony. No wonder he didn't like Extremis. He can easily solve it by himself, plus Dr. Banner at most. And Killian, Maya Hansen, and these people can't figure it out for more than 10 or 20 years. For someone as arrogant as Tony, it was a strange thing to see. It didn't take long. The Extremis on Chili Pepper was filled by Tony. Maya Hansen also joined in on the grounds of helping with the research, and mastered the full Extremis. Tony threatened her, can't let this out anymore. Don't worry, I'm just here to benefit all sentient beings. Maya Hansen protects. Extremis was originally conceived to be used to repair injured parts of the body. That's right, it's true. However, what Tony didn't know was that Maya Hansen gave extremists to Bai Xi in a blink of an eye. Bai Xi only released her control at this time. Maya Hansen recovered in an instant. How did you do it? 5. She looked at Bai Xi in fear. This feeling of being completely manipulated is absolutely unpleasant. There is absolutely no freedom. Will you do something for me? Bai Xi asked. I still need someone to produce extremists. I can't refuse. Maya Hansen said. Or she didn't dare to refuse at all. And then, she naturally became a member of Black Widow. Mjolnir was spun by Thor and smashed several enemies at random. Then it flew back into his hands. Under his leadership, the rebellion here was quickly suppressed. Although Thor at the moment is not yet fit to be a qualified king, but it is enough to be a general in charge. His bravery is not inferior to Hela, the goddess of death. It's just that the strength can't reach the level of Hela. Grave accent, the rebellion in the 9 realms was finally quelled. Thor was too tired to speak. The goddess of war Sif sneered. Not a good thing for Loki yet. 55. Thor was speechless, unable to say more. After Loki was captured, everything came to light. The reason why the 9 realms rebelled turned out to be a conspiracy used by Loki, led by King Lauf, the ice giant. But what makes Thor feel uneasy is that Odin, the god king, is not ready to attack Lauf, the giant king of ice. On the contrary, he still allowed him to live freely within the 9 realms. Certainly, Loki, who used this conspiracy, was also imprisoned in Asgard's prison by Odin. Odin didn't do much with Loki either, but the disappointment was real. Especially Frigga. Frigga has always regarded Loki as her own son, but what he did disappoints Frigga the most. It's over, don't talk about it. 2. Thor said to Sif. Thinking of this, his heart instantly became hot. Jane, here he is. The Earth girlfriend he had just made, before he had time to make out, was running around in the 9 realms. Bifrost turned on instantly, picking them away. Sif glanced at Thor coldly, then turned around and went home. In Norse mythology, Sif is Thor's fiancé. This was decided by the god King Odin. Unfortunately, Thor actually fell in love with an Earth woman. This made Odin extremely angry, because he believed that the gods could not love mortals. Human life is too short. After all, it's just a passerby in Thor's life. Thor immediately asked Heimdall. Heimdall, send me to Earth. Unexpectedly, Heimdall shook his head. Your girlfriend is gone. 35. Heimdall spoke in a deep voice. Question mark. Thor, looks like you're kidding me. In the 9 realms, can there still be invisible situations? Can you see the whole situation in the 9 realms? Thor asked. Heimdall nodded, then Lise shook his head quickly. He looked at the 9 realms and said, I can see the situation in the 9 realms, but I can't see your girlfriend. I could still see her before, but disappeared. Heimdall said suspiciously. This annoyed him. It was the giants of Jotunheim who came to Asgard inexplicably before, and he didn't know how. Now it's happening again. Thor's girlfriend has disappeared under his nose for no apparent reason. Are his eyes blind? What's the situation? Thor Tolton was extremely anxious. But it didn't take long for Heimdall to say, she showed up. Then send me there. Thor immediately said anxiously. Bifrost opened instantly under Heimdall's control and sent Thor to Earth. Jane and her friends both study astronomy. I have been studying with my tutor, Dr. Eric. That's why we can discover Thor's descent and discover the anomalies here. Then, she entered a space inexplicably. Type particles are attached to her body. This is where the God King bore exiled type particles. It will only appear when the 9 realms' celestial bodies converge. Definitely, the God King of Asgard can know about this place. So Odin collected infinite gems at that time, which was a very simple matter. He didn't have to do much to get half of the infinite gems in his hands. However, because of the special nature of Soul Gem, Odin finally chose to give up. Hela, the goddess of death, couldn't understand it and had a conflict with Odin. So many kinds of. Now another infinite gems is coming to life. But Thor, this silly, doesn't know what infinite gems are. This is actually something even Loki knows. He immediately took Jane Foster to Asgard. Thor brought Jane Foster to Asgard, the second Earthling to come to Asgard. The first is obviously Bai Xi. Then, the god King Odin pretended not to know and explained to Thor what TIE particles are. Also, Thor will be deceived by his acting skills. And at the same time, when TIE particles appeared in the Nine Realms, Walter Alhiem, the kingdom of the Dark Elves. The few Dark Elf warriors who had been hiding in the dark were instantly awakened by TIE particles. Since the lost war with Asgard thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves lost their power to resist. A few powers have survived to this day. As for the other Dark Elves, it was extremely miserable. Although not exterminated, it has always been under the high-pressure rule of Asgard. The Dark Elves have too many enemies. Alfheim's Light Elf, born to be incompatible with Dark Elves. The leader of the Dark Elves. Thor, something went wrong. The three warriors said to Thor, "What is the problem?" Thor immediately asked with a dignified expression, "Could it be that she started killing?" The three warriors were immediately speechless. Although Hela was a little irritable, it was not so exaggerated. That is, those who obey me prosper and those who oppose me perish. Surti escaped. "This is your home, Wanda," Bai Xi said to the somewhat restrained Wanda. Wanda is like a little rural girl entering a mansion. Look here and look there. Sokovia is too poor. There is no poorer place around it than Sokovia, and people's lives can be imagined. Then Wanda was locked up by Hydra again. So at the moment we'll have this performance. Bai Xi gave Susan a look. Susan understood immediately. Before she could change her uniform, she immediately grabbed Wanda's hand. "Come on, I'll show you around and get acquainted with your home." 35. Susan said in a kind voice. Wanda was taken away by Susan like a puppet. By the time the two came down, an hour had passed. Susan and Wanda both changed clothes. It was great before. Wanda has clearly relaxed a lot and has accepted her new home. Susan's affinity is very strong. Laughing so sweetly. Doing this kind of thing is definitely much better than the stern Lorna. Then, Bai Xi also cooked a meal himself. Bai Xi hasn't cooked by himself for a long time. Mainly Lorna and Susan like to do it. Naturally, he let go. However, the craftsmanship is not unfamiliar. When he brought out the dishes, Wanda's nose twitched. Then, the eyes moved involuntarily. "What is this?" Wanda swallowed and asked Susan. Susan smiled and said, "This is Chinese food from Bai Xi's place. It's very delicious. Are you hungry?" 35. Wanda, who was wearing a red dress, nodded immediately. "Then let's cook." Bai Xi shouted to several people. "Tsk tisk, it's been a long time since I've eaten what you made, and sure enough, only the new people laugh, but the old people cry." Lorna immediately exclaimed. This also made Bai Xi glared at her. But Susan laughed. Wanda felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't help herself and took a piece of meat directly and threw it into her mouth. She is a bit like Lorna from before. "I have never eaten anything good since I was a child, especially after being abused by Hydra. Where can I find this food?" "It's for chopsticks." Susan immediately taught Wanda. But Wanda didn't care, just kept nodding and stuffing it into her mouth. Susan also smiled when she saw this. "This chicken is delicious." 35. Wanda said vaguely. Bai Xi said, "Let go and eat, and you can feel free today." Saying that, he grabbed a piece of meat himself. "It's also very relaxing, even though my hands are full of oil. And there is a sense of freedom." No wonder the third brother likes to eat with his hands. Definitely, dirty is really dirty. Seeing Bai Xi's appearance, Wanda glanced at him gratefully and became more and more recognizable here. Because she doesn't know how to use chopsticks, she hasn't even seen it before. Soon, Wanda also fell under Bai Xi's food offensive. To conquer a woman, you must first conquer her stomach. Especially Wanda. "I don't know how many years I haven't eaten something delicious. And don't even think about what good food Hydra feeds them." So soon, her stomach became Bai Xi's. At the beginning, Bai Xi had to make something that suits her taste, but gradually it changed completely. Like a rough piece of jade, Bai Xi can be transformed at will. And Wanda, along with Susan, a scholar, began to strengthen her ability. Susan suddenly felt very tired. First, Lorna graduated, and then another Wanda came. Moreover, the two sisters are very similar, and they basically haven't studied much. Is it possible to become stronger without learning? Susan shook her head, only to feel that the two were really unusual. Moreover, after getting to know her, she found that Lorna's ability seems to be similar to Wanda's. Definitely, the similarity is too small. Just use the same way. Wanda didn't believe that training with Susan would improve her strength at first. But soon, she found her control over Origin magic power was getting easier. Begin by manipulating Origin magic power. She must control the magic ball, which is the same scarlet energy in both hands. This is actually a limitation on her, because she has to concentrate and keep her eyes fixed on what she wants to control, or the object she casts a spell on, to be able to use Origin magic power. But even so, because of Wanda's mental instability, it couldn't last for too long. Wanda often gets distracted all at once, or just gives up. Wanda's spiritual properties are even worse than Lorna's. The two sisters were very similar in this respect, which troubled Susan. Also, Wanda is far more dangerous than Lorna. Lorna's mental outburst will at most demolish her home, and sometimes even ability can't be used. But if Wanda gets out of control, the Origin magic power will be destroyed uncontrollably. Even alter reality. Susan discovered that once Wanda turned the bench into a bench. Fortunately, as Wanda learned from Shueba, the control of Origin magic power became easier. No need to constantly change positions with both hands. Also, it can be used with both hands. Like Lorna, one hand controls the other, even if she doesn't look at the target. That's huge amounts of progress for Wanda. Also very surprising. These years of experience have made her understand that her strength is everything. Maybe only someone who grew up in an environment like her and Lorna would really understand this. In these days when Bai Xi is the chef, time flies by. Unconsciously, Bai Xi's mind suddenly dinged. Ding! Does the system know that this is scary? Congratulations to the host for reaching 22 years of hidden strength and getting the reward, God-level lucky ability. God-level luck ability. After the host uses it, he will get a bonus of max luck value at the next moment, which can be used once the natural month. Note, you will get the blessing of the goddess of luck when you use it. After that, Bai Xi's personal panel was updated again. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod, Iron Body, Superman. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Equation. Ability, Batman's Fighting Ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Vision, Back in Time, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Intense Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Ray, Dimensional Teleportation, Incredible People. The Gate of Hell, God-level lucky ability. Looking at the lucky ability in front of him, he was suddenly a little surprised. Luck is worth this kind of thing, it is very metaphysical. No one knows whether their luck is good or bad. I don't even know how to test. But now, Bai Xi can control it. Although it's only the next moment, I don't know how long this moment will be. Moreover, the cooling cycle is a bit long, and it actually takes a natural month. Although a month was not a long time for him, it was something that had never happened before. Definitely one more tip. Lady Luck. Is there such a goddess in this world? In order to test this ability, Bai Xi immediately used it. God-level luck ability has been used. Enter the cooldown, 1 natural month. Next moment. What? Bai Xi people sit on the bench and Wanda comes from the sky. He was wandering leisurely when suddenly Wanda fell from the sky, right on top of him. The bench can't directly support the weight of 2 people. It turned into a pile of junk in an instant. Wanda didn't feel the pain because she hit Bai Xi right on top. It's even more impossible for Bai Xi to be in trouble, instead he feels warm. The body of steel will always drop God. But, is this the God-level luck ability? Bai Xi thought as he looked at Wanda, who was a little confused in his arms. What? Wanda quickly got up from Bai Xi and stood aside. I didn't mean to. Wanda immediately shook her hand and explained. Then you mean it? Bai Xi asked. Yeah, no. I didn't mean it. Wanda nodded blankly, then responded immediately. Kind of silly. Otherwise, I wouldn't fall in love with the Vision robot. I already know. Bai Xi suddenly laughed. Watching Wanda blushed. Bai Xi was a little stunned. Could it be that Wanda really? Bai Xi touched his nose awkwardly and asked, "What were you doing before?" He still wanted to know what happened to this god-level lucky ability. After all, luck is too illusory. Even the 5 gods don't have any lucky gods. Wanda came back to his senses, then thought about it and said, "I was practicing flight just now. It was fine, but I don't know why it suddenly fell out of control. Fortunately, you have protection." 35. Wanda blushed and said, looking at Bai Xi with different eyes. After all, her body isn't that strong. It's just origin magic power. If you really want to fall, it will still hurt. It's okay, it should be. 35. Bai Xi patted Wanda on the back and then nodded to the bench below. The bench was restored to its original state immediately. Rewinding time is still useful. Wanda, you're being lazy. At this moment, Susan's voice came. Wanda immediately glanced in panic, then ran away from Bai Xi. Then, she faced the ground with both hands, and origin magic power flashed on her hands. Her whole body flew crookedly. How long has it been since Wanda was able to fly? Wonder Woman cried. Bai Xi immediately shook his head and said, "No, Thanos and Darkseid will cry too. Wonder Woman Diana can at least fly behind, although I don't know if it is with the help of equipment, at least it doesn't need to rely on the nostalgic lasso. But Thanos and Darkseid, these brothers have to sit on the floating throne before they can fly. Not at all in line with strength and identity. Wanda really is an extraordinary ability." Da. Bai Xi sat back on the bench, and this time there was no Wanda. It seems that this is really the so-called god-level lucky ability. But this lucky ability, he is extremely lucky and very happy. But for Wanda, I'm afraid it's bad luck. So this thing is a bit wicked. Looking at the god-level lucky ability that has entered the cooldown, Bai Xi really wants to experiment again. Because this can be used as both a lucky ability and a bad luck ability, especially when playing against others. Even in the face of Darkseid, the other party comes with an Omega Ray. Bai Xi directly activated the god-level lucky ability. Didn't the Omega Rays just turn around to avoid him? Like Omega Rays dodging Batman. He clearly had the ability to track, but was dodged by Batman. Just kidding. Maybe Batman just has the lucky ability. Xander's star, similar to the existence of Nosy in the universe, everywhere. Just like the beacon country is to the Earth. It's okay to like to be fooled. But what they have in common is that they are both powerful. Although Xander's star is not big, it has a very powerful army in the universe. Nova Corps. Initially, the Nova Corps consisted of Xander's space militias and exploration agencies. Later, the Legion developed into an army of 500 people from nurses to centurions, including the leader of the Centurion, the New Star Centurion Chief, and a regiment of soldiers. After reforms, the Nova Corps expanded its protection to include the entire Andromeda Galaxy and Earth. They are also known as the Xander Army Star Corps, and Queen Adora has the supreme leadership of the Legion. With such a splendid history and powerful combat, Li Dezhao power, all that is shown is a bunch of controlled fighters. But the combined defense ability, even the Accuser Ronin with the power gem, could not directly defeat it. So, although Nova doesn't have that powerful personal ability, such as Captain Marvel, but Star-Lord and others are still willing to hand over the power gem to them for safekeeping. And the Nova Corps, who likes to meddle in their own business and is known as the Justice of the Universe, is also happy to keep this kind of thing. This is a testament to their strength. However, the common man is not guilty, but he is guilty. The moment they took the power gem, they were naturally targeted by Thanos. Not far from Xander. Thanos sat on his levitating throne, watching Xander happily greet the victory. Now, only the soul gem is left. Thanos looked at Gamora's figure and sneered. "My good daughter, why didn't you give it to me when you found it?" Thanos naturally knew Gamora's every move. Because Gamora is his only beloved daughter. Like Nebula, it's just a pawn. However, he is sincere to Gamora. And his sincerity was not in vain. Gamora had already found the address of Soul Gem, just betrayed him. Now, with the appearance of the power gem, Thanos has locked all infinite gems except the soul gem. Reality gem, mind gem, time gem, space gem. These 4 gems are all within the 9 realms. 9 realms, Earth. It is indeed the center of the universe. Thanos looked at Nidavellir in the 9 realms from afar. Now he is only short of getting the Infinity Gauntlet and then inlaying the infinite gems one by one. As long as he snaps that finger off, he can live the life of a retired old farmer. The cosmic civil servant is also very tiring. Spider-Woman, I finally see you. On this day, Gwen was bored, put on the spider battle suit, and lived his old life. That's being a good neighbor to New Yorkers. As a result, just as he was standing on the roof, he was found by the same person wearing a spider suit. And he's such a talker. Who are you? Gwen suddenly motioned him not to approach. I'm Spider-Man. Go away, who asked you this? 99. Can I say who I am? My name is Peter Parker. Peter Parker saw Spider-Gwen and knew she was a superhero, so he wasn't prepared. His original idol was Iron Man. But now, there's another Spider-Gwen. No way. Who said they were both Spider-Man? What? Unexpectedly, Spider-Gwen was a little shocked to hear his name. She felt spider telepathy, which confirmed that it was indeed Spider-Man. Spider telepathy will prompt when Spider-Man is approaching. What's wrong? Peter Parker was at a loss. Because Gwen saw him like a ghost and ran away. Moreover, he couldn't catch up with his speed at all. The same Spider-Man, he was too weak when he just debuted. Spider-Gwen ran a long way before stopping. Pull off the hood. There was a scene in front of her that she will never forget. In her world, there is also Peter Parker, and she is still a classmate. It's just that Peter Parker died right in front of her eyes. Only then did she understand what the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So, when she heard Peter Parker's ability again, she ran away. It's okay. It's normal to have Peter Parker in every world. Gwen patted his heart and said. Then, she saw a person in a battle suit in front of her becoming incomparably huge. She is like an ant in comparison. Ant-Man. Wanda, can you stop being so naughty? Bai Xi, who was lying down, suddenly saw Wanda coming through from the next door and said immediately. After Wanda mastered the ability of the small probability alter reality, it seemed to become a shadow bat. She likes to put this ability on the wall. Alter reality sounds big, not specific enough. But it is actually used a lot. For example, turning a brand new sports car into a classic car. Or like Wanda just turned a new town into an old town for decades. And as it is now, alter realities rule. For example, gravity will be 517 ineffective against Wanda, so she can fly with this rule. Or through the wall. Vision isn't the only one doing this. Wanda can easily do it. This is alter reality. Many dimensions Mephisto can do this too, it just depends on how much the final degree is. Bai Xi naturally also has this ability. Hey, I'm just trying. Wanda said, but the whole person did not leave. She was more cheerful than Bai Xi expected. Perhaps the knot was untied, or perhaps Pietro was not dead. In the original timeline, Wanda was almost the worst one. When I was a child, my parents died in the war. The older brother Pietro, who grew up with each other, also died because of Ultron. Later, I fell in love with robots. But Vision didn't survive Thanos' Infinity War either. In the end, the body of Vibranium was taken by unscrupulous organizations for research. Wanda herself was targeted by the witch Agatha and almost sucked dry origin magic power. In the end, he began to study the dark sacred book and learn dark magic. In this tragic life, who can be more miserable than Wanda? Black Widow? Tony Stark? Or is it Thor? Not all is nothing. Therefore, Bai Xi is still very happy with the change of Wanda. Did you hear anything? At this time, Wanda asked Bai Xi. Bai Xi smiled and said, I definitely heard it. It was an old friend of mine who was looking for me. Bai Xi was just about to take a heartbreak with Wanda. Maybe he can take a kidney. After all, Wanda delivered it to the door by herself or through the wall. But now it's all been interrupted. I'll go out. 99. Bai Xi said to Wanda. All right. Wanda said, looking a little lost. She mustered up the courage to come directly through the wall. Moreover, she also dressed up for this. Wanda looked outside, scarlet magic flashing in her eyes. And Bai Xi, at the moment, has flown outside. His body is straight, and he allows himself to fly directly, instead of putting his hands in front of him. With his feet on the ground, he saw his eyes turn black. A cloud of black mist emerged from the ground and instantly surrounded the lawn, forming an isolated space. Bai Xi didn't move, because it couldn't stop him at all. Moreover, the other party does not want to do it. I just don't want to be spied on by others. Want to use the power of dimensions on Earth, even if you don't want to be hammered to death by Sorcerer Supreme? The suppression of the 3 holy places, plus the original strength of the Sorcerer Supreme. Dormammu can't even get in. It is not easy for the other party to send the duplication in. But that's the duplication. Mephisto. Bai Xi looked at the face that appeared in front of him. An old man wearing a top hat and holding a cane appeared at the edge of the dark fog. Then he looked at Bai Xi and smiled. Does the devil like to let people down first? Bai Xi asked. Don't say that. Mephisto laughed and said, I just came to see my friends. It's been a long time. Bai Xi suddenly sneered and said, for the dimension Mephisto, is a year a long time no see? Mephisto didn't care either. After all, he is an old devil who has lived for an unknown time. You've only seen princes who lived in their 60s, but Mephisto has seen princes who lived hundreds of thousands of years. That's right, it's his son, the Black Heart Demon. When the son of a Hell King, the pain can be imagined. Because his father will never die, he can only be a prince all his life. Mephisto, already mature. There is a saying on the earth that if you don't see each other for one day, it's like every 3 autumns. 5. Mephisto laughed. So how many years have we not seen each other? There's another saying that you can't go to the 3 treasures hall without anything. If you have anything, just say it. Bai Xi said, I don't want to be misunderstood by Sorcerer Supreme. Mephisto's eyes flashed when he heard the words. No wonder Bai Xi was able to stay on Earth. It turned out to be related to Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme is the Sorcerer Supreme of the universe, and it's not a simple name. Dimension Mephistos simply hate Sorcerer Supreme. It's actually nothing, Mephisto said. Bai Xi sneered in his heart upon hearing this. Generally speaking, it is a big deal. I wonder if you're not interested in other dimensions? 35. Mephisto's voice changed and he asked directly. Bai Xi looked at him and said, What dimension? Dark dimension, 9. Mephisto said with a smile. Bai Xi immediately smiled and said, I'm definitely interested. We can work together. Mephisto said. What kind of cooperation law? 9. Bai Xi showed a very interested expression. Mephisto didn't hide it immediately. Dormammu has always wanted to invade Earth, and we can deliberately show our flaws. Destroy a holy place and lure Dormammu to attack. Then we work together to devour his dimension directly. How about half of us? Mephisto continued, or are you more greedy and want more? Bai Xi almost died of laughter when he heard this. He smiled directly. Okay, then I will swallow it directly together with your dimension. Hearing him, Mephisto knew he wasn't fooled. Because if you really want to do that and let Dormammu come to the Earth, then Mephisto must directly join hands with Dormammu to swallow the Earth. Only a fool would believe Mephisto's words. But Mephisto didn't care either. This doesn't look like Eve, his real purpose. Since you're not interested, then I'll find someone else to work with. Mephisto chuckled. Why don't you lend me half of your dimension first, and I'll work with you? 99. Bai Xi said. Mephisto just smiled and took the hat off in his hands. Then the black fog disappeared instantly, and Mephisto also left the Earth. Bai Xi frowned at the place where Mephisto left. Just after Mephisto left, a portal appeared beside him. Here comes the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. These cunning guys are getting more and more arrogant. Looking at Bai Xi, Ancient One sighed with his hands on his back. Is it because you are dying? Bai Xi asked directly. 66. Ancient One, are you polite? After a slight pause, Ancient One said, Strange was indeed hit by a car. Oh, Bai Xi said meaningfully. Knowing that Ancient One wants to retire. Ancient One looked at him and wanted to say, I have worked hard for hundreds of years. What's wrong with retiring to enjoy it? Then play music and then dance. So these dimensions of Mephisto's words are not credible. Ancient One coughed and said, like Mephisto just now, he put a bunch of hellfire in New Mexico. Ghost Rider. Bai Xi nodded when he heard the words. He wants souls on Earth. Ancient One laughed. It's not really a good thing. Bai Xi sighed, then asked Ancient One. By the way, when are you going to die? I can arrange time to have dinner. ITM. Muspelheim. Here live giants of fire, and they are ruled by the flame giant Surti. Surti is the oldest being in the 9 realms. Rumor has it that he existed before the gods appeared. And Surti's mission is to make Ragnarok. At that time, Odin was not his opponent. The 3 Odin brothers came to steal the eternal fire and passed the energy to Odin to form the power of Odin. Finally beat Surti. Now, the master of the flame has returned to his kingdom. Freshly recovered, Surti without the eternal fire is incomparably weak. Surti of this period, even Thor can bully at will. Surti looked at the person in front of him and said in a very ancient and vicissitudes voice, "Why did you save me?" 99. The person in front of him was wrapped in a tight silver and black uniform. There is also a huge amount of white cape. Cover her head completely. But you can still see her features from her face. Women with blue skin. Don't know what race they are. My master wants to help you, she said. Who is your master? 35. Surti looked down at her. Thanos, Thanos. 35. Supergiant said solemnly. However, Surti just said disdainfully, I haven't heard of trash fish. Supergiant was instantly angry. She activates psychic ability, allowing Surti to see Thanos' achievements. However, Surti was just disdainful after reading it. Surti didn't even speak, just snorted to express his attitude. That's it? What? Not half as good as Odin. Surti snorted coldly. This kind of weak person is not worthy to cooperate with me. I, Surti, Flame Giant, are prophesied to destroy Asgard. Why do I need the help of ants? After Surti finished speaking, the fire in Muspelheim was raging. Supergiant took a step back and said fearfully, You don't have the eternal fire, and you don't have the Twilight Sword, so what can you use to destroy Asgard? Surti looked at her with a huge amount of head. Supergiant continued, I can help you get the eternal fire back. This is what you said. Surti thought about it and said. He couldn't wait. Asgard treated him like that. The hatred in prophecy has long been surpassed. The hatred between the two sides is endless. When Odin came to steal his eternal fire, Surti was already very annoyed. Now he was even more eager to split Asgard's sword in half. Other than that, Surti doesn't care. Even if, in his opinion, it's just teaming up with an ant. Supergiant nodded solemnly. Asgard has been around for too long, and its existence has prevented death from coming. Supergiant said very divinely. In response, Surti just snorted. For his ancient life, death had nothing to do with him. Surti will not die as long as the eternal fire is not extinguished. And if the eternal fire can still be extinguished, is that still called the eternal fire? Therefore, just for the sake of that fateful and prophesied Surti, he does not understand the minds of these mortals. Just as mortals don't understand Surti's idea that the prophecy must be fulfilled. After Supergiant finished speaking, he immediately set foot on the flight device. She was desperately longing for death. When Thanos found her, Supergiant was about to commit suicide. Thanos told her that if she served it, she would be granted the death she wanted. In order to get death, Supergiant is loyal to Thanos. More faithful than Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw. I just don't know, for her, what's the difference between her own death and being given death by Thanos? Or, what she wants is not her own death, but what she really wants is to give death to others. That's why they follow Thanos madly to poison all beings. Bai Xi looked at Maria Hill in front of him and only felt that time was passing by. At the moment, Maria Hill is no longer as high-spirited as she used to be. Instead, it became more and more capable. I think, this time only you have something good to show me, Bai Xi said to Maria Hill. She could barely hold back. The dignified deputy director of SHILD was actually driven by Bai Xi on such a broken road. But now, SHILD is long gone. I'm looking for you this time just to see you. Maria Hill slowed down and said to Bai Xi, "Is this statement half true?" Bai Xi leaned over and asked, "Can't you notice? I thought you knew everything." Maria Hill said with a smile. Bai Xi's hand stretched towards her. Directly knocked out. "You won't let me touch your conscience, how would I know?" Bai Xi said with a smile. He could directly listen to Maria Hill's voice, but then there was no point in playing the world. When Maria Hill heard the words, Bai Xi immediately rolled her eyes. Sure enough, it still tastes like that. Old and unorthodox. Afterwards, the two were silent for a while. Maria Hill looked at Bai Xi, and no one moved away. As if at this moment, whoever moves away loses. Fortunately, no one came to trouble this time. Susan took both Lorna and Wanda out for training. Although Lorna said that he had graduated, he was pulled to be a sparring partner for Wanda. Susan didn't want to face Wanda herself. That was horrible. Although the current Wanda is not a Scarlet Witch, it is not fully Scarlet Witch. Origin magic power is just the beginning. But Susan saw her potential. Wanda is definitely the most terrifying person she has ever seen, except Bai Xi. What Bai Xi said was no exaggeration at all. They also believed that Bai Xi did not have any other intentions to bring Wanda back. Like Pietro, training with the Avengers is useless. Bai Xi and Maria Hill looked at each other for more than 3 minutes. When the love suddenly became strong, he hugged and kissed directly. After letting go, Maria Hill finally spoke her intentions. "I might have to get out of here." "Where?" "Earth. I may not see you for a long time." The words of Maria Hill made Bai Xi feel a little interesting. "Why is this so?" Bai Xi put his arms around her and asked, but did not let her go back. Seeing that Maria Hill couldn't break free, she also let Bai Xi hold her. She pondered for a moment and said, "The Avengers have had infighting, and even if they are separated, Nick feels that the Earth doesn't need us." He felt that the bigger threat was from the universe. Needless to say, Nick Fury was a bit prescient. Only, know how? Relying on these people, there is no way to really face the invasion. Without SHILD, how can I still do this? Bai Xi also asked. "We have reached an agreement with Yelena and the others." Maria Hill didn't hide it either. Good guy actually fooled the Black Widow. "We have aerospace experts, and Yelena and the others can also provide some, such as that spacecraft." 99. "A Skrull?" Bai Xi asked. "Not bad." 99. Maria Hill knew that she couldn't hide it from him. Aliens cannot be trusted. 99. Hearing Bai Xi's words, she kept nodding her head. Then he said, "The Asgards are also aliens to us. Also, it may disappear one day." Bai Xi and Maria Hill warmed up for a while. Know their plan. She came this time because she wanted Bai Xi to help. It's a pity that Bai Xi is not interested in things in the universe. He is not that guy from Star-Lord. He has ideas for women of all races. Therefore, Maria Hill can only return without success. It's not worthless. After all, Yelena told Bai Xi what happened, and Bai Xi would not sit idly by. Watching Maria Hill leave, Bai Xi also fell into silence. The Avengers' conflict erupted. After all, it's all complicated. No wonder this guy Tony has been gone for a long time. It stands to reason that even if this guy is relieved, he will chat with Bai Xi about his glorious days. How did those women fall in love with him back then? However, all this has nothing to do with Bai Xi. He was thinking about things in the universe. Now that the mind gems are on him, Thanos has to come to him if he wants to collect infinite gems. Although Bai Xi is extremely confident in his own strength. But he wouldn't care too much and let Thanos collect all 6 infinite gems directly. That's not called self-confidence, that's called stupid. Why does it feel like a woman's perfume? It didn't take long for Susan to return. They smelled it and said immediately, "How is this possible?" Bai Xi immediately denied Sanlian. All 3 looked at him with strange eyes. "It's just you 3 women in the house. How can there be others?" Bai Xi spoke again. "I seem to have smelled this perfume." 99. Lorna tilted her head and said. Bai Xi panicked in his heart. Maria Hill is an agent. Does the agent also use perfume? Be honest. Lorna killed him directly and pressed Bai Xi on the sofa. Susan and Wanda also rushed over and held him down respectively. For a while, laughter came from the villa. Time passed slowly, and it has come to 2016. Bai Xi had already received the reward that he had hidden for 23 years. At the moment of ding in his mind, Bai Xi chose to use the god-level lucky ability. It was the best way he could think of. Just once a year. Result. This lucky ability pitted him. Host, Bai Xi. Person, Dimension Mephisto. Physical, Demigod, Iron Body, Superman. Items, Symbiosis Talisman, Mantra Lasso, Fountain of Youth, Bumblebee, Elf Ball, Supreme Lord of the Rings, Anti-Life Formula, Gourmet House. Ability, Batman's Fighting Ability, Teleportation, Advanced Version, Serious Punch, Hot Vision, Back in Time, Frozen 1,000 Miles, Mirror Space, Intense Listening, Super Hearing, Omega Ray, Dimensional Teleportation, Incredible People. The Gate of Hell, God-level lucky ability. Compared with before, Bai Xi has one more item. This item is called a food house. Gourmet House. Liberate your cooking skills. All food can be made with just one thought, the best delicacy in the universe. This really liberates Bai Xi, because he has been a chef. Who is Wanda, this fragile little girl, who likes to eat what he makes? Therefore, Bai Xi didn't expect this to appear after using the god-level lucky ability. For a while, Bai Xi didn't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. Seems like it would be nice to take it easy every day. However, the strength is still not strong enough. Fortunately, this thing is still useful. Wanda and several people nodded and praised after eating. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. You still have to cook more. Practice makes perfect. Lorna says so, though she loves doing it herself too. But who can say no to delicious food? Yeah. Bai Xi still has to cook us delicious food for 10 years. Wanda directly gave a year. I don't know if it's a joke or the truth. So Susan asked, 10 years? Then you can marry him and do it for you every day. 35. Don't want. Is it not or not thinking about it? 66.99. 3 women in a play, and they started fighting in an instant. Bai Xi's face darkened when he heard the words. Instantly felt that the luck ability was effective. Are they trying to squeeze him all the time, and it's still free labor? Only. Could it be that what he does is really not as delicious as a food house? Bai Xi immediately picked up the meal and took a bite. An aura full of feeling instantly full. It does seem to be different. Why so? The United States Captain Steve looked at Tony and said, "The way is different, don't stop me." Tony spoke up. At the moment, both sides faced off. The Avengers, who were still in harmony, turned into 2 groups of people in an instant. Because of their different beliefs, they finally parted ways. However, Tony's side is obviously stronger. Dr. Banner is his good friend, and he didn't leave the plane when he turned into Hulk. And Spider-Man Peter Parker is his big fan, as well as a lot of friends. On Steve's side, there seemed to be no one else. Ant-Man, Spider-Woman, Hawkeye Barton, Black Panther. That is, Thor is not there, otherwise, it will definitely help the United States Captain Steve. But without Thor, their strength is too weak. Tony even said to Dr. Banner, "Don't do it." 35. Tony's battlesuit has been upgraded a lot. So he felt that if Dr. Banner also did something, it would be a proper bullying. Spider-Man Peter Parker went straight to Spider-Gwen. Ask for flowers. Gwen looked annoyed at the Spider-Man in front of him. She doesn't know that in most universes, Spider-Man is Peter Parker. At the moment, she just felt like Peter Parker imitated her. Therefore, Gwen made a direct hit. Boom. Although they are all Spider-Man, it is obvious that Peter Parker has just debuted, and his strength is much worse than Gwen. Before he could make a move, he was directly beaten by Gwen. You should find a few gangsters to mix and practice first. Spider-Gwen sneered immediately. Because you can't even beat the punks now. 99. Don't underestimate me. 35. Peter Parker gritted his teeth. He wanted to give 10 sentences back to Gwen, but Gwen seemed to know that he was a talker. So he has been suppressed to fight, making Peter Parker too tired to deal with it, and he didn't dare to speak at all. And with his ability to resist, Peter Parker felt like being hit by Gwen, like being hammered by a moving van. It was so painful that I could not speak. Tony felt extremely cruel when he saw this. Peter Parker, he's still a kid. Not like Gwen, New York and Ultron have been through. So, Tony flew over immediately and blasted Gwen directly. However, before Tony was arrogant, he was directly beaten by the enlarged Ant-Man. For a time, the entire battlefield was chaotic. Only on Dr. Banner's side, no one dared to provoke him. Everyone knew how terrifying it would be for him to become Hulk. By then, it will be all over. Dr. Banner sat aside, feeling the autumn wind blowing by him, rolling up some leaves. So, he's an outsider? He was like watching a movie, and he experienced it himself, sitting in the best viewing position. But at this moment, someone who lost something hit him. Oh, 99. Dr. Banner cried out in pain, unsuspecting. Then, everyone who was doing it stopped and looked at him. The scene returned to calm for a while, and it was even a bit terrifyingly silent. How about, stop? The United States Captain Steve asked. Who knows when Dr. Banner went mad? And then blow them up? So, the United States Captain Steve's proposal got everyone's approval. Still, Tony grabbed him for a fight. Because his good brother Bucky was the one who killed Howard. Although Bucky was already under control at the time. It doesn't seem to be about Bucky. But, if there is an injustice and a debt, there is no way to just forget about it. Thor searched for a long time, and finally found Surdy, who had been running away. He didn't know it. It wasn't something he found, it was Surdy's intention. Thor swung Mjolnir, looked at the huge Surdy, and rushed directly with the hammer. Mjolnir is like a sharp weapon for attacking a fortress, directly breaking through Surdy's body. Roar! Surdy growled. If not without the eternal fire, if not without the Twilight Sword. How could he be bullied by a junior like Thor? The Ragnarok is coming, you can't stop the end. Surdy seemed to agree. Thor naturally doesn't believe in Ragnarok either. The prophecy also said that he would be the king of gods. The results of it? God King Hela. Thor didn't know where the accident happened, so he swung the hammer and rushed in directly from Surdy's head. Then, the divine power of the whole body began to shine wildly. Countless thunders fell from the sky and hit Surdy directly. Surdy's flame body instantly melted. It is also a body reconstituted using fire energy. Surdy does die, but as soon as he touches the eternal fire, he will be resurrected immediately. This is where Surdy struggles. Just like now. Surdy was killed cleanly by Thor again. Surdy's head turned into a crown with 2 horns. Then he was picked up by Thor and carried directly behind him. This is Thor's booty. Heimdall. Thor shouted to the sky. After a while, Bifrost didn't come down before he reacted. Sif! He opened his mouth again and shouted to the sky. Bifrost is now open. As soon as he arrived at Asgard, Sif faced him with a cold face. Clearly upset at him calling Heimdall. Obviously she is already taken over. Thor just smiled awkwardly and immediately flew to the Golden Hall with a hammer.